Penguin Modern Classics shooting an elephant George Orwell, whose real name was Eric Arthur Blair, was born in 1903 in India, and then went to Eton when his family moved back to England. From 1922 to 1927, he served with the Indian Imperial Police in Burma, an experience that inspired his first novel, Burmese Days, 1934. He lived in Paris before returning to England, and Down and Out in Paris and London was published in 1936. After writing The Road to Wigan Pier and Homage to Catalonia, his account of fighting for the Republicans in the Spanish Civil War, Orwell was admitted to a sanatorium in 1938, and from then on was never fully fit. He spent 6 months in Morocco, where he wrote Coming Up for Air. During the Second World War, Orwell served in the Home Guard and worked for the BBC. His political allegory Animal Farm was published in 1945, and it was this novel, together with 1984-1949, which brought him worldwide fame. George Orwell was taken seriously ill in the winter of 1948-9 and died in London in 1950. Jeremy Paxman is a journalist and writer. Introduction: if you want to learn how to write nonfiction, Orwell is your man. He may be known worldwide for his last 2 novels, Animal Farm and 1984. But for me, his best work is his essays. Who would have imagined that 1,600 words in praise of the common toad, knocked out to fill a newspaper column in April 1946, would be worth reprinting 60 years later? But here it is, with many of the characteristic Orwell delights: the unglamorous subject matter, the unnoticed detail. A toad has about the most beautiful eye of any living creature, the baleful glare, the profound belief in humanity. Because what the piece is really about, of course, is not the toad itself, but the thrill of that most promising time of year, the spring, even as seen from Orwell's dingy Islington flat. When he produced articles like this, hair-shirted fellow socialists got cross. Why wasn't he spending his time promoting discontent, denouncing the establishment, glorifying the machine-driven future? It is a mark of his greatness that Orwell didn't care. They, whoever they might be, cannot stop you enjoying spring. The essay ends. The atom bombs are piling up in the factories. The police are prowling through the cities. The lies are streaming from the loudspeakers, but the earth is still going round the sun, and neither the dictators nor the bureaucrats, deeply as they disapprove of the process, are able to prevent it. It all reads so effortlessly, and yet it cannot have been produced without toil. He tells us in Why I Write that he found writing a book a horrible, exhausting struggle, like a long bout of some painful illness. And even the shorter pieces knocked out for magazines or newspapers must often have been a chore. There is the research, for one thing. His generous, insightful analysis of Charles Dickens shows not merely a close familiarity with 13 of his novels, but also with those of Trollope, Thackeray, and a host of long-forgotten writers, too. For his caustic piece on boys' weeklies, he evidently immersed himself in mountains of the things. The result of this steeping is a piece so deft and witty that the result has you laughing out loud. Here, for example, is his list of the national characteristics of the foreigners who make occasional appearances in this bizarre genre. Frenchman, excitable. Wears beard, gesticulates wildly. Spaniard, Mexican, etc., sinister, treacherous. Arab, Afghan, etc., sinister, treacherous. Chinese, sinister, treacherous. Wears pigtails. Italian, excitable, grinds barrel organ or carries stiletto. Swede, Dane, etc., kind-hearted, stupid, Negro, comic, very faithful. How one longs for him to have lived long enough to be let loose on the lads' mags culture of the early 21st century, because something paradoxical has happened to us. The abundance of the mass media offers a greater choice than ever before. We are adrift in a sea of newspapers, magazines, radio, television, and the limitless extremities of cyberspace. It is not merely that the more there is of it, the less any individual part of it matters. It is that so little of it seems intended to have any meaning. The mechanical processes of printing and broadcasting seem somehow to have been applied to the generation of content, too. To take one small example, no one ever experiences inconvenience as a result of motorway traffic jams or a broken-down train. Instead, they, invariably, meaninglessly, suffer misery. They have not, of course. It is just that that is the word the mental function key brings up when someone is required to write about disruption on the transport system. Orwell is the enemy of laziness, vagueness, and staleness. His 1946 essay, Politics and the English Language, remains the best starting point for anyone hoping to achieve the deceptively hard task of clear communication. He boils the business down to 5 instructions. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. 6. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. He might have added, for it was certainly true in his case, that it also helps not to have had your head cluttered, your voice strangulated, and your writing hand swathed in bandages by attending one of our finer universities. You will find nothing much here about fashion, Westminster politics, gossip, relationships, must-have gadgets and holidays, not a mention of the hints dropped by payroll propagandists, nor a word from anonymous sources close to some soon-to-be-forgotten minister, and nothing at all about television, pop music, or most of the other subjects which enable our increasingly feeble newspapers to trail their ink across page after page. What you will find, instead, is an abundance of everything from the life of a book reviewer to how it is to watch a man hanged. The impeccable style is one thing, but if I had to sum up what makes Orwell's essays so remarkable, it is that they always surprise you. Sometimes it is the choice of subject matter. How many journalists can write with any authority on what it is like to be led into an overnight shelter for the homeless? More often, it's the totally unexpected insight. He can write a 60-page essay on Charles Dickens, which frequently seems to be tending to a conclusion that he was a sentimental old fool, but then come to an unexpectedly affectionate final judgment. You have traveled with him on his journey, and are rather startled and pleased to discover where you have ended up. The Dickens essay was an attempt to worry away at why he was such a successful writer, and is the longest in this collection. But it is infused with the same spirit of personal engagement as everything else. It is that amazing ability to make you believe that you would have felt as he felt that is his genius. Take Shooting an Elephant, which recounts an incident during his time as a policeman in Burma. It is a remarkable piece. There is, firstly, the language. When he first sees the elephant which is said to have run amok, it is standing, beating a bunch of grass against its knees, with that preoccupied grandmotherly air that elephants have. In the seconds after pulling the trigger, the beast remained standing, but a mysterious, terrible change had come over the elephant. Every line of his body altered. He looked suddenly stricken, shrunken, immensely old. Then the elephant sags to its knees, its mouth slobbering. And the utterly perfect sentence. An enormous senility seemed to have settled upon him. Being Orwell, of course, the event is put to political purpose, demonstrating the futility of the imperial project. He has already told us that every white man's life in the East was one long struggle not to be laughed at. Then he reveals in the last sentence that he had killed the elephant solely to avoid looking a fool. Yes, you think, that makes perfect sense. It is hard to imagine many people less suited to the job of an imperial policeman than Orwell. Yet, while he hated imperialism, he could still remark that the British Empire was a great deal better than the younger empires that are going to supplant it. In another essay, My Country, Right or Left, he admits to finding it childish that he feels it faintly sacrilegious not to stand to attention during God Save the King, but that he would sooner have that instinct than be like the left-wing intellectuals who are so enlightened that they cannot understand the most ordinary emotions. There is something very striking about this patriotism of his. It was laid out most obviously in his manifesto for a post-war revolution, The Lion and the Unicorn, but his love of England informs just about everything he wrote. It is there like a defiant bugle call rallying us to appreciate kippers, crumpets, marmalade, and Stilton cheese in defense of English cooking. It is there like a comforting cup of tea in decline of the English murder. Both belong to a time when, seen from this distance, English life appears to have been more settled, less commercial, more neighborly, and less racked by uncertainty of purpose. You cannot read a piece like Bookshop Memories without immediately conjuring up the bad suits and rank smell of dead cigarettes. They could not have been written about any other country on earth. Yet this is a million miles away from the nostalgic pastiche that John Major once conjured up for a conservative conference when he talked about the country being a place of warm beer, cricket grounds, and old maids cycling to Holy Communion through the morning mist. It is not just that in Orwell's day there really were old maids on bicycles, and that the Sunday place of pilgrimage had not yet become some ugly out-of-town shopping warehouse. It is that Orwell intuitively understood what it was to be English, and that he felt the possibilities within that identity. John Major, decent man though he may have been, was perpetrating the politician's attempt to seem an ordinary bloke. Orwell lives and breathes the identity, and it is a specifically English identity. What would he have made of our contemporary politicians' attempts to assure us that all is well with the Union, as it suffers the convulsions of its current St. Vitus dance? Not much, I suspect. He had a devastatingly accurate instinct for cant. It is, of course, as a political writer that he is now best known. 60 years after publication, 1984 remains the greatest fictional demolition of totalitarianism, and any decently educated 12-year-old can explain what Animal Farm is about. But in truth, there is almost none of his successful work, either fiction or nonfiction, that is not political. It doesn't matter whether he is writing in his early Tory anarchist state, or as the committed socialist of later years. His work is always about that basic political question. Why do we live like this? What marks it out from other political writing is not merely the quality of the prose, but its moral authority. Where does this come from? Would he, for example, have produced such luminescent work had he not had his first unsuitable job? If he had not suffered at the hands of oafs at his ghastly prep school? If he had not had the years of failure? I think the answer to all these questions is no. But he also had the paradoxical good fortune to live in evil times. There could be no accommodation with fascism. It was either resistance or capitulation, and everything he wrote from the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War until his death was infused with the same urgent imperative to resist totalitarianism. Of course, some of it is absurdly overstated. Can he really have believed that only revolution can save England? That has been obvious for years. I dare say the London gutters will have to run with blood in 1940. But evil times force harsh judgments. Orwell could toss off sentences like that with greater authority than most because of the quality not merely of his writing, but of his experience. When he spoke of life at the bottom of the heap, he did so as someone who had lived as a scullion and a tramp. When he talked of war and death, he did so as someone who had fought in war and seen people die. The experiences had translated a natural hatred of authority into a political manifesto of sorts. In Why I Write, he claimed that he was driven more by egoism, aesthetic enthusiasm, and curiosity than by any political purpose. Yet in the same essay he claims that those of his books which lacked a political purpose are those which are most ornate and pointless. This apparent contradiction can, of course, be explained in the narrow sense in which he talks of his political purpose against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism. But anyone can profess a commitment to some ideology or other, and given those particular options, what sensible personal would not make that choice? I think there is another explanation, too. What Orwell's experiences, both as figure of authority and as scullion, had given him was a lived understanding of the human condition. It was this grounding in reality which bestowed a more profound political instinct than would be available to some sloganeering zealot. He had acquired a capacity to empathize with the foot soldiers of history, the put-upon people generally taken for granted, ignored or squashed by the great isms of one sort or another. It conferred upon him the remarkable ability to achieve what every journalist and essayist seeks. He could tell the truth. Jeremy Paxman, 2009, Why I Write from a Very Early Age, perhaps the age of 5 or 6, I knew that when I grew up I should be a writer. Between the ages of about 17 and 24, I tried to abandon this idea, but I did so with the consciousness that I was outraging my true nature, and that sooner or later I should have to settle down and write books. I was the middle child of 3, but there was a gap of 5 years on either side, and I barely saw my father before I was 8. For this and other reasons I was somewhat lonely, and I soon developed disagreeable mannerisms which made me unpopular throughout my school days. I had the lonely child's habit of making up stories and holding conversations with imaginary persons, and I think from the very start my literary ambitions were mixed up with the feeling of being isolated and undervalued. I knew that I had a facility with words and a power of facing unpleasant facts, and I felt that this created a sort of private world in which I could get my own back for my failure in everyday life. Nevertheless, the volume of serious, i.e., seriously intended, writing which I produced all through my childhood and boyhood would not amount to half a dozen pages. I wrote my first poem at the age of 4 or 5, my mother taking it down to dictation. I cannot remember anything about it except that it was about a tiger and the tiger had chair-like teeth. A good enough phrase, but I fancy the poem was a plagiarism of Blake's Tiger. At 11, when the War of 1914–18 broke out, I wrote a patriotic poem which was printed in the local newspaper, as was another 2 years later on the death of Kitchener. From time to time, when I was a bit older, I wrote bad and usually unfinished nature poems in the Georgian style. I also, about twice, attempted a short story which was a ghastly failure. That was the total of the would-be serious work that I actually set down on paper during all those years. However, throughout this time, I did in a sense engage in literary activities. To begin with, there was the made-to-order stuff which I produced quickly, easily, and without much pleasure to myself. Apart from schoolwork, I wrote vers d'occasion, semi-comic poems which I could turn out at what now seems to me astonishing speed. At 14, I wrote a whole rhyming play, in imitation of Aristophanes, in about a week, and helped to edit school magazines, both printed and in manuscript. These magazines were the most pitiful burlesque stuff that you could imagine, and I took far less trouble with them than I now would with the cheapest journalism. But side by side with all this, for 15 years or more, I was carrying out a literary exercise of a quite different kind. This was the making up of a continuous story about myself, a sort of diary existing only in the mind. I believe this is a common habit of children and adolescents. As a very small child, I used to imagine that I was, say, Robin Hood and picture myself as the hero of thrilling adventures. But quite soon my story ceased to be narcissistic in a crude way and became more and more a mere description of what I was doing and the things I saw. For minutes at a time, this kind of thing would be running through my head. He pushed the door open and entered the room. A yellow beam of sunlight, filtering through the muslin curtains, slanted onto the table, where a matchbox, half open, lay beside the ink pot. With his right hand in his pocket, he moved across to the window. Down in the street, a tortoiseshell cat was chasing a dead leaf, etc., etc. This habit continued till I was about 25, right through my non-literary years. Although I had to search, and did search, for the right words, I seemed to be making this descriptive effort almost against my will, under a kind of compulsion from outside. The story must, I suppose, have reflected the styles of the various writers I admired at different ages, but so far as I remember it always had the same meticulous descriptive quality. When I was about 16, I suddenly discovered the joy of mere words, i.e. the sounds and associations of words. The lines from Paradise Lost, "So he with difficulty and labor hard moved on. With difficulty and labor he," which do not now seem to me so very wonderful, sent shivers down my backbone. And the spelling he, for he, was an added pleasure. As for the need to describe things, I knew all about it already. So it is clear what kind of books I wanted to write, in so far as I could be said to want to write books at that time. I wanted to write enormous naturalistic novels with unhappy endings, full of detailed descriptions and arresting similes, and also full of purple passages in which words were used partly for the sake of their sound. And in fact my first complete novel, Burmese Days, which I wrote when I was 30 but projected much earlier, is rather that kind of book. I give all this background information because I do not think one can assess a writer's motives without knowing something of his early development. His subject matter will be determined by the age he lives in. At least this is true in tumultuous, revolutionary ages like our own. But before he ever begins to write, he will have acquired an emotional attitude from which he will never completely escape. It is his job, no doubt, to discipline his temperament and avoid getting stuck at some immature stage or in some perverse mood. But if he escapes from his early influences altogether, he will have killed his impulse to write. Putting aside the need to earn a living, I think there are 4 great motives for writing, at any rate for writing prose. They exist in different degrees in every writer, and in any one writer the proportions will vary from time to time, according to the atmosphere in which he is living. They are 1. Sheer egoism. Desire to seem clever, to be talked about, to be remembered after death, to get your own back on grown-ups who snubbed you in childhood, etc., etc. It is humbug to pretend that this is not a motive, and a strong one. Writers share this characteristic with scientists, artists, politicians, lawyers, soldiers, successful businessmen, in short, with the whole top crust of humanity. The great mass of human beings are not acutely selfish. After the age of about 30, they abandon individual ambition. In many cases, indeed, they almost abandon the sense of being individuals at all and live chiefly for others, or are simply smothered under drudgery. But there is also the minority of gifted, willful people who are determined to live their own lives to the end, and writers belong in this class. Serious writers, I should say, are on the whole more vain and self-centered than journalists, though less interested in money. 2. Aesthetic enthusiasm, perception of beauty in the external world, or, on the other hand, in words and their right arrangement. Pleasure in the impact or one sound on another, in the firmness of good prose or the rhythm of a good story. Desire to share an experience which one feels is valuable and ought not to be missed. The aesthetic motive is very feeble in a lot of writers, but even a pamphleteer or a writer of textbooks will have pet words and phrases which appeal to him for non-utilitarian reasons. Or he may feel strongly about typography, width of margins, etc. above the level of a railway guide. No book is quite free from aesthetic considerations. 3. Historical impulse. Desire to see things as they are, to find out true facts and store them up for the use of posterity. 4. Political purpose, using the word political in the widest possible sense. Desire to push the world in a certain direction, to alter other people's idea of the kind of society that they should strive after. Once again, no book is genuinely free from political bias. The opinion that art should have nothing to do with politics is itself a political attitude. It can be seen how these various impulses must war against one another, and how they must fluctuate from person to person and from time to time. By nature, taking your nature to be the state you have attained when you are first adult, I am a person in whom the first 3 motives would outweigh the 4th. In a peaceful age, I might have written ornate or merely descriptive books, and might have remained almost unaware of my political loyalties. As it is, I have been forced into becoming a sort of pamphleteer. First, I spent 5 years in an unsuitable profession, the Indian Imperial Police, in Burma, and then I underwent poverty and the sense of failure. This increased my natural hatred of authority and made me for the first time fully aware of the existence of the working classes, and the job in Burma had given me some understanding of the nature of imperialism. But these experiences were not enough to give me an accurate political orientation. Then came Hitler, the Spanish Civil War, etc. By the end of 1935, I had still failed to reach a firm decision. I remember a little poem that I wrote at that date, expressing my dilemma. A happy vicar I might have been 200 years ago, to preach upon eternal doom and watch my walnuts grow, but born, alas, in an evil time, I missed that pleasant haven. For the hair has grown on my upper lip, and the clergy are all clean-shaven. And later still the times were good, we were so easy to please. We rocked our troubled thoughts to sleep on the bosoms of the trees. All ignorant we dared to own the joys we now dissemble. The greenfinch on the apple bough could make my enemies tremble. But girls' bellies and apricots, roach in a shaded stream, horses, ducks in flight at dawn, all these are a dream. It is forbidden to dream again. We maim our joys or hide them. Horses are made of chromium steel, and little fat men shall ride them. I am the worm who never turned, the eunuch without a harem. Between the priest and the commissar I walk like Eugene Aram. And the commissar is telling my fortune while the radio plays, but the priest has promised an Austin 7, for Dougie always pays. I dreamed I dwelt in marble halls and woke to find it true. I wasn't born for an age like this. Was Smith? Was Jones? Were you? Won the Spanish War and other events in 1936-7 turned the scale, and thereafter I knew where I stood. Every line of serious work that I have written since 1936 has been written, directly or indirectly, against totalitarianism, and for democratic socialism, as I understand it. It seems to me nonsense, in a period like our own, to think that one can avoid writing of such subjects. Everyone writes of them in one guise or another. It is simply a question of which side one takes and what approach one follows. And the more one is conscious of one's political bias, the more chance one has of acting politically without sacrificing one's aesthetic and intellectual integrity. What I have most wanted to do throughout the past 10 years is to make political writing into an art. My starting point is always a feeling of partisanship, a sense of injustice. When I sit down to write a book, I do not say to myself, I am going to produce a work of art. I write it because there is some lie that I want to expose, some fact to which I want to draw attention, and my initial concern is to get a hearing. But I could not do the work of writing a book, or even a long magazine article, if it were not also an aesthetic experience. Anyone who cares to examine my work will see that even when it is downright propaganda, it contains much that a full-time politician would consider irrelevant. I am not able, and I do not want, completely to abandon the worldview that I acquired in childhood. So long as I remain alive and well, I shall continue to feel strongly about prose style, to love the surface of the earth, and to take pleasure in solid objects and scraps of useless information. It is no use trying to suppress that side of myself. The job is to reconcile my ingrained likes and dislikes with the essentially public, non-individual activities that this age forces on all of us. It is not easy. It raises problems of construction and of language, and it raises in a new way the problem of truthfulness. Let me give just one example of the cruder kind of difficulty that arises. My book about the Spanish Civil War, Homage to Catalonia, is, of course, a frankly political book, but in the main it is written with a certain detachment and regard for form. I did try very hard in it to tell the whole truth without violating my literary instincts, but among other things it contains a long chapter, full of newspaper quotations and the like, defending Trotskyists who were accused of plotting with Franco. Clearly such a chapter, which after a year or two would lose its interest for any ordinary reader, must ruin the book. A critic whom I respect read me a lecture about it. "Why did you put in all that stuff?" he said. "You've turned what might have been a good book into journalism." What he said was true, but I could not have done otherwise. I happened to know, what very few people in England had been allowed to know, that innocent men were being falsely accused. If I had not been angry about that, I should never have written the book. In one form or another this problem comes up again. The problem of language is subtler, and would take too long to discuss. I will only say that of later years I have tried to write less picturesquely and more exactly. In any case, I find that by the time you have perfected any style of writing, you have always outgrown it. Animal Farm was the first book in which I tried, with full consciousness of what I was doing, to fuse political purpose and artistic purpose into one whole. I have not written a novel for 7 years, but I hope to write another fairly soon. It is bound to be a failure. Every book is a failure, but I know with some clarity what kind of book I want to write. Looking back through the last page or two, I see that I have made it appear as though my motives in writing were wholly public-spirited. I don't want to leave that as the final impression. All writers are vain, selfish, and lazy, and at the very bottom of their motives there lies a mystery. Writing a book is a horrible, exhausting struggle, like a long bout of some painful illness. One would never undertake such a thing if one were not driven on by some demon whom one can neither resist nor understand. For all one knows, that demon is simply the same instinct that makes a baby squall for attention. And yet it is also true that one can write nothing readable unless one constantly struggles to efface one's own personality. Good prose is like a window pane. I cannot say with certainty which of my motives are the strongest, but I know which of them deserve to be followed. And looking back through my work, I see that it is invariably where I lacked a political purpose that I wrote lifeless books and was betrayed into purple passages, sentences without meaning, decorative adjectives, and humbug generally. 1946, the spike. It was late afternoon. 49 of us, 48 men and 1 woman, lay on the green waiting for the spike to open. We were too tired to talk much. We just sprawled about exhaustedly, with homemade cigarettes sticking out of our scrubby faces. Overhead the chestnut branches were covered with blossom, and beyond that great woolly clouds floated almost motionless in a clear sky. Littered on the grass, we seemed dingy, urban riffraff. We defiled the scene like sardine tins and paper bags on the seashore. What talk there was ran on the tramp major of this spike. He was a devil, everyone agreed, a Tartar, a tyrant, a bawling, blasphemous, uncharitable dog. You couldn't call your soul your own when he was about, and many a tramp had he kicked out in the middle of the night for giving a back answer. When you came to be searched, he fair held you upside down and shook you. If you were caught with tobacco, there was hell to pay, and if you went in with money which is against the law, God help you. I had 8p on me. For the love of Christ, mate, the old hands advised me, don't you take it in. You'd get 7 days for going into the spike with 8p. So I buried my money in a hole under the hedge, marking the spot with a lump of flint. Then we set about smuggling our matches and tobacco, for it is forbidden to take these into nearly all spikes, and one is supposed to surrender them at the gate. We hid them in our socks, except for the 20 or so % who had no socks and had to carry the tobacco in their boots, even under their very toes. We stuffed our ankles with contraband until anyone seeing us might have imagined an outbreak of elephantiasis. But it is an unwritten law that even the sternest tramp majors do not search below the knee, and in the end only one man was caught. This was Scotty, a little hairy tramp with a bastard accent sired by Cockney out of Glasgow. His tin of cigarette ends fell out of his sock at the wrong moment and was impounded. At 6 the gates swung open and we shuffled in. An official at the gate entered our names and other particulars in the register and took our bundles away from us. The woman was sent off to the workhouse, and we others into the spike. It was a gloomy, chilly, lime-washed place, consisting only of a bathroom and dining room and about 100 narrow stone cells. The terrible tramp major met us at the door and herded us into the bathroom to be stripped and searched. He was a gruff, soldierly man of 40, who gave the tramps no more ceremony than sheep at the dipping pond, shoving them this way and that and shouting oaths in their faces. But when he came to myself, he looked hard at me and said, "You are a gentleman." "I suppose so," I said. He gave me another long look. "Well, that's bloody bad luck, governor," he said. "That's bloody bad luck, that is." And thereafter he took it into his head to treat me with compassion, even with a kind of respect. It was a disgusting sight, that bathroom. All the indecent secrets of our underwear were exposed. The grime, the rents and patches, the bits of string doing duty for buttons, the layers upon layers of fragmentary garments, some of them mere collections of holes, held together by dirt. The room became a press of steaming nudity, the sweaty odors of the tramps competing with the sickly, subfecal stench native to the spike. Some of the men refused the bath and washed only their toe rags, the horrid, greasy little clouts which tramps bind round their feet. Each of us had 3 minutes in which to bathe himself. 6 greasy, slippery roller towels had to serve for the lot of us. When we had bathed, our own clothes were taken away from us, and we were dressed in the workhouse shirts, gray cotton things like nightshirts, reaching to the middle of the thigh. Then we were sent into the dining room, where supper was set out on the deal tables. It was the invariable spike meal, always the same, whether breakfast, dinner, or supper, 1/2 pound of bread, a bit of margarine, and a pint of so-called tea. It took us 5 minutes to gulp down the cheap, noxious food. Then the tramp major served us with 3 cotton blankets each, and drove us off to our cells for the night. The doors were locked on the outside a little before 7 in the evening, and would stay locked for the next 12 hours. The cells measured 8 feet by 5, and had no lighting apparatus except a tiny, barred window high up in the wall and a spy-hole in the door. There were no bugs, and we had bedsteads and straw palliasses, rare luxuries both. In many spikes one sleeps on a wooden shelf, and in some on the bare floor with a rolled-up coat for a pillow. With a cell to myself and a bed, I was hoping for a sound night's rest. But I did not get it, for there is always something wrong in the spike, and the peculiar shortcoming here, as I discovered immediately, was the cold. May had begun, and in honor of the season, a little sacrifice to the gods of spring perhaps, the authorities had cut off the steam from the hot pipes. The cotton blankets were almost useless. One spent the night in turning from side to side, falling asleep for 10 minutes and waking half frozen and watching for dawn. As always happens in the spike, I had at last managed to fall comfortably asleep when it was time to get up. The tramp major came marching down the passage with his heavy tread, unlocking the doors and yelling to us to show a leg. Promptly the passage was full of squalid shirt-clad figures rushing for the bathroom, for there was only one tub full of water between us all in the morning, and it was first come first served. When I arrived, 20 tramps had already washed their faces. I gave one glance at the black scum on top of the water and decided to go dirty for the day. We hurried into our clothes and then went to the dining room to bolt our breakfast. The bread was much worse than usual because the military-minded idiot of a tramp major had cut it into slices overnight, so that it was as hard as ship's biscuit. But we were glad of our tea after the cold, restless night. I do not know what tramps would do without tea, or rather the stuff they miscall tea. It is their food, their medicine, their panacea for all evils. Without the half-gallon or so of it that they suck down a day, I truly believe they could not face existence. After breakfast we had to undress again for the medical inspection, which is a precaution against smallpox. It was 3/4 of an hour before the doctor arrived, and one had time now to look about him and see what manner of men we were. It was an instructive sight. We stood shivering naked to the waist in 2 long ranks in the passage. The filtered light, bluish and cold, lighted us up with unmerciful clarity. No one can imagine, unless he has seen such a thing, what pot-bellied, degenerate curs we looked. Shock heads, hairy, crumpled faces, hollow chests, flat feet, sagging muscles. Every kind of malformation and physical rottenness were there. All were flabby and discolored, as all tramps are under their deceptive sunburn. 2 or 3 figures seen their stay ineradicably in my mind. Old Daddy, aged 74 with his truss and his red, watering eyes. A herring-gutted starveling with sparse beard and sunken cheeks, looking like the corpse of Lazarus in some primitive picture. An imbecile wandering hither and thither with vague giggles, coyly pleased because his trousers constantly slipped down and left him nude. But few of us were greatly better than these. There were not 10 decently built men among us, and half, I believe, should have been in hospital. This being Sunday, we were to be kept in the spike over the weekend. As soon as the doctor had gone, we were herded back to the dining room, and its door shut upon us. It was a lime-washed, stone-floored room, unspeakably dreary with its furniture of deal boards and benches, and its prison smell. The windows were so high up that one could not look outside, and the sole ornament was a set of rules threatening dire penalties to any casual who misconducted himself. We packed the room so tight that one could not move an elbow without jostling somebody. Already, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we were bored with our captivity. There was nothing to talk about except the petty gossip of the road, the good and bad spikes, the charitable and uncharitable counties, the iniquities of the police and the Salvation Army. Tramps hardly ever get away from these subjects. They talk, as it were, nothing but shop. They have nothing worthy to be called conversation, because emptiness of belly leaves no speculation in their souls. The world is too much with them. Their next meal is never quite secure, and so they cannot think of anything except the next meal. 2 hours dragged by. Old Daddy, witless with age, sat silent, his back bent like a bow and his inflamed eyes dripping slowly onto the floor. George, a dirty old tramp notorious for the queer habit of sleeping in his hat, grumbled about a parcel of Tommy that he had lost on the road. Bill the moocher, the best-built man of us all, a Herculean sturdy beggar who smelt of beer even after 12 hours in the spike, told tales of mooching, of pints stood him in the boozers, and of a parson who had preached to the police and got him 7 days. William and Fred, 2 young ex-fishermen from Norfolk, sang a sad song about unhappy Bella, who was betrayed and died in the snow. The imbecile drivelled about an imaginary toff who had once given him 257 golden sovereigns. So the time passed, with dull talk and dull obscenities. Everyone was smoking except Scotty, whose tobacco had been seized, and he was so miserable in his smokeless state that I stood him the making of a cigarette. We smoked furtively, hiding our cigarettes like schoolboys when we heard the tramp major's step, for smoking, though connived at, was officially forbidden. Most of the tramps spent 10 consecutive hours in this dreary room. It is hard to imagine how they put up with it. I have come to think that boredom is the worst of all a tramp's evils, worse than hunger and discomfort, worse even than the constant feeling of being socially disgraced. It is a silly piece of cruelty to confine an ignorant man all day with nothing to do. It is like chaining a dog in a barrel. Only an educated man who has consolations within himself can endure confinement. Tramps, unlettered types as nearly all of them are, face their poverty with blank, resourceless minds. Fixed for 10 hours on a comfortless bench, they know no way of occupying themselves, and if they think at all, it is to whimper about hard luck and pine for work. They have not the stuff in them to endure the horrors of idleness. And so, since so much of their lives is spent in doing nothing, they suffer agonies from boredom. I was much luckier than the others, because at 10 o'clock the tramp major picked me out for the most coveted of all jobs in the spike, the job of helping in the workhouse kitchen. There was not really any work to be done there, and I was able to make off and hide in a shed used for storing potatoes, together with some workhouse paupers who were skulking to avoid the Sunday morning service. There was a stove burning there, and comfortable packing cases to sit on, and back numbers of the Family Herald, and even a copy of Raffles from the workhouse library. It was paradise after the spike. Also, I had my dinner from the workhouse table, and it was one of the biggest meals I have ever eaten. A tramp does not see such a meal twice in the year, in the spike or out of it. The paupers told me that they always gorged to the bursting point on Sundays and went hungry 6 days of the week. When the meal was over, the cook set me to do the washing up and told me to throw away the food that remained. The wastage was astonishing. Great dishes of beef and bucketfuls of bread and vegetables were pitched away like rubbish, and then defiled with tea leaves. I filled 5 dustbins to overflowing with good food, and while I did so, my fellow tramps were sitting 200 yards away in the spike, their bellies half filled with the spike dinner of the everlasting bread and tea, and perhaps 2 cold boiled potatoes each in honor of Sunday. It appeared that the food was thrown away from deliberate policy, rather than that it should be given to the tramps. At 3, I left the workhouse kitchen and went back to the spike. The boredom in that crowded, comfortless room was now unbearable. Even smoking had ceased, for a tramp's only tobacco is picked-up cigarette ends, and like a browsing beast, he starves if he is long away from the pavement pasture. To occupy the time, I talked with a rather superior tramp, a young carpenter who wore a collar and tie, and was on the road, he said, for lack of a set of tools. He kept a little aloof from the other tramps, and held himself more like a free man than a casual. He had literary tastes, too, and carried one of Scott's novels on all his wanderings. He told me he never entered a spike unless driven there by hunger, sleeping under hedges and behind ricks in preference. Along the south coast he had begged by day and slept in bathing machines for weeks at a time. We talked of life on the road. He criticized the system which makes a tramp spend 14 hours a day in the spike, and the other 10 in walking and dodging the police. He spoke of his own case, 6 months at the public charge for want of £3 worth of tools. It was idiotic, he said. Then I told him about the wastage of food in the workhouse kitchen, and what I thought of it. And at that he changed his tune immediately. I saw that I had awakened the purenter who sleeps in every English workman. Though he had been famished along with the rest, he at once saw reasons why the food should have been thrown away rather than given to the tramps. He admonished me quite severely. "They have to do it," he said. "If they made these places too pleasant, you'd have all the scum of the country flocking into them. It's only the bad food as keeps all that scum away. These tramps are too lazy to work, that's all that's wrong with them. You don't want to go encouraging of them. They're scum." I produced arguments to prove him wrong, but he would not listen. He kept repeating, "You don't want to have any pity on these tramps, scum they are. You don't want to judge them by the same standards as men like you and me. They're scum, just scum." It was interesting to see how subtly he disassociated himself from his fellow tramps. He has been on the road 6 months, but in the sight of God he seemed to imply he was not a tramp. His body might be in the spike, but his spirit soared far away, in the pure ether of the middle classes. The clock's hands crept round with excruciating slowness. We were too bored even to talk now. The only sound was of oaths and reverberating yawns. One would force his eyes away from the clock for what seemed an age, and then look back again to see that the hands had advanced 3 minutes. Ennui clogged our souls like cold mutton fat. Our bones ached because of it. The clock's hands stood at 4, and supper was not till 6, and there was nothing left remarkable beneath the visiting moon. At last 6 o'clock did come, and the tramp major and his assistant arrived with supper. The yawning tramps brisked up like lions at feeding time, but the meal was a dismal disappointment. The bread, bad enough in the morning, was now positively uneatable. It was so hard that even the strongest jaws could make little impression on it. The older men went almost supperless, and not a man could finish his portion, hungry though most of us were. When we had finished, the blankets were served out immediately, and we were hustled off once more to the bare, chilly cells. 13 hours went by. At 7 we were awakened, and rushed forth to squabble over the water in the bathroom, and bolt our ration of bread and tea. Our time in the spike was up, but we could not go until the doctor had examined us again, for the authorities have a terror of smallpox and its distribution by tramps. The doctor kept us waiting 2 hours this time, and it was 10 o'clock before we finally escaped. At last it was time to go, and we were let out into the yard. How bright everything looked, and how sweet the winds did blow after the gloomy, reeking spike. The tramp major handed each man his bundle of confiscated possessions, and a hunk of bread and cheese for midday dinner, and then we took the road, hastening to get out of sight of the spike and its discipline. This was our interim of freedom. After a day and 2 nights of wasted time, we had 8 hours or so to take our recreation, to scour the roads for cigarette ends, to beg, and to look for work. Also, we had to make our 10, 15, or it might be 20 miles to the next spike, where the game would begin anew. I disinterred my 8pence and took the road with Nobby, a respectable, downhearted tramp who carried a spare pair of boots and visited all the labor exchanges. Our late companions were scattering north, south, east, and west, like bugs into a mattress. Only the imbecile loitered at the spike gates, until the tramp major had to chase him away. Nobby and I set out for Croydon. It was a quiet road, there were no cars passing, the blossom covered the chestnut trees like great wax candles. Everything was so quiet and smelt so clean. It was hard to realize that only a few minutes ago we had been packed with that band of prisoners in a stench of drains and soft soap. The others had all disappeared. We too seemed to be the only tramps on the road. Then I heard a hurried step behind me and felt a tap on my arm. It was little Scotty, who had run panting after us. He pulled a rusty tin box from his pocket. He wore a friendly smile like a man who is repaying an obligation. "Here y'are, mate," he said cordially. "I owe you some fag ends. You stood me a smoke yesterday. The tramp major give me back my box of fag ends when we come out this morning. One good turn deserves another, here y'are." And he put 4 sodden, debauched, loathly cigarette ends into my hand. 1931, a hanging it was in Burma, a sodden morning of the rains. A sickly light, like yellow tinfoil, was slanting over the high walls into the jail yard. We were waiting outside the condemned cells, a row of sheds fronted with double bars, like small animal cages. Each cell measured about 10 feet by 10 and was quite bare within except for a plank bed and a pot of drinking water. In some of them, brown, silent men were squatting at the inner bars, with their blankets draped round them. These were the condemned men, due to be hanged within the next week or two. One prisoner had been brought out of his cell. He was a Hindu, a puny wisp of a man with a shaven head and vague liquid eyes. He had a thick, sprouting mustache, absurdly too big for his body, rather like the mustache of a comic man on the films. 6 tall Indian warders were guarding him and getting him ready for the gallows. 2 of them stood by with rifles and fixed bayonets, while the others handcuffed him, passed a chain through his handcuffs and fixed it to their belts, and lashed his arms tight to his sides. They crowded very close about him, with their hands always on him in a careful, caressing grip, as though all the while feeling him to make sure he was there. It was like men handling a fish which is still alive and may jump back into the water. But he stood quite unresisting, yielding his arms limply to the ropes, as though he hardly noticed what was happening. 8 o'clock struck and a bugle call, desolately thin in the wet air, floated from the distant barracks. The superintendent of the jail, who was standing apart from the rest of us, moodily prodding the gravel with his stick, raised his head at the sound. He was an army doctor with a gray toothbrush mustache and a gruff voice. "For God's sake, hurry up, Francis," he said irritably. The man ought to have been dead by this time. "Aren't you ready yet?" Francis, the head jailer, a fat Dravidian in a white drill suit and gold spectacles, waved his black hand. Yes, sir," he bubbled. "All is satisfactorily prepared. The hangman is waiting. We shall proceed." "Well, quick march then. The prisoners can't get their breakfast till this job's over." We set out for the gallows. 2 warders marched on either side of the prisoner with their rifles at the slope. 2 others marched close against him, gripping him by arm and shoulder, as though at once pushing and supporting him. The rest of us, magistrates and the like, followed behind. Suddenly, when we had gone 10 yards, the procession stopped short without any order or warning. A dreadful thing had happened. A dog, come goodness knows whence, had appeared in the yard. It came bounding among us with a loud volley of barks, and leapt round us wagging its whole body, wild with glee at finding so many human beings together. It was a large woolly dog, half Airedale, half pariah. For a moment it pranced round us, and then, before anyone could stop it, it had made a dash for the prisoner, and jumping up tried to lick his face. Everyone stood aghast, too taken aback even to grab at the dog. "Who let that bloody brute in here?" said the superintendent angrily. "Catch it, someone." A warder, detached from the escort, charged clumsily after the dog, but it danced and gamboled just out of his reach, taking everything as part of the game. A young Eurasian jailer picked up a handful of gravel and tried to stone the dog away, but it dodged the stones and came after us again. Its yaps echoed from the jail walls. The prisoner, in the grasp of the 2 warders, looked on incuriously, as though this was another formality of the hanging. It was several minutes before someone managed to catch the dog. Then we put my handkerchief through its collar and moved off once more, with the dog still straining and whimpering. It was about 40 yards to the gallows. I watched the bare, brown back of the prisoner marching in front of me. He walked clumsily with his bound arms, but quite steadily, with that bobbing gait of the Indian who never straightens his knees. At each step his muscles slid neatly into place. The lock of hair on his scalp danced up and down. His feet printed themselves on the wet gravel. And once, in spite of the men who gripped him by each shoulder, he stepped slightly aside to avoid a puddle on the path. It is curious, but till that moment I had never realized what it means to destroy a healthy, conscious man. When I saw the prisoner step aside to avoid the puddle, I saw the mystery, the unspeakable wrongness of cutting a life short when it is in full tide. This man was not dying. He was alive just as we were alive. All the organs of his body were working, bowels digesting food, skin renewing itself, nails growing, tissues forming, all toiling away in solemn foolery. His nails would still be growing when he stood on the drop, when he was falling through the air with a tenth of a second to live. His eyes saw the yellow gravel and the gray walls, and his brain still remembered, foresaw, reasoned even about puddles. He and we were a party of men walking together, seeing, hearing, feeling, understanding the same world. And in 2 minutes, with a sudden snap, one of us would be gone, one mind less, one world less. The gallows stood in a small yard, separate from the main grounds of the prison, and overgrown with tall, prickly weeds. It was a brick correction like 3 sides of a shed, with planking on top, and above that 2 beams and a crossbar with the rope dangling. The hangman, a gray-haired convict in the white uniform of the prison, was waiting beside his machine. He greeted us with a servile crouch as we entered. At a word from Francis, the 2 warders, gripping the prisoner more closely than ever, half led, half pushed him to the gallows and helped him clumsily up the ladder. Then the hangman climbed up and fixed the rope round the prisoner's neck. We stood waiting 5 yards away. The warders had formed in a rough circle round the gallows, and then when the noose was fixed, the prisoner began crying out on his God. It was a high, reiterated cry of Ram, 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 not urgent and fearful like a prayer or a cry for help, but steady, rhythmical, almost like the tolling of a bell. The dog answered the sound with a whine. The hangman, still standing on the gallows, produced a small cotton bag like a flour bag and drew it down over the prisoner's face. But the sound, muffled by the cloth, still persisted over and over again. Ram, 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 ram. The hangman climbed down and stood ready, holding the lever. Minutes seemed to pass. The steady, muffled crying from the prisoner went on and on, ram, 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 never faltering for an instant. The superintendent, his head on his chest, was slowly poking the ground with his stick. Perhaps he was counting the cries, allowing the prisoner a fixed number, 50, perhaps, or 100. Everyone had changed color. The Indians had gone gray like bad coffee, and 1 or 2 of the bayonets were wavering. We looked at the lashed, hooded man on the drop and listened to his cries, each cry another second of life. The same thought was in all our minds. Oh, kill him quickly, get it over, stop that abominable noise. Suddenly the superintendent made up his mind. Throwing up his head, he made a swift motion with his stick. Chalo, he shouted almost fiercely. There was a clanking noise and then dead silence. The prisoner had vanished and the rope was twisting on itself. I let go of the dog and it galloped immediately to the back of the gallows. But when it got there, it stopped short, barked, and then retreated into a corner of the yard where it stood among the weeds, looking timorously out at us. We went round the gallows to inspect the prisoner's body. He was dangling with his toes pointed straight downwards, very slowly revolving, as dead as a stone. The superintendent reached out with his stick and poked the bare body. It oscillated slightly. "He's all right," said the superintendent. He backed out from under the gallows and blew out a deep breath. The moody look had gone out of his face quite suddenly. He glanced at his wristwatch. 8 minutes past 8. Well, that's all for this morning, thank God. The warders unfixed bayonets and marched away. The dog, sobered and conscious of having misbehaved itself, slipped after them. We walked out of the gallows yard, past the condemned cells with their waiting prisoners, into the big central yard of the prison. The convicts, under the command of warders armed with lathis, were already receiving their breakfast. They squatted in long rows, each man holding a tin pannikin, while two warders with buckets marched round ladling out rice. It seemed quite a homely, jolly scene after the hanging. An enormous relief had come upon us now that the job was done. One felt an impulse to sing, to break into a run, to snigger. All at once everyone began chattering gaily. The Eurasian boy walking beside me nodded towards the way we had come, with a knowing smile. "Do you know, sir, our friend," he meant the dead man, when he heard his appeal had been dismissed, he pissed on the floor of his cell, from fright. "Kindly take one of my cigarettes, sir. Do you not admire my new silver case, sir? From the boxwallah, 2 rupees 8 annas, classy European style." Several people laughed at what nobody seemed certain. Francis was walking by the superintendent, talking garrulously. "Well, sir, all has passed off with the utmost satisfactoriness. It was all finished, flick, like that. It is not always so, oh no. I have known cases where the doctor was obliged to go beneath the gallows and pull the prisoner's legs to ensure decease. Most disagreeable. Wriggling about, eh? That's bad," said the superintendent. "Och, sir, it is worse when they become refractory. One man, I recall, clung to the bars of his cage when we went to take him out. You will scarcely credit, sir, that it took 6 warders to dislodge him, 3 pulling at each leg. We reasoned with him. 'My dear fellow,' we said, 'think of all the pain and trouble you are causing to us.' But no, he would not listen. Och, he was very troublesome. I found that I was laughing quite loudly. Everyone was laughing. Even the superintendent grinned in a tolerant way. 'You'd better all come out and have a drink,' he said quite genially. 'I've got a bottle of whiskey in the car. We could do with it.' We went through the big double gates of the prison into the road. 'Pulling at his legs,' exclaimed a Burmese magistrate suddenly, and burst into a loud chuckling. We all began laughing again. At that moment Francis's anecdote seemed extraordinarily funny. We all had a drink together, native and European alike, quite amicably. The dead man was 100 yards away. 1930, one shooting an elephant in Moulmein, in Lower Burma. I was hated by large numbers of people. The only time in my life that I have been important enough for this to happen to me. I was subdivisional police officer of the town, and in an aimless, petty kind of way anti-European feeling was very bitter. No one had the guts to raise a riot, but if a European woman went through the bazaars alone, somebody would probably spit beetle juice over her dress. As a police officer, I was an obvious target and was baited whenever it seemed safe to do so. When a nimble Burman tripped me up on the football field and the referee, another Burman, looked the other way, the crowd yelled with hideous laughter. This happened more than once. In the end, the sneering yellow faces of young men that met me everywhere, the insults hooted after me when I was at a safe distance, got badly on my nerves. The young Buddhist priests were the worst of all. There were several thousands of them in the town, and none of them seemed to have anything to do except stand on street corners and jeer at Europeans. All this was perplexing and upsetting. For at that time I had already made up my mind that imperialism was an evil thing, and the sooner I chucked up my job and got out of it the better. Theoretically, and secretly of course, I was all for the Burmese and all against their oppressors, the British. As for the job I was doing, I hated it more bitterly than I can perhaps make clear. In a job like that you see the dirty work of empire at close quarters. The wretched prisoners huddling in the stinking cages of the lockups, the gray, cowed faces of the long-term convicts, the scarred buttocks of the men who had been flogged with bamboos, all these oppressed me with an intolerable sense of guilt. But I could get nothing into perspective. I was young and ill-educated, and I had had to think out my problems in the utter silence that is imposed on every Englishman in the East. I did not even know that the British Empire is dying. Still less did I know that it is a great deal better than the younger empires that are going to supplant it. All I knew was that I was stuck between my hatred of the empire I served and my rage against the evil-spirited little beasts who tried to make my job impossible. With one part of my mind, I thought of the British Raj as an unbreakable tyranny, as something clamped down, in secula seculorum, upon the will of prostrate peoples. With another part, I thought that the greatest joy in the world would be to drive a bayonet into a Buddhist priest's guts. Feelings like these are the normal byproducts of imperialism. Ask any Anglo-Indian official if you can catch him off duty. One day something happened which in a roundabout way was enlightening. It was a tiny incident in itself, but it gave me a better glimpse than I had had before of the real nature of imperialism, the real motives for which despotic governments act. Early one morning, the sub-inspector at a police station, the other end of town, rang me up on the phone and said that an elephant was ravaging the bazaar. Would I please come and do something about it? I did not know what I could do, but I wanted to see what was happening, and I got onto a pony and started out. I took my rifle, an old .44 Winchester and much too small to kill an elephant, but I thought the noise might be useful in terrorum. Various Burmans stopped me on the way and told me about the elephant's doings. It was not, of course, a wild elephant, but a tame one which had gone must. It had been chained up as tame elephants always are when their attack of must is due, but on the previous night it had broken its chain and escaped. Its mahout, the only person who could manage it when it was in that state, had set out in pursuit, but he had taken the wrong direction and was now 12 hours' journey away, and in the morning the elephant had suddenly reappeared in the town. The Burmese population had no weapons and were quite helpless against it. It had already destroyed somebody's bamboo hut, killed a cow and raided some fruit stalls and devoured the stock. Also, it had met the municipal rubbish van, and when the driver jumped out and took to his heels, had turned the van over and inflicted violence upon it. The Burmese sub-inspector and some Indian constables were waiting for me in the quarter where the elephant had been seen. It was a very poor quarter, a labyrinth of squalid bamboo huts, thatched with palm leaf, winding all over a steep hillside. I remember that it was a cloudy, stuffy morning at the beginning of the rains. We began questioning the people as to where the elephant had gone, and as usual, failed to get any definite information. That is invariably the case in the East. A story always sounds clear enough at a distance, but the nearer you get to the scene of events, the vaguer it becomes. Some of the people said that the elephant had gone in one direction. Some said that he had gone in another. Some professed not even to have heard of any elephant. I had almost made up my mind that the whole story was a pack of lies when we heard yells a little distance away. There was a loud, scandalized cry of "Go away, child! Go away this instant!" And an old woman with a switch in her hand came round the corner of a hut, violently shooing away a crowd of naked children. Some more women followed, clicking their tongues and exclaiming. Evidently there was something there that the children ought not to have seen. I rounded the hut and saw a man's dead body sprawling in the mud. He was an Indian, a black Dravidian coolie, almost naked, and he could not have been dead many minutes. The people said that the elephant had come suddenly upon him round the corner of the hut, caught him with its trunk, put its foot on his back and ground him into the earth. This was the rainy season and the ground was soft, and his face had scored a trench a foot deep and a couple of yards long. He was lying on his belly with arms crucified and head sharply twisted to one side. His face was coated with mud, the eyes wide open, the teeth bared and grinning with an expression of unendurable agony. Never tell me, by the way, that the dead look peaceful. Most of the corpses I have seen look devilish. The friction of the great beast's foot had stripped the skin from his back, as neatly as one skins a rabbit. As soon as I saw the dead man, I sent an orderly to a friend's house nearby to borrow an elephant rifle. I had already sent back the pony, not wanting it to go mad with fright and throw me if it smelled the elephant. The orderly came back in a few minutes with a rifle and 5 cartridges, and meanwhile some Burmans had arrived and told us that the elephant was in the paddy fields below, only a few hundred yards away. As I started forward, practically the whole population of the quarter flocked out of their houses and followed me. They had seen the rifle and were all shouting excitedly that I was going to shoot the elephant. They had not shown much interest in the elephant when he was merely ravaging their homes, but it was different now that he was going to be shot. It was a bit of fun to them, as it would be to an English crowd. Besides, they wanted the meat. It made me vaguely uneasy. I had no intention of shooting the elephant. I had merely sent for the rifle to defend myself if necessary, and it is always unnerving to have a crowd following you. I marched down the hill, looking and feeling a fool, with the rifle over my shoulder and an ever-growing army of people jostling at my heels. At the bottom, when you got away from the huts, there was a metalled road, and beyond that a miry waste of paddy fields 1,000 yards across, not yet plowed but soggy from the first rains and dotted with coarse grass. The elephant was standing 80 yards from the road, his left side towards us. He took not the slightest notice of the crowd's approach. He was tearing up bunches of grass, beating them against his knees to clean them and stuffing them into his mouth. I had halted on the road. As soon as I saw the elephant, I knew with perfect certainty that I ought not to shoot him. It is a serious matter to shoot a working elephant. It is comparable to destroying a huge and costly piece of machinery, and obviously one ought not to do it if it can possibly be avoided. And at that distance, peacefully eating, the elephant looked no more dangerous than a cow. I thought then, and I think now, that his attack of must was already passing off, in which case he would merely wander harmlessly about until the mahout came back and caught him. Moreover, I did not in the least want to shoot him. I decided that I would watch him for a little while to make sure that he did not turn savage again and then go home. But at that moment I glanced round at the crowd that had followed me. It was an immense crowd, 2,000 at the least, and growing every minute. It blocked the road for a long distance on either side. I looked at the sea of yellow faces above the garish clothes, faces all happy and excited over this bit of fun, all certain that the elephant was going to be shot. They were watching me as they would watch a conjurer about to perform a trick. They did not like me, but with the magical rifle in my hands I was momentarily worth watching. And suddenly I realized that I should have to shoot the elephant after all. The people expected it of me, and I had got to do it. I could feel their 2,000 wills pressing me forward irresistibly. And it was at this moment, as I stood there with the rifle in my hands, that I first grasped the hollowness, the futility of the white man's dominion in the East. Here was I, the white man with his gun, standing in front of the unarmed native crowd, seemingly the leading actor of the piece. But in reality I was only an absurd puppet pushed to and fro by the will of those yellow faces behind. I perceived in this moment that when the white man turns tyrant, it is his own freedom that he destroys. He becomes a sort of hollow, posing dummy, the conventionalized figure of a sahib. For it is the condition of his rule that he shall spend his life in trying to impress the natives, and so in every crisis he has got to do what the natives expect of him. He wears a mask, and his face grows to fit it. I had got to shoot the elephant. I had committed myself to doing it when I sent for the rifle. A sahib has got to act like a sahib. He has got to appear resolute, to know his own mind and do definite things. To come all that way, rifle in hand, with 2,000 people marching at my heels, and then to trail feebly away having done nothing. No, that was impossible. The crowd would laugh at me. And my whole life, every white man's life in the East, was one long struggle not be laughed at. But I did not want to shoot the elephant. I watched him beating his bunch of grass against his knees, with that preoccupied grandmotherly air that elephants have. It seemed to me that it would be murder to shoot him. At that age I was not squeamish about killing animals, but I had never shot an elephant and never wanted to. Somehow it always seems worse to kill a large animal. Besides, there was the beast's owner to be considered. Alive, the elephant was worth at least 100 pounds. Dead, he would only be worth the value of his tusks, 5 pounds possibly. But I had got to act quickly. I turned to some experienced-looking Burmans who had been there when we arrived, and asked them how the elephant had been behaving. They all said the same thing. He took no notice of you if you left him alone, but he might charge if you went too close to him. It was perfectly clear to me what I ought to do. I ought to walk up to within, say, 25 yards of the elephant and test his behavior. If he charged, I could shoot. If he took no notice of me, it would be safe to leave him until the mahout came back. But also I knew that I was going to do no such thing. I was a poor shot with a rifle, and the ground was soft mud into which one would sink at every step. If the elephant charged and I missed him, I should have about as much chance as a toad under a steamroller. But even then I was not thinking particularly of my own skin, only the watchful yellow faces behind. For at that moment, with the crowd watching me, I was not afraid in the ordinary sense, as I would have been if I had been alone. A white man mustn't be frightened in front of natives, and so, in general, he isn't frightened. The sole thought in my mind was that if anything went wrong, those 2,000 Burmans would see me pursued, caught, trampled on, and reduced to a grinning corpse like that Indian up the hill. And if that happened, it was quite probable that some of them would laugh. That would never do. There was only one alternative. I shoved the cartridges into the magazine and lay down on the road to get a better aim. The crowd grew very still, and a deep, low, happy sigh, as of people who see the theater curtain go up at last, breathed from innumerable throats. They were going to have their bit of fun after all. The rifle was a beautiful German thing with crosshair sights. I did not then know that in shooting an elephant one should shoot to cut an imaginary bar running from ear hole to ear hole. I ought therefore, as the elephant was sideways on, to have aimed straight at his ear hole. Actually, I aimed several inches in front of this, thinking the brain would be further forward. When I pulled the trigger, I did not hear the bang or feel the kick. One never does when a shot goes home, but I heard the devilish roar of glee that went up from the crowd. In that instant, in too short a time, one would have thought, even for the bullet to get there, a mysterious, terrible change had come over the elephant. He neither stirred nor fell, but every line of his body had altered. He looked suddenly stricken, shrunken, immensely old, as though the frightful impact of the bullet had paralyzed him without knocking him down. At last, after what seemed a long time, it might have been 5 seconds, I dare say, he sagged flabbily to his knees. His mouth slobbered. An enormous senility seemed to have settled upon him. One could have imagined him thousands of years old. I fired again into the same spot. At the second shot he did not collapse but climbed with desperate slowness to his feet and stood weakly upright, with legs sagging and head drooping. I fired a third time. That was the shot that did for him. You could see the agony of it jolt his whole body and knock the last remnant of strength from his legs. But in falling he seemed for a moment to rise, for as his hind legs collapsed beneath him, he seemed to tower upwards like a huge rock toppling, his trunk reaching skyward like a tree. He trumpeted for the first and only time. And then down he came, his belly towards me, with a crash that seemed to shake the ground even where I lay. I got up. The Burmans were already racing past me across the mud. It was obvious that the elephant would never rise again, but he was not dead. He was breathing very rhythmically with long, rattling gasps, his great mound of a side painfully rising and falling. His mouth was wide open. I could see far down into caverns of pale pink throat. I waited a long time for him to die, but his breathing did not weaken. Finally, I fired 2 remaining shots into the spot where I thought his heart must be. The thick blood welled out of him like red velvet, but still he did not die. His body did not even jerk when the shots hit him. The tortured breathing continued without a pause. He was dying, very slowly and in great agony, but in some world remote from me where not even a bullet could damage him further. I felt that I had got to put an end to that dreadful noise. It seemed dreadful to see the great beast lying there, powerless to move and yet powerless to die, and not even to be able to finish him. I sent back for my small rifle and poured shot after shot into his heart and down his throat. They seemed to make no impression. The tortured gasps continued as steadily as the ticking of a clock. In the end, I could not stand it any longer and went away. I heard later that it took him half an hour to die. Burmans were arriving with dahs and baskets even before I left, and I was told they had stripped his body almost to the bones by the afternoon. Afterwards, of course, there were endless discussions about the shooting of the elephant. The owner was furious, but he was only an Indian and could do nothing. Besides, legally I had done the right thing, for a mad elephant has to be killed like a mad dog if its owner fails to control it. Among the Europeans, opinion was divided. The older men said I was right. The younger men said it was a damn shame to shoot an elephant for killing a coolie, because an elephant was worth more than any damn Korangi coolie. And afterwards I was very glad that the coolie had been killed. It put me legally in the right, and it gave me a sufficient pretext for shooting the elephant. I often wondered whether any of the others grasped that I had done it solely to avoid looking a fool. 1936 bookshop memories when I worked in a second-hand bookshop. So easily pictured, if you don't work in one, as a kind of paradise where charming old gentlemen browse eternally among calf-bound folios. The thing that chiefly struck me was the rarity of really bookish people. Our shop had an exceptionally interesting stock, yet I doubt whether 10% of our customers knew a good book from a bad one. First edition snobs were much commoner than lovers of literature, but Oriental students haggling over cheap textbooks were commoner still, and vague-minded women looking for birthday presents for their nephews were commonest of all. Many of the people who came to us were of the kind who would be a nuisance anywhere but have special opportunities in a bookshop. For example, the dear old lady who wants a book for an invalid, a very common demand that, and the other dear old lady who read such a nice book in 1897 and wonders whether you can find her a copy. Unfortunately, she doesn't remember the title or the author's name or what the book was about, but she does remember that it had a red cover. But apart from these, there are 2 well-known types of pest by whom every second-hand bookshop is haunted. One is the decayed person smelling of old bread crusts who comes every day, sometimes several times a day, and tries to sell you worthless books. The other is the person who orders large quantities of books for which he has not the smallest intention of paying. In our shop, we sold nothing on credit, but we would put books aside, or order them if necessary, for people who arranged to fetch them away later. Scarcely half the people who ordered books from us ever came back. It used to puzzle me at first. What made them do it? They would come in and demand some rare and expensive book, would make us promise over and over again to keep it for them, and then would vanish never to return. But many of them, of course, were unmistakable paranoics. They used to talk in a grandiose manner about themselves, and tell the most ingenious stories to explain how they had happened to come out of doors without any money, stories which, in many cases, I am sure they themselves believed. In a town like London, there are always plenty of not quite certifiable lunatics walking the streets, and they tend to gravitate towards bookshops, because a bookshop is one of the few places where you can hang about for a long time without spending any money. In the end, one gets to know these people almost at a glance. For all their big talk, there is something moth-eaten and aimless about them. Very often, when we were dealing with an obvious paranoiac, we would put aside the books he asked for and then put them back on the shelves the moment he had gone. None of them, I noticed, ever attempted to take books away without paying for them. Merely to order them was enough. It gave them, I suppose, the illusion that they were spending real money. Like most second-hand bookshops, we had various sidelines. We sold second-hand typewriters, for instance, and also stamps, used stamps, I mean. Stamp collectors are a strange, silent, fish-like breed of all ages, but only of the male sex. Women, apparently, fail to see the peculiar charm of gumming bits of colored paper into albums. We also sold sixpenny horoscopes compiled by somebody who claimed to have foretold the Japanese earthquake. They were in sealed envelopes, and I never opened one of them myself. But the people who bought them often came back and told us how true their horoscopes had been. Doubtless any horoscope seems true if it tells you that you are highly attractive to the opposite sex and your worst fault is generosity. We did a good deal of business in children's books, chiefly remainders. Modern books for children are rather horrible things, especially when you see them in the mass. Personally, I would sooner give a child a copy of Petronius Arbiter than Peter Pan, but even Barry seems manly and wholesome compared with some of his later imitators. At Christmas time, we spent a feverish 10 days struggling with Christmas cards and calendars, which are tiresome things to sell but good business while the season lasts. It used to interest me to see the brutal cynicism with which Christian sentiment is exploited. The touts from the Christmas card firms used to come round with their catalogs as early as June. A phrase from one of their invoices sticks in my memory. It was, $2, infant Jesus with rabbits. But our principal sideline was a lending library. The usual twopenny no deposit library of 500 or 600 volumes, all fiction. How the book thieves must love those libraries. It is the easiest crime in the world to borrow a book at one shop for tuppence, remove the label and sell it at another shop for a shilling. Nevertheless, booksellers generally find that it pays them better to have a certain number of books stolen. We used to lose about a dozen a month, than to frighten customers away by demanding a deposit. Our shop stood exactly on the frontier between Hampstead and Camden Town, and we were frequented by all types from baronets to bus conductors. Probably our library subscribers were a fair cross-section of London's reading public. It is therefore worth noting that of all the authors in our library, the one who went out the best was Priestley, Hemingway, Walpole, Wodehouse. No, Ethel M. Dell, with Warwick Deeping a good second and Geoffrey Farnall, I should say, third. Dell's novels, of course, are read solely by women, but by women of all kinds and ages, and not, as one might expect, merely by wistful spinsters and the fat wives of tobacconists. It is not true that men don't read novels, but it is true that there are whole branches of fiction that they avoid. Roughly speaking, what one might call the average novel, the ordinary, good-bad, Galsworthy and water stuff which is the norm of the English novel, seems to exist only for women. Men read either the novels it is possible to respect or detective stories. But their consumption of detective stories is terrific. One of our subscribers, to my knowledge, read 4 or 5 detective stories every week for over a year, besides others which he got from another library. What chiefly surprised me was that he never read the same book twice. Apparently the whole of that frightful torrent of trash, the pages read every year would, I calculated, cover nearly 3/4 of an acre, was stored forever in his memory. He took no notice of titles or authors' names, but he could tell by merely glancing into a book whether he had had it already. In a lending library, you see people's real tastes, not their pretended ones. And one thing that strikes you is how completely the classical English novelists have dropped out of favor. It is simply useless to put Dickens, Thackeray, Jane Austen, Trollope, etc. into the ordinary lending library. Nobody takes them out. At the mere sight of a 19th century novel, people say, "Oh, but that's old," and shy away immediately. Yet it is always fairly easy to sell Dickens, just as it is always easy to sell Shakespeare. Dickens is one of those authors whom people are always meaning to read, and like the Bible, he is widely known at second hand. People know by hearsay that Bill Sikes was a burglar, and that Mr. Micawber had a bald head, just as they know by hearsay that Moses was found in a basket of bulrushes and saw the back parts of the Lord. Another thing that is very noticeable is the growing unpopularity of American books. And another, the publishers get into a stew about this every 2 or 3 years, is the unpopularity of short stories. The kind of person who asks the librarian to choose a book for him nearly always starts by saying, "I don't want short stories," or "I do not desire little stories," as a German customer of ours used to put it. If you ask them why, they sometimes explain that it is too much fag to get used to a new set of characters with every story. They like to get into a novel which demands no further thought after the first chapter. I believe, though, that the writers are more to blame here than the readers. Most modern short stories, English and American, are utterly lifeless and worthless, far more so than most novels. The short stories which are stories are popular enough. V.D.H. Lawrence, whose short stories are as popular as his novels. Would I like to be a bookseller de métier? On the whole, in spite of my employer's kindness to me, and some happy days I spent in the shop, number given a good pitch and the right amount of capital, any educated person ought to be able to make a small, secure living out of a bookshop. Unless one goes in for rare books, it is not a difficult trade to learn, and you start at a great advantage if you know anything about the insides of books. Most booksellers don't. You can get their measure by having a look at the trade papers where they advertise their wants. If you don't see an ad for Boswell's Decline and Fall, you are pretty sure to see one for The Mill on the Floss by T.S. Eliot. Also, it is a humane trade which is not capable of being vulgarized beyond a certain point. The combines can never squeeze the small independent bookseller out of existence as they have squeezed the grocer and the milkman. But the hours of work are very long. I was only a part-time employee, but my employer put in a 70-hour week, apart from constant expeditions out of hours to buy books, and it is an unhealthy life. As a rule, a bookshop is horribly cold in winter, because if it is too warm the windows get misted over, and a bookseller lives on his windows. And books give off more and nastier dust than any other class of objects yet invented, and the top of a book is the place where every bluebottle prefers to die. But the real reason why I should not like to be in the book trade for life is that while I was in it I lost my love of books. A bookseller has to tell lies about books, and that gives him a distaste for them. Still worse is the fact that he is constantly dusting them and hauling them to and fro. There was a time when I really did love books, loved the sight and smell and feel of them, I mean, at least if they were 50 or more years old. Nothing pleased me quite so much as to buy a job lot of them for $1 at a country auction. There is a peculiar flavor about the battered, unexpected books you pick up in that kind of collection. Minor 18th century poets, out-of-date gazetteers, odd volumes of forgotten novels, bound numbers of ladies' magazines of the 60s. For casual reading in your bath, for instance, or late at night when you are too tired to go to bed, or in the odd quarter of an hour before lunch, there is nothing to touch a back number of the girl's own paper. But as soon as I went to work in the bookshop, I stopped buying books. Seen in the mass, 5 or 10,000 at a time, books were boring and even slightly sickening. Nowadays, I do buy one occasionally, but only if it is a book that I want to read and can't borrow, and I never buy junk. The sweet smell of decaying paper appeals to me no longer. It is too closely associated in my mind with paranoid customers and dead blue bottles. 1936, Charles Dickens Dickens is one of those writers who are well worth stealing. Even the burial of his body in Westminster Abbey was a species of theft, if you come to think of it. When Chesterton wrote his introductions to the everyman edition of Dickens's works, it seemed quite natural to him to credit Dickens with his own highly individual brand of medievalism, and more recently a Marxist writer. Mr. T. A. Jackson has made spirited efforts to turn Dickens into a bloodthirsty revolutionary. The Marxist claims him as almost a Marxist, the Catholic claims him as almost a Catholic, and both claim him as a champion of the proletariat, or the poor, as Chesterton would have put it. On the other hand, Nadezhda Krupskaya, in her little book on Lenin, relates that towards the end of his life Lenin went to see a dramatized version of the cricket on the hearth, and found Dickens's middle-class sentimentality so intolerable that he walked out in the middle of a scene. Taking middle class to mean what Krupskaya might be expected to mean by it, this was probably a truer judgment than those of Chesterton and Jackson. But it is worth noticing that the dislike of Dickens implied in this remark is something unusual. Plenty of people have found him unreadable, but very few seem to have felt any hostility towards the general spirit of his work. Some years ago, Mr. Bechofer Roberts published a full-length attack on Dickens in the form of a novel, This Side Idolatry. But it was a merely personal attack, concerned for the most part with Dickens's treatment of his wife. It dealt with incidents which not one in 1,000 of Dickens's readers would ever hear about, and which no more invalidate his work than the second-best bed invalidates Hamlet. All that the book really demonstrated was that a writer's literary personality has little or nothing to do with his private character. It is quite possible that in private life Dickens was just the kind of insensitive egoist that Mr. Bechofer Roberts makes him appear. But in his published work, there is implied a personality quite different from this, a personality which has won him far more friends than enemies. It might well have been otherwise, for even if Dickens was a bourgeois, he was certainly a subversive writer, a radical, one might truthfully say a rebel. Everyone who has read widely in his work has felt this. Gissing, for instance, the best of the writers on Dickens, was anything but a radical himself, and he disapproved of this strain in Dickens and wished it were not there, but it never occurred to him to deny it. In Oliver Twist, Hard Times, Bleak House, Little Dorrit, Dickens attacked English institutions with a ferocity that has never since been approached. Yet he managed to do it without making himself hated, and more than this, the very people he attacked have swallowed him so completely that he has become a national institution himself. In its attitude towards Dickens, the English public has always been a little like the elephant which feels a blow with a walking stick as a delightful tickling. Before I was 10 years old, I was having Dickens ladled down my throat by schoolmasters in whom, even at that age, I could see a strong resemblance to Mr. Creakle. And one knows without needing to be told that lawyers delight in Sergeant Buzzfuzz, and that Little Dorrit is a favorite in the Home Office. Dickens seems to have succeeded in attacking everybody and antagonizing nobody. Naturally, this makes one wonder whether, after all, there was something unreal in his attack upon society. Where exactly does he stand, socially, morally, and politically? As usual, one can define his position more easily if one starts by deciding what he was not. In the first place, he was not, as Messrs. Chesterton and Jackson seem to imply, a proletarian writer. To begin with, He does not write about the proletariat, in which he merely resembles the overwhelming majority of novelists, past and present. If you look for the working classes in fiction, and especially English fiction, all you find is a hole. This statement needs qualifying perhaps. For reasons that are easy enough to see, the agricultural laborer, in England a proletarian, gets a fairly good showing in fiction, and a great deal has been written about criminals, derelicts, and more recently, the working-class intelligentsia. But the ordinary town proletariat, the people who make the wheels go round, have always been ignored by novelists. When they do find their way between the covers of a book, it is nearly always as objects of pity or as comic relief. The central action of Dickens's stories almost invariably takes place in middle-class surroundings. If one examines his novels in detail, one finds that his real subject matter is the London commercial bourgeoisie and their hangers-on, lawyers, clerks, tradesmen, innkeepers, small craftsmen, and servants. He has no portrait of an agricultural worker, and only one, Stephen Blackpool in Hard Times, of an industrial worker. The Plornishes in Little Dorrit are probably his best picture of a working-class family. The Peggotties, for instance, hardly belong to the working class, but on the whole he is not successful with this type of character. If you ask any ordinary reader which of Dickens's proletarian characters he can remember, the three he is almost certain to mention are Bill Sikes, Sam Weller, and Mrs. Gamp. A burglar, a valet, and a drunken midwife, not exactly a representative cross-section of the English working class. Secondly, in the ordinarily accepted sense of the word, Dickens is not a revolutionary writer, but his position here needs some defining. Whatever else Dickens may have been, he was not a hole-in-corner soul-saver, the kind of well-meaning idiot who thinks that the world will be perfect if you amend a few bylaws and abolish a few anomalies. It is worth comparing him with Charles Reade, for instance. Reade was a much better informed man than Dickens, and in some ways more public-spirited. He really hated the abuses he could understand. He showed them up in a series of novels which, for all their absurdity, are extremely readable, and he probably helped to alter public opinion on a few minor but important points. But it was quite beyond him to grasp that, given the existing form of society, certain evils cannot be remedied. Fasten upon this or that minor abuse, expose it, drag it into the open, bring it before a British jury, and all will be well. That is how he sees it. Dickens at any rate never imagined that you can cure pimples by cutting them off. In every page of his work one can see a consciousness that society is wrong somewhere at the root. It is when one asks, which root, that one begins to grasp his position. The truth is that Dickens's criticism of society is almost exclusively moral. Hence the utter lack of any constructive suggestion anywhere in his work. He attacks the law, parliamentary government, the educational system, and so forth, without ever clearly suggesting what he would put in their places. Of course, it is not necessarily the business of a novelist or a satirist to make constructive suggestions, but the point is that Dickens's attitude is at bottom not even destructive. There is no clear sign that he wants the existing order to be overthrown, or that he believes it would make very much difference if it were overthrown. For in reality his target is not so much society as human nature. It would be difficult to point anywhere in his books to a passage suggesting that the economic system is wrong as a system. Nowhere, for instance, does he make any attack on private enterprise or private property. Even in a book like Our Mutual Friend, which turns on the power of corpses to interfere with living people by means of idiotic wills, it does not occur to him to suggest that individuals ought not to have this irresponsible power. Of course, one can draw this inference for oneself, and one can draw it again from the remarks about Bounderby's will at the end of Hard Times, And indeed, from the whole of Dickens's work, one can infer the evil of laissez-faire capitalism. But Dickens makes no such inference himself. It is said that Macaulay refused to review Hard Times because he disapproved of its sullen socialism. Obviously, Macaulay is here using the word socialism in the same sense in which, 20 years ago, a vegetarian meal or a cubist picture used to be referred to as Bolshevism. There is not a line in the book that can properly be called socialistic. Indeed, its tendency, if anything, is pro-capitalist, because its whole moral is that capitalists ought to be kind, not that workers ought to be rebellious. Bounderby is a bullying windbag and Gradgrind has been morally blinded, but if they were better men, the system would work well enough. That all through is the implication. And so far as social criticism goes, one can never extract much more from Dickens than this, unless one deliberately reads meanings into him. His whole message is one that at first glance looks like an enormous platitude. If men would behave decently, the world would be decent. Naturally, this calls for a few characters who are in positions of authority and who do behave decently. Hence that recurrent Dickens figure, the good rich man. This character belongs especially to Dickens's early optimistic period. He is usually a merchant. We are not necessarily told what merchandise he deals in, and he is always a superhumanly kind-hearted old gentleman who trots to and fro, raising his employees' wages, patting children on the head, getting debtors out of jail, and in general acting the fairy godmother. Of course he is a pure dream figure, much further from real life than, say, Squeers or Micawber. Even Dickens must have reflected occasionally that anyone who was so anxious to give his money away would never have acquired it in the first place. Mr. Pickwick, for instance, had been in the city, but it is difficult to imagine him making a fortune there. Nevertheless, this character runs like a connecting thread through most of the earlier books. Pickwick, the Cheerybles, old Chuzzlewit, Scrooge. It is the same figure over and over again, the good rich man, handing out guineas. Dickens does, however, show signs of development here. In the books of the middle period, the good rich man fades out to some extent. There is no one who plays this part in A Tale of Two Cities, nor in Great Expectations. Great Expectations is, in fact, definitely an attack on patronage. And in Hard Times it is only very doubtfully played by Gradgrind after his reformation. The character reappears in a rather different form as Meagles in Little Dorrit and John Jarndyce in Bleak House. One might perhaps add Betsy Trotwood in David Copperfield. But in these books the good rich man has dwindled from a merchant to a rentier. This is significant. A rentier is part of the possessing class. He can, and almost without knowing it, does make other people work for him, but he has very little direct power. Unlike Scrooge or the Cheerybles, he cannot put everything right by raising everybody's wages. The seeming inference from the rather despondent books that Dickens wrote in the 50s is that by that time he had grasped the helplessness of well-meaning individuals in a corrupt society. Nevertheless, in the last completed novel, Our Mutual Friend, published 1864-5, the good rich man comes back in full glory in the person of Boffin. Boffin is a proletarian by origin and only rich by inheritance, but he is the usual deus ex machina, solving everybody's problems by showering money in all directions. He even trots like the Cheerybles. In several ways, Our Mutual Friend is a return to the earlier manner, and not an unsuccessful return either. Dickens's thoughts seem to have come full circle. Once again, individual kindliness is the remedy for everything. One crying evil of his time that Dickens says very little about is child labor. There are plenty of pictures of suffering children in his books, but usually they are suffering in schools rather than in factories. The one detailed account of child labor that he gives is the description in David Copperfield of little David washing bottles in Murdstone and Grinby's warehouse. This, of course, is autobiography. Dickens himself, at the age of 10, had worked in Warren's blacking factory in the Strand, very much as he describes it here. It was a terribly bitter memory to him, partly because he felt the whole incident to be discreditable to his parents, and he even concealed it from his wife till long after they were married. Looking back on this period, he says in David Copperfield, "It is a matter of some surprise to me, even now, that I can have been so easily thrown away at such an age." A child of excellent abilities and with strong powers of observation, quick, eager, delicate, and soon hurt bodily or mentally, it seems wonderful to me that nobody should have made any sign in my behalf. But none was made, and I became, at 10 years old, a little laboring hind in the service of Murdstone and Grinby. And again, having described the rough boys among whom he worked, no words can express the secret agony of my soul as I sunk into this companionship, and felt my hopes of growing up to be a learned and distinguished man crushed in my bosom. Obviously, it is not David Copperfield who is speaking. It is Dickens himself. He uses almost the same words in the autobiography that he began and abandoned a few months earlier. Of course, Dickens is right in saying that a gifted child ought not to work 10 hours a day pasting labels on bottles, but what he does not say is that no child ought to be condemned to such a fate, and there is no reason for inferring that he thinks it. David escapes from the warehouse, but Mick Walker and Mealy Potatoes and the others are still there, and there is no sign that this troubles Dickens particularly. As usual, he displays no consciousness that the structure of society can be changed. He despises politics, does not believe that any good can come out of Parliament. He had been a parliamentary shorthand writer, which was no doubt a disillusioning experience, and he is slightly hostile to the most hopeful movement of his day, trade unionism. In hard times, trade unionism is represented as something not much better than a racket, something that happens because employers are not sufficiently paternal. Stephen Blackpool's refusal to join the Union is rather a virtue in Dickens's eyes. Also, as Mr. Jackson has pointed out, the Apprentices' Association in Barnaby Rudge, to which Sim Tappertit belongs, is probably a hit at the illegal or barely legal unions of Dickens's own day, with their secret assemblies, passwords, and so forth. Obviously, he wants the workers to be decently treated, but there is no sign that he wants them to take their destiny into their own hands, least of all by open violence. As it happens, Dickens deals with revolution in the narrower sense in 2 novels, Barnaby Rudge and A Tale of Two Cities. In Barnaby Rudge it is a case of rioting rather than revolution. The Gordon riots of 1780, though they had religious bigotry as a pretext, seem to have been little more than a pointless outburst of looting. Dickens's attitude to this kind of thing is sufficiently indicated by the fact that his first idea was to make the ringleaders of the riots 3 lunatics escaped from an asylum. He was dissuaded from this, but the principal figure of the book is in fact a village idiot. In the chapters dealing with the riots, Dickens shows a most profound horror of mob violence. He delights in describing scenes in which the dregs of the population behave with atrocious bestiality. These chapters are of great psychological interest because they show how deeply he had brooded on this subject. The things he describes can only have come out of his imagination, for no riots on anything like the same scale had happened in his lifetime. Here is one of his descriptions, for instance. If Bedlam gates had been flung open wide, there would not have issued forth such maniacs as the frenzy of that night had made. There were men there who danced and trampled on the beds of flowers as though they trod down human enemies, and wrenched them from their stalks, like savages who twisted human necks. There were men who cast their lighted torches in the air, and suffered them to fall upon their heads and faces, blistering the skin with deep, unseemly burns. There were men who rushed up to the fire and paddled in it with their hands as if in water, and others who were restrained by force from plunging in to gratify their deadly longing. On the skull of one drunken lad, not 20 by his looks, who lay upon the ground with a bottle to his mouth, the lead from the roof came streaming down in a shower of liquid fire, white hot, melting his head like wax. But of all the howling throng not one learnt mercy from, or sickened at, these sights. Nor was the fierce, besotted, senseless rage of one man glutted. You might almost think you were reading a description of Red Spain by a partisan of General Franco. One ought, of course, to remember that when Dickens was writing, the London mob still existed. Nowadays there is no mob, only a flock. Low wages and the growth and shift of population had brought into existence a huge, dangerous slum proletariat, and until the early middle of the 19th century, there was hardly such a thing as a police force. When the brickbats began to fly, there was nothing between shuttering your windows and ordering the troops to open fire. In A Tale of Two Cities, he is dealing with a revolution which was really about something, and Dickens's attitude is different, but not entirely different. As a matter of fact, A Tale of Two Cities is a book which tends to leave a false impression behind, especially after a lapse of time. The one thing that everyone who has read A Tale of Two Cities remembers is the Reign of Terror. The whole book is dominated by the guillotine, tumbrils thundering to and fro, bloody knives, heads bouncing into the basket, and sinister old women knitting as they watch. Actually, these scenes only occupy a few chapters, but they are written with terrible intensity, and the rest of the book is rather slow going. But A Tale of Two Cities is not a companion volume to The Scarlet Pimpernel. Dickens sees clearly enough that the French Revolution was bound to happen, and that many of the people who were executed deserved what they got. If he says, "You behave as the French aristocracy had behaved, vengeance will follow," he repeats this over and over again. We are constantly being reminded that while my lord is lolling in bed, with 4 liveried footmen serving his chocolate and the peasant starving outside, somewhere in the forest a tree is growing which will presently be sawn into planks for the platform of the guillotine, etc., etc., etc. The inevitability of the terror, given its causes, is insisted upon in the clearest terms. It was too much the way. To talk of this terrible revolution as if it were the only harvest ever known under the skies that had not been sown, as if nothing had ever been done, or omitted to be done, that had led to it, as if observers of the wretched millions in France, and of the misused and perverted resources that should have made them prosperous, had not seen it inevitably coming years before, and had not in plain terms recorded what they saw. And again, all the devouring and insatiate monsters imagined since imagination could record itself are fused in the one realization, guillotine. And yet there is not in France, with its rich variety of soil and climate, a blade, a leaf, a root, a sprig, a peppercorn, which will grow to maturity under conditions more certain than those that have produced this horror. Crush humanity out of shape once more under similar hammers, and it will twist itself into the same tortured forms. In other words, the French aristocracy had dug their own graves, but there is no perception here of what is now called historic necessity. Dickens sees that the results are inevitable, given the causes, but he thinks that the causes might have been avoided. The revolution is something that happens because centuries of oppression have made the French peasantry subhuman. If the wicked nobleman could somehow have turned over a new leaf, like Scrooge, there would have been no revolution, no Jacquerie, no guillotine, and so much the better. This is the opposite of the revolutionary attitude. From the revolutionary point of view, the class struggle is the main source of progress, and therefore the nobleman who robs the peasant and goads him to revolt is playing a necessary part, just as much as the Jacobin who guillotines the nobleman. Dickens never writes anywhere a line that can be interpreted as meaning this. Revolution as he sees it is merely a monster that is begotten by tyranny and always ends by devouring its own instruments. In Sidney Carton's vision at the foot of the guillotine, he foresees Defarge and the other leading spirits of the terror all perishing under the same knife, which, in fact, was approximately what happened. And Dickens is very sure that revolution is a monster. That is why everyone remembers the revolutionary scenes in A Tale of Two Cities. They have the quality of nightmare, and it is Dickens's own nightmare. Again and again, he insists upon the meaningless horrors of revolution, the mass butcheries, the injustice, the ever-present terror of spies, the frightful bloodlust of the mob. The descriptions of the Paris mob, the description, for instance, of the crowd of murderers struggling round the grindstone to sharpen their weapons before butchering the prisoners in the September massacres, outdo anything in Barnaby Rudge. The revolutionaries appear to him simply as degraded savages, in fact, as lunatics. He broods over their frenzies with a curious imaginative intensity. He describes them dancing the Carmagnole, for instance. There could not be fewer than 500 people, and they were dancing like 5,000 demons. They danced to the popular revolution song, keeping a ferocious time that was like a gnashing of teeth in unison. They advanced, retreated, struck at one another's hands, clutched at one another's heads, spun round alone, caught one another, and spun round in pairs, until many of them dropped. Suddenly they stopped again, paused, struck out the time afresh, forming into lines the width of the public way, and with their heads low down and their hands high up, swooped screaming off. No fight could have been half so terrible as this dance. It was so emphatically a fallen sport, a something, once innocent, delivered over to all devilry. He even credits some of these wretches with a taste for guillotining children. The passage I have abridged above ought to be read in full. It and others like it show how deep was Dickens's horror of revolutionary hysteria. Notice, for instance, that touch, with their heads low down and their hands high up, etc., and the evil vision it conveys. Madame Defarge is a truly dreadful figure, certainly Dickens's most successful attempt at a malignant character. Defarge and others are simply the new oppressors who have risen on the destruction of the old. The revolutionary courts are presided over by the lowest, cruelest, and worst populace, and so on and so forth. All the way through Dickens insists upon the nightmare insecurity of a revolutionary period, and in this he shows a great deal of prescience. A law of the suspected, which struck away all security for liberty or life, and delivered over any good and innocent person to any bad and guilty one, prisons gorged with people who had committed no offense, and could obtain no hearing. It would apply pretty accurately to several countries today. The apologists of any revolution generally try to minimize its horrors. Dickens's impulse is to exaggerate them, and from a historical point of view he has certainly exaggerated. Even the Reign of Terror was a much smaller thing than he makes it appear. Though he quotes no figures, he gives the impression of a frenzied massacre lasting for years, whereas in reality the whole of the terror, so far as the number of deaths goes, was a joke compared with one of Napoleon's battles. But the bloody knives and the tumbrils rolling to and fro create in his mind a special, sinister vision which he has succeeded in passing on to generations of readers. Thanks to Dickens, the very word tumbril has a murderous sound. One forgets that a tumbril is only a sort of farm cart. To this day, to the average Englishman, the French Revolution means no more than a pyramid of severed heads. It is a strange thing that Dickens, much more in sympathy with the ideas of the Revolution than most Englishmen of his time, should have played a part in creating this impression. If you hate violence and don't believe in politics, the only major remedy remaining is education. Perhaps society is past praying for, but there is always hope for the individual human being if you can catch him young enough. This belief partly accounts for Dickens's preoccupation with childhood. No one, at any rate no English writer, has written better about childhood than Dickens. In spite of all the knowledge that has accumulated since, in spite of the fact that children are now comparatively sanely treated, no novelist has shown the same power of entering into the child's point of view. I must have been about 9 years old when I first read David Copperfield. The mental atmosphere of the opening chapters was so immediately intelligible to me that I vaguely imagined they had been written by a child. And yet, when one rereads the book as an adult and sees the Murdstones, for instance, dwindle from gigantic figures of doom into semi-comic monsters, these passages lose nothing. Dickens has been able to stand both inside and outside the child's mind, in such a way that the same scene can be wild burlesque or sinister reality, according to the age at which one reads it. Look, for instance, at the scene in which David Copperfield is unjustly suspected of eating the mutton chops, or the scene in which Pip, in great expectations, coming back from Miss Havisham's house and finding himself completely unable to describe what he has seen, takes refuge in a series of outrageous lies, which, of course, are eagerly believed. All the isolation of childhood is there. And how accurately he has recorded the mechanisms of the child's mind, its visualizing tendency, its sensitiveness to certain kinds of impression. Pip relates how in his childhood his ideas about his dead parents were derived from their tombstones. The shape of the letters on my father's gave me an odd idea that he was a square, stout, dark man with curly black hair. From the character and turn of the inscription, also Georgiana, wife of the above, I drew a childish conclusion that my mother was freckled and sickly. To 5 little stone lozenges, each about 1.5 feet long, which were arranged in a neat row beside their grave, and were sacred to the memory of 5 little brothers of mine. I am indebted for a belief I religiously entertained that they had all been born on their backs with their hands in their trouser pockets, and had never taken them out in this state of existence. There is a similar passage in David Copperfield. After biting Mr. Murdstone's hand, David is sent away to a school and obliged to wear on his back a placard saying, "Take care of him. He bites." He looks at the door in the playground where the boys have carved their names, and from the appearance of each name he seems to know in just what tone of voice the boy will read out the placard. There was one boy, a certain J. Steerforth, who cut his name very deep and very often, who I conceived would read it in a rather strong voice, and afterwards pull my hair. There was another boy, one Tommy Traddles, who I dreaded would make game of it and pretend to be dreadfully frightened of me. There was a third, George Demple, who I fancied would sing it. When I read this passage as a child, it seemed to me that those were exactly the pictures that those particular names would call up. The reason, of course, is the sound associations of the words Demple, temple, Traddles, probably skedaddle. But how many people before Dickens had ever noticed such things? A sympathetic attitude towards children was a much rarer thing in Dickens's day than it is now. The early 19th century was not a good time to be a child. In Dickens's youth, children were still being solemnly tried at a criminal bar, where they were held up to be seen, and it was not so long since boys of 13 had been hanged for petty theft. The doctrine of breaking the child's spirit was in full vigor, and the Fairchild Family One was a standard book for children till late into the century. This evil book is now issued in pretty expurgated editions, but it is well worth reading in the original version. It gives one some idea of the lengths to which child discipline was sometimes carried. Mr. Fairchild, for instance, when he catches his children quarreling, first thrashes them, reciting Dr. Watts's "Let dogs delight to bark and bite" between blows of the cane, and then takes them to spend the afternoon beneath a gibbet where the rotting corpse of a murderer is hanging. In the earlier part of the century, scores of thousands of children, aged sometimes as young as 6, were literally worked to death in the mines or cotton mills, and even at the fashionable public schools boys were flogged till they ran with blood for a mistake in their Latin verses. One thing which Dickens seems to have recognized, and which most of his contemporaries did not, is the sadistic sexual element in flogging. I think this can be inferred from David Copperfield and Nicholas Nickleby. But mental cruelty to a child infuriates him as much as physical, and though there is a fair number of exceptions, his schoolmasters are generally scoundrels. Except for the universities and the big public schools, every kind of education then existing in England gets a mauling at Dickens's hands. There is Dr. Blimber's Academy, where little boys are blown up with Greek until they burst, and the revolting charity schools of the period, which produced specimens like Noah Claypole and Uriah Heep, and Salem House, and Dotheboys Hall, and the disgraceful little dame school kept by Mr. Wopsle's Greytant. Some of what Dickens says remains true even today. Salem House is the ancestor of the modern prep school, which still has a good deal of resemblance to it. And as for Mr. Wopsle's Greytant, some old fraud of much the same stamp is carrying on at this moment in nearly every small town in England. But as usual, Dickens's criticism is neither creative nor destructive. He sees the idiocy of an educational system founded on the Greek lexicon and the wax-ended cane. On the other hand, he has no use for the new kind of school that is coming up in the 50s and 60s, the modern school, with its gritty insistence on facts. What then does he want? As always, what he appears to want is a moralized version of the existing thing, the old type of school, but with no caning, no bullying or underfeeding, and not quite so much Greek. Dr. Strong's school, to which David Copperfield goes after he escapes from Murdstone and Grinby's, is simply Salem House with the vices left out and a good deal of old Grey Stone's atmosphere thrown in. Dr. Strong's was an excellent school, as different from Mr. Creakle's as good as from evil. It was very gravely and decorously ordered, and on a sound system, with an appeal in everything to the honor and good faith of the boys, which worked wonders. We all felt that we had a part in the management of the place, and in sustaining its character and dignity. Hence, we soon became warmly attached to it. I am sure I did for one, and I never knew in all my time of any boy being otherwise, and learnt with a good will, desiring to do it credit. We had noble games out of hours and plenty of liberty, but even then, as I remember, we were well spoken of in the town, and rarely did any disgrace, by our appearance or manner, to the reputation of Dr. Strong and Dr. Strong's boys. In the woolly vagueness of this passage, one can see Dickens's utter lack of any educational theory. He can imagine the moral atmosphere of a good school, but nothing further. The boys learnt with a good will, but what did they learn? No doubt it was Dr. Blimber's curriculum, a little watered down. Considering the attitude to society that is everywhere implied in Dickens's novels, it comes as rather a shock to learn that he sent his eldest son to Eton and sent all his children through the ordinary educational mill. Gissing seems to think that he may have done this because he was painfully conscious of being undereducated himself. Here perhaps Gissing is influenced by his own love of classical learning. Dickens had had little or no formal education, but he lost nothing by missing it, and on the whole he seems to have been aware of this. If he was unable to imagine a better school than Dr. Strong's, or, in real life, than Eton, It was probably due to an intellectual deficiency rather different from the one Gissing suggests. It seems that in every attack Dickens makes upon society, he is always pointing to a change of spirit rather than a change of structure. It is hopeless to try and pin him down to any definite remedy, still more to any political doctrine. His approach is always along the moral plane, and his attitude is sufficiently summed up in that remark about Strong's school being as different from Creakle's as good is from evil. Two things can be very much alike and yet abysmally different. Heaven and hell are in the same place. Useless to change institutions without a change of heart. That, essentially, is what he is always saying. If that were all, he might be no more than a cheer-up writer, a reactionary humbug. A change of heart is in fact the alibi of people who do not wish to endanger the status quo. But Dickens is not a humbug, except in minor matters, and the strongest single impression one carries away from his books is that of a hatred of tyranny. I said earlier that Dickens is not in the accepted sense a revolutionary writer. But it is not at all certain that a merely moral criticism of society may not be just as revolutionary, and revolution, after all, means turning things upside down, as the politico-economic criticism which is fashionable at this moment. Blake was not a politician, but there is more understanding of the nature of capitalist society in a poem like I Wander Through Each Chartered Street than in 3/4 of socialist literature. Progress is not an illusion, it happens, but it is slow and invariably disappointing. There is always a new tyrant waiting to take over from the old, generally not quite so bad, but still a tyrant. Consequently, two viewpoints are always tenable. The one, how can you improve human nature until you have changed the system? The other, what is the use of changing the system before you have improved human nature? They appeal to different individuals, and they probably show a tendency to alternate in point of time. The moralist and the revolutionary are constantly undermining one another. Marx exploded 100 tons of dynamite beneath the moralist position, and we are still living in the echo of that tremendous crash. But already, somewhere or other, the sappers are at work and fresh dynamite is being stamped in place to blow Marx at the moon. Then Marx or somebody like him will come back with yet more dynamite, and so the process continues, to an end we cannot yet foresee. The central problem, how to prevent power from being abused, remains unsolved. Dickens, who had not the vision to see that private property is an obstructive nuisance, had the vision to see that if men would behave decently, the world would be decent, is not such a platitude as it sounds. Roman II more completely than most writers, perhaps, Dickens can be explained in terms of his social origin, though actually his family history was not quite what one would infer from his novels. His father was a clerk in government service, and through his mother's family he had connections with both the army and the navy. But from the age of 9 onwards, he was brought up in London in commercial surroundings, and generally in an atmosphere of struggling poverty. Mentally he belongs to the small urban bourgeoisie, and he happens to be an exceptionally fine specimen of this class, with all the points, as it were, very highly developed. That is partly what makes him so interesting. If one wants a modern equivalent, the nearest would be H.G. Wells, who has had a rather similar history and who obviously owes something to Dickens as a novelist. Arnold Bennett was essentially of the same type, but unlike the other two, he was a Midlander, with an industrial and nonconformist rather than commercial and Anglican background. The great disadvantage and advantage of the small urban bourgeois is his limited outlook. He sees the world as a middle-class world, and everything outside those limits is either laughable or slightly wicked. On the one hand, he has no contact with industry or the soil. On the other, no contact with the governing classes. Anyone who has studied Wells's novels in detail will have noticed that though he hates the aristocrat like poison, He has no particular objection to the plutocrat and no enthusiasm for the proletarian. His most hated types, the people he believes to be responsible for all human ills, are kings, landowners, priests, nationalists, soldiers, scholars, and peasants. At first sight, a list beginning with kings and ending with peasants looks like a mere omnium gatherum, but in reality, all these people have a common factor. All of them are archaic types, people who are governed by tradition and whose eyes are turned towards the past. The opposite, therefore, of the rising bourgeois who has put his money on the future and sees the past simply as a dead hand. Actually, although Dickens lived in a period when the bourgeoisie was really a rising class, he displays this characteristic less strongly than Wells. He is almost unconscious of the future and has a rather sloppy love of the picturesque, the quaint old church, etc. Nevertheless, his list of most hated types is like enough to Wells's for the similarity to be striking. He is vaguely on the side of the working class, has a sort of generalized sympathy with them because they are oppressed, but he does not in reality know much about them. They come into his books chiefly as servants, and comic servants at that. At the other end of the scale, he loathes the aristocrat, and going one better than Wells in this, loathes the big bourgeois as well. His real sympathies are bounded by Mr. Pickwick on the upper side and Mr. Barkis on the lower. But the term aristocrat for the type Dickens hates is vague and needs defining. Actually, Dickens's target is not so much the great aristocracy, who hardly enter into his books, as their petty offshoots, the cadging dowagers who live up Mews in Mayfair, and the bureaucrats and professional soldiers. All through his books there are countless hostile sketches of these people, and hardly any that are friendly. There are practically no friendly pictures of the landowning class, for instance. One might make a doubtful exception of Sir Leicester Dedlock. Otherwise there is only Mr. Wardle, who is a stock figure, the good old squire, and Haredale in Barnaby Rudge, who has Dickens's sympathy because he is a persecuted Catholic. There are no friendly pictures of soldiers, i.e. officers, and none at all of naval men. As for his bureaucrats, judges and magistrates, most of them would feel quite at home in the circumlocution office. The only officials whom Dickens handles with any kind of friendliness are, significantly enough, policemen. Dickens's attitude is easily intelligible to an Englishman, because it is part of the English Puritan tradition, which is not dead even at this day. The class Dickens belonged to, at least by adoption, was growing suddenly rich after a couple of centuries of obscurity. It had grown up mainly in the big towns, out of contact with agriculture and politically impotent. Government, in its experience, was something which either interfered or persecuted. Consequently, it was a class with no tradition of public service and not much tradition of usefulness. What now strikes us as remarkable about the new moneyed class of the 19th century is their complete irresponsibility. They see everything in terms of individual success, with hardly any consciousness that the community exists. On the other hand, a tight barnacle, even when he was neglecting his duties, would have some vague notion of what duties he was neglecting. Dickens's attitude is never irresponsible, still less does he take the money-grubbing Smilesian line. But at the back of his mind there is usually a half-belief that the whole apparatus of government is unnecessary. Parliament is simply Lord Coodle and Sir Thomas Doodle. The Empire is simply Major Bagstock and his Indian servant. The army is simply Colonel Chowser and Dr. Slammer. The public services are simply Bumble and the Circumlocution Office, and so on and so forth. What he does not see, or only intermittently sees, is that Coodle and Doodle and all the other corpses left over from the 18th century are performing a function which neither Pickwick nor Boffin would ever bother about. And of course this narrowness of vision is in one way a great advantage to him, because it is fatal for a caricaturist to see too much. From Dickens's point of view, good society is simply a collection of village idiots. What a crew! Lady Tippins, Mrs. Gowan, Lord Verisopht. The Honorable Bob Stables, Mrs. Sparsit, whose husband was a Powler, the tight Barnacles, Nupkins. It is practically a casebook in lunacy. But at the same time, his remoteness from the land-owning military bureaucratic class incapacitates him for full-length satire. He only succeeds with this class when he depicts them as mental defectives. The accusation which used to be made against Dickens in his lifetime, that he could not paint a gentleman, was an absurdity, but it is true in this sense, that what he says against the gentleman class is seldom very damaging. Sir Mulberry Hawk, for instance, is a wretched attempt at the wicked baronet type. Harthouse in Hard Times is better, but he would be only an ordinary achievement for Trollope or Thackeray. Trollope's thoughts hardly move outside the gentleman class, but Thackeray has the great advantage of having a foot in two moral camps. In some ways his outlook is very similar to Dickens's. Like Dickens, he identifies with the puritanical moneyed class against the card-playing, debt-bilking aristocracy. The 18th century, as he sees it, is sticking out into the 19th in the person of the wicked Lord Steyne. Vanity Fair is a full-length version of what Dickens did for a few chapters in Little Dorrit, but by origins and upbringing Thackeray happens to be somewhat nearer to the class he is satirizing. Consequently, he can produce such comparatively subtle types as, for instance, Major Pendennis and Rawdon Crawley. Major Pendennis is a shallow old snob, and Rawdon Crawley is a thick-headed ruffian who sees nothing wrong in living for years by swindling tradesmen. But what Thackeray realizes is that, according to their tortuous code, they are neither of them bad men. Major Pendennis would not sign a dud check, for instance. Rawdon certainly would, but on the other hand he would not desert a friend in a tight corner. Both of them would behave well on the field of battle, a thing that would not particularly appeal to Dickens. The result is that at the end one is left with a kind of amused tolerance for Major Pendennis, and with something approaching respect for Rawdon. And yet one sees, better than any diatribe could make one, the utter rottenness of that kind of cadging, toadying life on the fringes of smart society. Dickens would be quite incapable of this. In his hands, both Rawdon and the Major would dwindle to traditional caricatures. And on the whole, his attacks on good society are rather perfunctory. The aristocracy and the big bourgeoisie exist in his books chiefly as a kind of noises off, a haw-hawing chorus somewhere in the wings, like Podsnap's dinner parties. When he produces a really subtle and damaging portrait, like John Dorrit or Harold Skimpole, it is generally of some rather middling, unimportant person. One very striking thing about Dickens, especially considering the time he lived in, is his lack of vulgar nationalism. All peoples who have reached the point of becoming nations tend to despise foreigners, but there is not much doubt that the English-speaking races are the worst offenders. One can see this from the fact that as soon as they become fully aware of any foreign race, they invent an insulting nickname for it. Wop, Dago, Froggy, Squarehead, Kike, Sheeny, Nigger, Wog, Chink, Greaser, Yellowbelly. These are merely a selection. Any time before 1870, the list would have been shorter because the map of the world was different from what it is now, and there were only 3 or 4 foreign races that had fully entered into the English consciousness. But towards these, and especially towards France, the nearest and best-hated nation, the English attitude of patronage was so intolerable that English arrogance and xenophobia are still a legend. And of course they are not a completely untrue legend even now. Till very recently, nearly all English children were brought up to despise the Southern European races, and history as taught in schools was mainly a list of battles won by England. But one has got to read, say, the Quarterly Review of the 30s to know what boasting really is. Those were the days when the English built up their legend of themselves as sturdy islanders and stubborn hearts of oak, and when it was accepted as a kind of scientific fact that one Englishman was the equal of 3 foreigners. All through 19th century novels and comic papers there runs the traditional figure of the froggy, a small, ridiculous man with a tiny beard and a pointed top hat, always jabbering and gesticulating, vain, frivolous, and fond of boasting of his martial exploits, but generally taking to flight when real danger appears. Over against him was John Bull, the sturdy English yeoman, or a more public school version, the strong, silent Englishman of Charles Kingsley, Tom Hughes, and others. Thackeray, for instance, has this outlook very strongly, though there are moments when he sees through it and laughs at it. The one historical fact that is firmly fixed in his mind is that the English won the Battle of Waterloo. One never reads far in his books without coming upon some reference to it. The English, as he sees it, are invincible because of their tremendous physical strength, due mainly to living on beef. Like most Englishmen of his time, he has the curious illusion that the English are larger than other people. Thackeray, as it happened, was larger than most people, and therefore he is capable of writing passages like this. I say to you that you are better than a Frenchman. I would lay even money that you who are reading this are more than 5 feet 7 in height and weigh 11 stone, while a Frenchman is 5 feet 4 and does not weigh 9. The Frenchman has after his soup a dish of vegetables, where you have one of meat. You are a different and superior animal, a French-beating animal. The history of hundreds of years has shown you to be so, etc., etc. There are similar passages scattered all through Thackeray's works. Dickens would never be guilty of anything of the kind. It would be an exaggeration to say that he nowhere pokes fun at foreigners, and of course, like nearly all 19th century Englishmen, he is untouched by European culture. But never anywhere does he indulge in the typical English boasting, the island race, bulldog breed, right little, tight little island style of talk. In the whole of A Tale of Two Cities there is not a line that could be taken as meaning, "Look how those wicked Frenchmen behave." The one place where he seems to display a normal hatred of foreigners is in the American chapters of Martin Chuzzlewit. This, however, is simply the reaction of a generous mind against cant. If Dickens were alive today, he would make a trip to Soviet Russia and come back with a book rather like Guide's Retour de l'URSS. But he is remarkably free from the idiocy of regarding nations as individuals. He seldom even makes jokes turning on nationality. He does not exploit the comic Irishman and the comic Welshman, for instance, and not because he objects to stock characters and ready-made jokes, which obviously he does not. It is perhaps more significant that he shows no prejudice against Jews. It is true that he takes it for granted Oliver Twist in Great Expectations, that a receiver of stolen goods will be a Jew, which at the time was probably justified. But the Jew joke, endemic in English literature until the rise of Hitler, does not appear in his books, and in Our Mutual Friend he makes a pious though not very convincing attempt to stand up for the Jews. Dickens's lack of vulgar nationalism is in part the mark of a real largeness of mind, and in part results from his negative, rather unhelpful political attitude. He is very much an Englishman, but he is hardly aware of it. Certainly the thought of being an Englishman does not thrill him. He has no imperialist feeling, no discernible views on foreign politics, and is untouched by the military tradition. Temperamentally, he is much nearer to the small nonconformist tradesman who looks down on the redcoats and thinks that war is wicked, a one-eyed view. But after all, war is wicked. It is noticeable that Dickens hardly writes of war, even to denounce it. With all his marvelous powers of description and of describing things he had never seen, he never describes a battle, unless one counts the attack on the Bastille in A Tale of Two Cities. Probably the subject would not strike him as interesting, and in any case, he would not regard a battlefield as a place where anything worth settling could be settled. It is one up to the lower middle-class Puritan mentality. Roman III Dickens had grown up near enough to poverty to be terrified of it, and in spite of his generosity of mind, he is not free from the special prejudices of the shabby genteel. It is usual to claim him as a popular writer, a champion of the oppressed masses. So he is, so long as he thinks of them as oppressed. But there are two things that condition his attitude. In the first place, he is a South of England man, and a Cockney at that, and therefore out of touch with the bulk of the real oppressed masses, the industrial and agricultural laborers. It is interesting to see how Chesterton, another Cockney, always presents Dickens as the spokesman of the poor, without showing much awareness of who the poor really are. To Chesterton, the poor means small shopkeepers and servants. Sam Weller, he says, is the great symbol in English literature of the populace peculiar to England, and Sam Weller is a valet. The other point is that Dickens's early experiences have given him a horror of proletarian roughness. He shows this unmistakably whenever he writes of the poorest of the poor, the slum dwellers. His descriptions of the London slums are always full of undisguised repulsion. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, and people half-naked, drunken, slipshod, and ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offenses of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime and filth and misery, etc., etc. There are many similar passages in Dickens. From them, one gets the impression of whole submerged populations, whom he regards as being beyond the pale. In rather the same way, the modern doctrinaire socialist contemptuously writes off a large block of the population as lumpen proletariat. Dickens also shows less understanding of criminals than one would expect of him. Although he is well aware of the social and economic causes of crime, he often seems to feel that when a man has once broken the law, he has put himself outside human society. There is a chapter at the end of David Copperfield in which David visits the prison where Litimer and Uriah Heep are serving their sentences. Dickens actually seems to regard the horrible model prisons, against which Charles Reade delivered his memorable attack in It Is Never Too Late to Mend, as too humane. He complains that the food is too good. As soon as he comes up against crime or the worst depths of poverty, he shows traces of the "I've always kept myself respectable" habit of mind. The attitude of Pip, obviously the attitude of Dickens himself, towards Magwitch in Great Expectations is extremely interesting. Pip is conscious all along of his ingratitude towards Joe, but far less so of his ingratitude towards Magwitch. When he discovers that the person who has loaded him with benefits for years is actually a transported convict, he falls into frenzies of disgust. The abhorrence in which I held the man, the dread I had of him, the repugnance with which I shrank from him, could not have been exceeded if he had been some terrible beast, etc., etc., so far as one can discover from the text. This is not because when Pip was a child he had been terrorized by Magwitch in the churchyard. It is because Magwitch is a criminal and a convict. There is an even more kept myself respectable touch in the fact that Pip feels as a matter of course that he cannot take Magwitch's money. The money is not the product of a crime. It has been honestly acquired, but it is an ex-convict's money and therefore tainted. There is nothing psychologically false in this, either. Psychologically, the latter part of Great Expectations is about the best thing Dickens ever did. Throughout this part of the book one feels, yes, that is just how Pip would have behaved. But the point is that in the matter of Magwitch, Dickens identifies with Pip, and his attitude is at bottom snobbish. The result is that Magwitch belongs to the same queer class of characters as Falstaff, and probably Don Quixote characters who are more pathetic than the author intended. When it is a question of the non-criminal poor, the ordinary, decent, laboring poor, there is of course nothing contemptuous in Dickens's attitude. He has the sincerest admiration for people like the Pegatis and the Plornishes, but it is questionable whether he really regards them as equals. It is of the greatest interest to read chapters I of David Copperfield, and side by side with it the autobiographical fragment. Parts of this are given in Forster's Life, in which Dickens expresses his feelings about the blacking factory episode a great deal more strongly than in the novel. For more than 20 years afterwards, the memory was so painful to him that he would go out of his way to avoid that part of the Strand. He says that to pass that way made me cry after my eldest child could speak. The text makes it quite clear that what hurt him most of all then, and in retrospect, was the enforced contact with low associates. No words can express the secret agony of my soul as I sunk into this companionship, compared these everyday associates with those of happier childhood. But I held some station at the blacking warehouse too. I soon became at least as expeditious and as skillful with my hands as either of the other boys. Though perfectly familiar with them, my conduct and manners were different enough from theirs to place a space between us. They and the men always spoke of me as the young gentleman. A certain man used to call me Charles sometimes in speaking to me, but I think it was mostly when we were very confidential. Pole Green uprose once and rebelled against the young gentleman usage, but Bob Fagin settled him speedily. It was as well that there should be a space between us, you see. However much Dickens may admire the working classes, he does not wish to resemble them. Given his origins and the time he lived in, it could hardly be otherwise. In the early 19th century, class animosities may have been no sharper than they are now, but the surface differences between class and class were enormously greater. The gentleman and the common man must have seemed like different species of animal. Dickens is quite genuinely on the side of the poor against the rich, but it would be next door to impossible for him not to think of a working-class exterior as a stigma. In one of Tolstoy's fables, the peasants of a certain village judge every stranger who arrives from the state of his hands. If his palms are hard from work, they let him in. If his palms are soft, out he goes. This would be hardly intelligible to Dickens. All his heroes have soft hands. His younger heroes, Nicholas Nickleby, Martin Chuzzlewit, Edward Chester, David Copperfield, John Harmon, are usually of the type known as walking gentlemen. He likes a bourgeois exterior and a bourgeois, not aristocratic, accent. One curious symptom of this is that he will not allow anyone who is to play a heroic part to speak like a working man. A comic hero like Sam Weller, or a merely pathetic figure like Stephen Blackpool, can speak with a broad accent, but the June premiere always speaks the then equivalent of BBC. This is so, even when it involves absurdities. Little Pip, for instance, is brought up by people speaking broad Essex, but talks upper-class English from his earliest childhood. Actually, he would have talked the same dialect as Joe, or at least as Mrs. Gargery. So also with Biddy Wopsle, Lizzie Hexam, Sissy Jupe, Oliver Twist. One ought perhaps to add Little Dorrit. Even Rachel in Hard Times has barely a trace of Lancashire accent, an impossibility in her case. One thing that often gives the clue to a novelist's real feelings on the class question is the attitude he takes up when class collides with sex. This is a thing too painful to be lied about, and consequently it is one of the points at which the "I'm not a snob" pose tends to break down. One sees that at its most obvious where a class distinction is also a color distinction, and something resembling the colonial attitude, native women are fair game, white women are sacrosanct, exists in a veiled form in all white communities, causing bitter resentment on both sides. When this issue arises, Novelists often revert to crude class feelings which they might disclaim at other times. A good example of class-conscious reaction is a rather forgotten novel, The People of Clopton, by Andrew Barton. The author's moral code is quite clearly mixed up with class hatred. He feels the seduction of a poor girl by a rich man to be something atrocious, a kind of defilement, something quite different from her seduction by a man in her own walk of life. Trollope deals with this theme twice, The Three Clerks in the Small House at Allington, and as one might expect, entirely from the upper-class angle. As he sees it, an affair with a barmaid or a landlady's daughter is simply an entanglement to be escaped from. Trollope's moral standards are strict, and he does not allow the seduction actually to happen, but the implication is always that a working-class girl's feelings do not greatly matter. In The Three Clerks, he even gives the typical class reaction by noting that the girl smells. Meredith, Rhoda Fleming, takes more the class-conscious viewpoint. Thackeray, as often, seems to hesitate. In Pendennis, Fanny Bolton, his attitude is much the same as Trollope's. In A Shabby Genteel Story, it is nearer to Meredith's. One could divine a good deal about Trollope's social origin, or Meredith's, or Barton's, merely from their handling of the class-sex theme. So one can with Dickens, but what emerges, as usual, is that he is more inclined to identify himself with the middle class than with the proletariat. The one incident that seems to contradict this is the tale of the young peasant girl in Dr. Manette's manuscript in A Tale of Two Cities. This, however, is merely a costume piece put in to explain the implacable hatred of Madame Defarge, which Dickens does not pretend to approve of. In David Copperfield, where he is dealing with a typical 19th-century seduction, the class issue does not seem to strike him as paramount. It is a law of Victorian novels that sexual misdeeds must not go unpunished, and so Steerforth is drowned on Yarmouth sands, but neither Dickens, nor old Peggotty, nor even Ham, seems to feel that Steerforth has added to his offense by being the son of rich parents. The Steerforths are moved by class motives, but the Peggottys are not even in the scene between Mrs. Steerforth and old Peggotty. If they were, of course, they would probably turn against David as well as against Steerforth. In Our Mutual Friend, Dickens treats the episode of Eugene Wrayburn and Lizzie Hexam very realistically, and with no appearance of class bias. According to the unhand me, monster tradition, Lizzie ought either to spurn Eugene or to be ruined by him and throw herself off Waterloo Bridge. Eugene ought to be either a heartless betrayer or a hero resolved upon defying society. Neither behaves in the least like this. Lizzie is frightened by Eugene's advances and actually runs away from them, but hardly pretends to dislike them. Eugene is attracted by her, has too much decency to attempt seducing her, and dare not marry her because of his family. Finally, they are married, and no one is any the worse, except perhaps Mr. Twemlow, who will lose a few dinner engagements. It is all very much as it might have happened in real life. But a class-conscious novelist would have given her to Bradley Headstone. But when it is the other way about, when it is a case of a poor man aspiring to some woman who is above him, Dickens instantly retreats into the middle-class attitude. He is rather fond of the Victorian notion of a woman with a capital W being above a man. Pip feels that Estella is above him, Esther Summerson is above Guppy, Little Dorrit is above John Chivery, Lucy Manette is above Sidney Carton. In some of these, the aboveness is merely moral, but in others it is social. There is a scarcely mistakable class reaction when David Copperfield discovers that Uriah Heep is plotting to marry Agnes Wickfield. The disgusting Uriah suddenly announces that he is in love with her. "Oh, Master Copperfield, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on." I believe I had the delirious idea of seizing the red-hot poker out of the fire and running him through with it. It went from me with a shock, like a ball fired from a rifle. But the image of Agnes, outraged by so much as a thought of this red-headed animaless, remained in my mind when I looked at him, sitting all awry as if his mean soul griped his body and made me giddy. I believe Agnes Wickfield to be as far above you, David says later on, and as far removed from all your aspirations as that moon herself. Considering how Heap's general lowness, his servile manners, dropped H's and so forth has been rubbed in throughout the book, there is not much doubt about the nature of Dickens's feelings. Heap, of course, is playing a villainous part, but even villains have sexual lives. It is the thought of the pure Agnes in bed with a man who drops his H's that really revolts Dickens. But his usual tendency is to treat a man in love with a woman who is above him as a joke. It is one of the stock jokes of English literature, from Malvolio onwards. Guppy in Bleak House is an example, John Chivery is another, and there is a rather ill-natured treatment of this theme in the Swarry in Pickwick Papers. Here Dickens describes the Bath footmen as living a kind of fantasy life, holding dinner parties in imitation of their betters, and deluding themselves that their young mistresses are in love with them. This evidently strikes him as very comic. So it is, in a way, though one might question whether it is not better for a footman even to have delusions of this kind than simply to accept his status in the spirit of the Catechism. In his attitude towards servants, Dickens is not ahead of his age. In the 19th century, the revolt against domestic service was just beginning, to the great annoyance of everyone with over £500 a year. An enormous number of the jokes in 19th century comic papers deal with the uppishness of servants. For years Punch ran a series of jokes called servant gallisms, all turning on the then astonishing fact that a servant is a human being. Dickens is sometimes guilty of this kind of thing himself. His books abound with the ordinary comic servants. They are dishonest, great expectations, incompetent David Copperfield, turn up their noses at good food, Pickwick Papers, etc., etc., all rather in the spirit of the suburban housewife with one downtrodden cook general. But what is curious in a 19th century radical is that when he wants to draw a sympathetic picture of a servant, he creates what is recognizably a feudal type. Sam Weller, Mark Tapley, Clara Peggotty are all of them feudal figures. They belong to the genre of the old family retainer. They identify themselves with their master's family and are at once doggishly faithful and completely familiar. No doubt Mark Tapley and Sam Weller are derived to some extent from Smollett, and hence from Cervantes, but it is interesting that Dickens should have been attracted by such a type. Sam Weller's attitude is definitely medieval. He gets himself arrested in order to follow Mr. Pickwick into the Fleet, and afterwards refuses to get married because he feels that Mr. Pickwick still needs his services. There is a characteristic scene between them. Vages or no vages, board or no board, lodgin' or no lodgin', Sam Weller, as you took from the old inn in the Borough, sticks by you, come what may. My good fellow, said Mr. Pickwick, when Mr. Weller had sat down again, rather abashed at his own enthusiasm, you are bound to consider the young woman also. I do consider the young 'ooman, sir, said Sam. I have considered the young 'ooman. I've spoke to her. I've told her how I'm sitivated. She's ready to vait till I'm ready, and I believe she will. If she don't, she's not the young 'ooman I take her for, and I give her up with readiness. It is easy to imagine what the young woman would have said to this in real life, but notice the feudal atmosphere. Sam Weller is ready as a matter of course to sacrifice years of life to his master, and he can also sit down in his master's presence. A modern manservant would never think of doing either. Dickens's views on the servant question do not get much beyond wishing that master and servant would love one another. Sloppy in Our Mutual Friend, though a wretched failure as a character, represents the same kind of loyalty as Sam Weller. Such loyalty, of course, is natural, human and likable, but so was feudalism. What Dickens seems to be doing, as usual, is to reach out for an idealized version of the existing thing. He was writing at a time when domestic service must have seemed a completely inevitable evil. There were no labor-saving devices, and there was huge inequality of wealth. It was an age of enormous families, pretentious meals and inconvenient houses, when the slavery drudging 14 hours a day in the basement kitchen was something too normal to be noticed. And given the fact of servitude, the feudal relationship is the only tolerable one. Sam Weller and Mark Tapley are dream figures, no less than the Cheerables. If there have got to be masters and servants, how much better that the master should be Mr. Pickwick, and the servant should be Sam Weller. Better still, of course, if servants did not exist at all, but this Dickens is probably unable to imagine. Without a high level of mechanical development, human equality is not practically possible. Dickens goes to show that it is not imaginable either. Roman 4. It is not merely a coincidence that Dickens never writes about agriculture and writes endlessly about food. He was a Cockney, and London is the center of the earth in rather the same sense that the belly is the center of the body. It is a city of consumers, of people who are deeply civilized but not primarily useful. A thing that strikes one when one looks below the surface of Dickens's books is that, as 19th-century novelists go, he is rather ignorant. He knows very little about the way things really happen. At first sight, this statement looks flatly untrue, and it needs some qualification. Dickens had had vivid glimpses of low life, life in a debtor's prison, for example, and he was also a popular novelist and able to write about ordinary people. So were all the characteristic English novelists of the 19th century. They felt at home in the world they lived in, whereas a writer nowadays is so hopelessly isolated that the typical modern novel is a novel about a novelist. Even when Joyce, for instance, spends a decade or so in patient efforts to make contact with the common man, his common man finally turns out to be a Jew, and a bit of a highbrow at that. Dickens at least does not suffer from this kind of thing. He has no difficulty in introducing the common motives, love, ambition, avarice, vengeance, and so forth. What he does not noticeably write about, however, is work. In Dickens's novels, anything in the nature of work happens off stage. The only one of his heroes who has a plausible profession is David Copperfield, who is first a shorthand writer and then a novelist, like Dickens himself. With most of the others, the way they earn their living is very much in the background. Pip, for instance, goes into business in Egypt. We are not told what business, and Pip's working life occupies about half a page of the book. Clennam has been in some unspecified business in China, and later goes into another barely specified business with Joyce. Martin Chuzzlewit is an architect, but does not seem to get much time for practicing. In no case do their adventures spring directly out of their work. Here the contrast between Dickens and, say, Trollope is startling. And one reason for this is undoubtedly that Dickens knows very little about the professions his characters are supposed to follow. What exactly went on in Gradgrind's factories? How did Podsnap make his money? How did Myrtle work his swindles? One knows that Dickens could never follow up the details of parliamentary elections and stock exchange rackets as Trollope could. As soon as he has to deal with trade, finance, industry, or politics, he takes refuge in vagueness, or in satire. This is the case even with legal processes, about which actually he must have known a good deal. Compare any lawsuit in Dickens with the lawsuit in Orley Farm, for instance, and this partly accounts for the needless ramifications of Dickens's novels, the awful Victorian plot. It is true that not all his novels are alike in this. A Tale of Two Cities is a very good and fairly simple story, and so in its different way is Hard Times. But these are just the two which are always rejected as not like Dickens. And incidentally, they were not published in monthly numbers. The two first-person novels are also good stories, apart from their subplots. But the typical Dickens novel, Nicholas Nickleby, Oliver Twist, Martin Chuzzlewit, Our Mutual Friend, always exists round a framework of melodrama. The last thing anyone remembers about these books is their central story. On the other hand, I suppose no one has ever read them without carrying the memory of individual pages to the day of his death. Dickens sees human beings with the most intense vividness, but he sees them always in private life, as characters, not as functional members of society. That is to say, he sees them statically. Consequently, his greatest success is the Pickwick Papers, which is not a story at all, merely a series of sketches. There is little attempt at development. The characters simply go on, behaving like idiots in a kind of eternity. As soon as he tries to bring his characters into action, the melodrama begins. He cannot make the action revolve round their ordinary occupations. Hence the crossword puzzle of coincidences, intrigues, murders, disguises, buried wills, long-lost brothers, etc., etc. In the end, even people like Squeers and Micawber get sucked into the machinery. Of course, it would be absurd to say that Dickens is a vague or merely melodramatic writer. Much that he wrote is extremely factual, and in the power of evoking visual images, he has probably never been equaled. When Dickens has once described something, you see it for the rest of your life. But in a way, the concreteness of his vision is a sign of what he is missing. For after all, that is what the merely casual onlooker always sees: the outward appearance, the non-functional, the surfaces of things. No one who is really involved in the landscape ever sees the landscape. Wonderfully as he can describe an appearance, Dickens does not often describe a process. The vivid pictures that he succeeds in leaving in one's memory are nearly always the pictures of things seen in leisure moments, in the coffee rooms of country inns or through the windows of a stagecoach. The kind of things he notices are inn signs, brass door knockers, painted jugs, the interiors of shops and private houses, clothes, faces, and above all, food. Everything is seen from the consumer angle. When he writes about Coketown, he manages to evoke, in just a few paragraphs, the atmosphere of a Lancashire town as a slightly disgusted southern visitor would see it. It had a black canal in it, and a river that ran purple with evil-smelling dye, and vast piles of buildings full of windows where there was a rattling and a trembling all day long, and where the piston of the steam engine worked monotonously up and down, like the head of an elephant in a state of melancholy madness. That is as near as Dickens ever gets to the machinery of the mills. An engineer or a cotton broker would see it differently, but then neither of them would be capable of that impressionistic touch about the heads of the elephants. In a rather different sense, his attitude to life is extremely unphysical. He is a man who lives through his eyes and ears rather than through his hands and muscles. Actually, his habits were not so sedentary as this seems to imply. In spite of rather poor health and physique, he was active to the point of restlessness. Throughout his life he was a remarkable walker, and he could at any rate carpenter well enough to put up stage scenery. But he was not one of those people who feel a need to use their hands. It is difficult to imagine him digging at a cabbage patch, for instance. He gives no evidence of knowing anything about agriculture, and obviously knows nothing about any kind of game or sport. He has no interest in pugilism, for instance. Considering the age in which he was writing, it is astonishing how little physical brutality there is in Dickens's novels. Martin Chuzzlewit and Mark Tapley, for instance, behave with the most remarkable mildness towards the Americans who are constantly menacing them with revolvers and bowie knives. The average English or American novelist would have had them handing out socks on the jaw and exchanging pistol shots in all directions. Dickens is too decent for that. He sees the stupidity of violence, and also he belongs to a cautious urban class which does not deal in socks on the jaw, even in theory. And this attitude towards sport is mixed up with social feelings. In England, for mainly geographical reasons, sport, especially field sports and snobbery, are inextricably mingled. English socialists are often flatly incredulous when told that Lenin, for instance, was devoted to shooting. In their eyes, shooting, hunting, etc. are simply snobbish observances of the landed gentry. They forget that these things might appear differently in a huge virgin country like Russia. From Dickens's point of view, almost any kind of sport is at best a subject of satire. Consequently, one side of 19th century life, the boxing, racing, cockfighting, badger digging, poaching, rat-catching side of life, so wonderfully embalmed in Leech's illustrations to Surtees, is outside his scope. What is more striking, in a seemingly progressive radical, is that he is not mechanically minded. He shows no interest either in the details of machinery or in the things machinery can do. As Gissing remarks, Dickens nowhere describes a railway journey with anything like the enthusiasm he shows in describing journeys by stagecoach. In nearly all of his books, one has a curious feeling that one is living in the first quarter of the 19th century, and in fact, he does tend to return to this period. Little Dorrit, written in the middle 50s, deals with the late 20s. Great Expectations, 1861, is not dated, but evidently deals with the 20s and 30s. Several of the inventions and discoveries which have made the modern world possible, the electric telegraph, the breech-loading gun, India rubber, coal gas, wood pulp paper, first appeared in Dickens's lifetime, but he scarcely notes them in his books. Nothing is queerer than the vagueness with which he speaks of Joyce's invention in Little Dorrit. It is represented as something extremely ingenious and revolutionary, of great importance to his country and his fellow creatures, and it is also an important minor link in the book, yet we are never told what the invention is. On the other hand, Joyce's physical appearance is hit off with the typical Dickens touch. He has a peculiar way of moving his thumb, a way characteristic of engineers. After that, Joyce is firmly anchored in one's memory, but, as usual, Dickens has done it by fastening on something external. There are people, Tennyson is an example, who lack the mechanical faculty but can see the social possibilities of machinery. Dickens has not this stamp of mind. He shows very little consciousness of the future. When he speaks of human progress, it is usually in terms of moral progress, men growing better. Probably he would never admit that men are only as good as their technical development allows them to be. At this point, the gap between Dickens and his modern analog, H.G. Wells, is at its widest. Wells wears the future round his neck like a millstone, but Dickens's unscientific cast of mind is just as damaging in a different way. What it does is to make any positive attitude more difficult for him. He is hostile to the feudal, agricultural past and not in real touch with the industrial present. Well then, all that remains is the future, meaning science, progress, and so forth, which hardly enters into his thoughts. Therefore, while attacking everything in sight, he has no definable standard of comparison. As I have pointed out already, he attacks the current educational system with perfect justice. And yet, after all, he has no remedy to offer except kindlier schoolmasters. Why did he not indicate what a school might have been? Why did he not have his own sons educated according to some plan of his own, instead of sending them to public schools to be stuffed with Greek? Because he lacked that kind of imagination. He has an infallible moral sense, but very little intellectual curiosity. And here one comes upon something which really is an enormous deficiency in Dickens, something that really does make the 19th century seem remote from us, that he has no ideal of work. With the doubtful exception of David Copperfield, merely Dickens himself, One cannot point to a single one of his central characters who is primarily interested in his job. His heroes work in order to make a living and to marry the heroine, not because they feel a passionate interest in one particular subject. Martin Chuzzlewit, for instance, is not burning with zeal to be an architect. He might just as well be a doctor or a barrister. In any case, in the typical Dickens novel, the deus ex machina enters with a bag of gold in the last chapter, and the hero is absolved from further struggle. The feeling, "This is what I came into the world to do. Everything else is uninteresting. I will do this even if it means starvation," which turns men of differing temperaments into scientists, inventors, artists, priests, explorers, and revolutionaries. This motif is almost entirely absent from Dickens's books. He himself, as is well known, worked like a slave and believed in his work as few novelists have ever done. But there seems to be no calling except novel writing, and perhaps acting towards which he can imagine this kind of devotion. And after all, it is natural enough, considering his rather negative attitude towards society. In the last resort, there is nothing he admires except common decency. Science is uninteresting and machinery is cruel and ugly, the heads of the elephants. Business is only for ruffians like Bounderby. As for politics, leave that to the tight barnacles. Really, there is no objective except to marry the heroine, settle down, live solvently, and be kind. And you can do that much better in private life. Here, perhaps, one gets a glimpse of Dickens's secret imaginative background. What did he think of as the most desirable way to live? When Martin Chuzzlewit had made it up with his uncle, when Nicholas Nickleby had married money, when John Harmon had been enriched by Boffin, what did they do? The answer evidently is that they did nothing. Nicholas Nickleby invested his wife's money with the Cheerables and became a rich and prosperous merchant. But as he immediately retired into Devonshire, we can assume that he did not work very hard. Mr. and Mrs. Snodgrass purchased and cultivated a small farm, more for occupation than profit. That is the spirit in which most of Dickens's books end, a sort of radiant idleness, where he appears to disapprove of young men who do not work. Harthouse, Harry Gowan, Richard Carstone, Raeburn before his Reformation. It is because they are cynical and immoral or because they are a burden on somebody else. If you are good, and also self-supporting, there is no reason why you should not spend 50 years in simply drawing your dividends. Home life is always enough. And after all, it was the general assumption of his age. The genteel sufficiency, the competence, the gentleman of independent means, or in easy circumstances. The very phrases tell one all about the strange, empty dream of the 18th and 19th century middle bourgeoisie. It was a dream of complete idleness. Charles Reade conveys its spirit perfectly in the ending of Hard Cash. Alfred Hardy, hero of Hard Cash, is the typical 19th century novel hero, public school style, with gifts which Reade describes as amounting to genius. He is an old Etonian and a scholar of Oxford. He knows most of the Greek and Latin classics by heart. He can box with prize fighters and win the diamond sculls at Henley. He goes through incredible adventures in which, of course, he behaves with faultless heroism. And then at the age of 25, he inherits a fortune, marries his Julia Dodd and settles down in the suburbs of Liverpool, in the same house as his parents-in-law. They live together at Albion Villa, thanks to Alfred. Oh, you happy little villa! You were as like paradise as any mortal dwelling can be. A day came, however, when your walls could no longer hold all the happy inmates. Julia presented Alfred with a lovely boy. Enter 2 nurses, and the villa showed symptoms of bursting. 2 months more, and Alfred and his wife overflowed into the next villa. It was but 20 yards off, and there was a double reason for the migration. As often happens after a long separation, Heaven bestowed on Captain and Mrs. Dodd another infant to play about their knees, etc., etc., etc. This is the type of the Victorian happy ending, a vision of a huge, loving family of 3 or 4 generations, all crammed together in the same house and constantly multiplying, like a bed of oysters. What is striking about it is the utterly soft, sheltered, effortless life that it implies. It is not even a violent idleness, like squire westerns. That is the significance of Dickens's urban background and his non-interest in the blackguardly sporting military side of life. His heroes, once they had come into money and settled down, would not only do no work, they would not even ride, hunt, shoot, fight duels, elope with actresses, or lose money at the races. They would simply live at home in featherbed respectability, and preferably next door to a blood relation living exactly the same life. The first act of Nicholas, when he became a rich and prosperous merchant, was to buy his father's old house. As time crept on and there came gradually about him a group of lovely children, it was altered and enlarged. But none of the old rooms were ever pulled down. No old tree was ever rooted up. Nothing with which there was any association of bygone times was ever removed or changed. Within a stone's throw was another retreat enlivened by children's pleasant voices too. And here was Kate, the same true, gentle creature, the same fond sister, the same in the love of all about her, as in her girlish days. It is the same incestuous atmosphere as in the passage quoted from Reed, and evidently this is Dickens's ideal ending. It is perfectly attained in Nicholas Nickleby, Martin Chuzzlewit, and Pickwick, and it is approximated to in varying degrees in almost all the others. The exceptions are Hard Times and Great Expectations. The latter actually has a happy ending, but it contradicts the general tendency of the book, and it was put in at the request of Bulwer Lytton. The ideal to be striven after, then, appears to be something like this: £100,000, a quaint old house with plenty of ivy on it, a sweetly womanly wife, a horde of children, and no work. Everything is safe, soft, peaceful, and above all, domestic. In the moss-grown churchyard down the road are the graves of the loved ones who passed away before the happy ending happened. The servants are comic and feudal, the children prattle round your feet, the old friends sit at your fireside talking of past days. There is the endless succession of enormous meals, the cold punch and sherry negus, the feather beds and warming pans, the Christmas parties with charades and blind man's bluff. But nothing ever happens except the yearly childbirth. The curious thing is that it is a genuinely happy picture, or so Dickens is able to make it appear. The thought of that kind of existence is satisfying to him. This alone would be enough to tell one that more than 100 years have passed since Dickens' first book was written. No modern man could combine such purposelessness with so much vitality. By this time, anyone who is a lover of Dickens, and who has read as far as this, will probably be angry with me. I have been discussing Dickens simply in terms of his message, and almost ignoring his literary qualities. But every writer, especially every novelist, has a message, whether he admits it or not, and the minutest details of his work are influenced by it. All art is propaganda. Neither Dickens himself nor the majority of Victorian novelists would have thought of denying this. On the other hand, not all propaganda is art. As I said earlier, Dickens is one of those writers who are felt to be worth stealing. He has been stolen by Marxists, by Catholics, and above all, by conservatives. The question is, what is there to steal? Why does anyone care about Dickens? Why do I care about Dickens? That kind of question is never easy to answer. As a rule, an aesthetic preference is either something inexplicable, or it is so corrupted by non-aesthetic motives as to make one wonder whether the whole of literary criticism is not a huge network of humbug. In Dickens's case, the complicating factor is his familiarity. He happens to be one of those great authors who are ladled down everyone's throat in childhood. At the time, this causes rebellion and vomiting, but it may have different aftereffects in later life. For instance, nearly everyone feels a sneaking affection for the patriotic poems that he learned by heart as a child, Ye Mariners of England, The Charge of the Light Brigade, and so forth. What one enjoys is not so much the poems themselves as the memories they call up. And with Dickens, the same forces of association are at work. Probably there are copies of one or two of his books lying about in an actual majority of English homes. Many children begin to know his characters by sight before they can even read, for on the whole Dickens was lucky in his illustrators. A thing that is absorbed as early as that does not come up against any critical judgment. And when one thinks of this, one thinks of all that is bad and silly in Dickens, the cast-iron plots, the characters who don't come off, the longueurs, the paragraphs in blank verse, the awful pages of pathos. And then the thought arises, when I say I like Dickens, do I simply mean that I like thinking about my childhood? Is Dickens merely an institution? If so, he is an institution that there is no getting away from. How often one really thinks about any writer, even a writer one cares for, is a difficult thing to decide. But I should doubt whether anyone who has actually read Dickens can go a week without remembering him in one context or another. Whether you approve of him or not, he is there like the Nelson column. At any moment some scene or character, which may come from some book you cannot even remember the name of, is liable to drop into your mind. Micawber's letters, Winkle in the witness box, Mrs. Gamp, Mrs. Whitterly and Sir Tumley Snuffim, Todgers. George Gissing said that when he passed the monument it was never of the fire of London that he thought, always of Todgers. Mrs. Leo Hunter, Squeers. Sela's Weg and the Decline and Fall-Off of the Russian Empire, Miss Mills and the Desert of Sahara, Wopsle acting Hamlet, Mrs. Jellyby, Mantalini, Jerry Cruncher, Barkis, Pumblechook, Tracy Tupman, Skimpole, Joe Gargery, Pecksniff, and so it goes on and on. It is not so much a series of books, it is more like a world, and not a purely comic world either, for part of what one remembers in Dickens is his Victorian morbidness and necrophilia and the blood and thunder scenes, the death of Sykes, Crook's spontaneous combustion, Fagin in the condemned cell, the women knitting round the guillotine. To a surprising extent, all this has entered even into the minds of people who do not care about it. A music hall comedian can, or at any rate could quite recently, go on the stage and impersonate Micawber or Mrs. Gamp with a fair certainty of being understood, although not 1 in 20 of the audience had ever read a book of Dickens's right through. Even people who affect to despise him quote him unconsciously. Dickens is a writer who can be imitated, up to a certain point. In genuinely popular literature, for instance, the Elephant and Castle version of Sweeney Todd, he has been plagiarized quite shamelessly. What has been imitated, however, is simply a tradition that Dickens himself took from earlier novelists and developed, the cult of character, i.e. eccentricity. The thing that cannot be imitated is his fertility of invention, which is invention not so much of characters, still less of situations, as of turns of phrase and concrete details. The outstanding, unmistakable mark of Dickens's writing is the unnecessary detail. Here is an example of what I mean. The story given below is not particularly funny, but there is one phrase in it that is as individual as a fingerprint. Mr. Jack Hopkins, at Bob Sawyer's party, is telling the story of the child who swallowed its sister's necklace. Next day, child swallowed 2 beads. The day after that, he treated himself to 3, and so on, till in a week's time he had got through the necklace 25 beads in all. The sister, who was an industrious girl and seldom treated herself to a bit of finery, cried her eyes out at the loss of the necklace, looked high and low for it, but I needn't say didn't find it. A few days afterwards the family were at dinner, baked shoulder of mutton and potatoes under it. The child, who wasn't hungry, was playing about the room, when suddenly there was heard the devil of a noise like a small hailstorm. "Don't do that, my boy," says the father. "I ain't doing nothing," said the child. "Well, don't do it again," said the father. There was a short silence, and then the noise began again, worse than ever. "If you don't mind what I say, my boy," said the father, "you'll find yourself in bed in something less than a pig's whisper." He gave the child a shake to make him obedient, and such a rattling ensued as nobody ever heard before. "Why, damn me, it's in the child," said the father. "He's got the croup in the wrong place." "No, I haven't, father," said the child, beginning to cry. "It's the necklace. I swallowed it, father." The father caught the child up and ran with him to the hospital, the beads in the boy's stomach rattling all the way with the jolting, and the people looking up in the air and down in the cellars to see where the unusual sound came from. "He's in the hospital now," said Jack Hopkins, "and he makes such a devil of a noise when he walks about that they're obliged to muffle him in a watchman's coat for fear he should wake the patients." As a whole, this story might come out of any 19th century comic paper. But the unmistakable Dickens touch, the thing nobody else would have thought of, is the baked shoulder of mutton and potatoes under it. How does this advance the story? The answer is that it doesn't. It is something totally unnecessary, a florid little squiggle on the edge of the page. Only, it is by just these squiggles that the special Dickens atmosphere is created. The other thing one would notice here is that Dickens's way of telling a story takes a long time. An interesting example, too long to quote, is Sam Weller's story of the obstinate patient in chapter Roman 44 of the Pickwick Papers. As it happens, we have a standard of comparison here, because Dickens is plagiarizing, consciously or unconsciously. The story is also told by some ancient Greek writer. I cannot now find the passage, but I read it years ago as a boy at school, and it runs more or less like this. A certain Thracian, renowned for his obstinacy, was warned by his physician that if he drank a flagon of wine it would kill him. The Thracian thereupon drank the flagon of wine and immediately jumped off the housetop and perished. "For," said he, "in this way I shall prove that the wine did not kill me." As the Greek tells it, that is the whole story, about 6 lines. As Sam Weller tells it, it takes round about 1,000 words. Long before getting to the point we have been told all about the patient's clothes, his meals, his manners, even the newspapers he reads, and about the peculiar construction of the doctor's carriage, which conceals the fact that the coachman's trousers do not match his coat. Then there is the dialogue between the doctor and the patient. "Crumpets is wholesome, sir," said the patient. "Crumpets is not wholesome, sir," says the doctor, worry fierce, etc., etc. In the end, the original story has been buried under the details, and in all of Dickens's most characteristic passages it is the same. His imagination overwhelms everything, like a kind of weed. Squeers stands up to address his boys, and immediately we are hearing about Boulder's father who was 2 pounds 10 short, and Mob's stepmother who took to her bed on hearing that Mobs wouldn't eat fat and hoped Mr. Squeers would flog him into a happier state of mind. Mrs. Leo Hunter writes a poem, Expiring Frog. 2 full stanzas are given. Boffin takes a fancy to pose as a miser, and instantly we are down among the squalid biographies of 18th century misers, with names like Vulture Hopkins and the Rev. Blueberry Jones, and chapter headings like The Story of the Mutton Pies and The Treasures of a Dunghill. Mrs. Harris, who does not even exist, has more detail piled on to her than any 3 characters in an ordinary novel. Merely in the middle of a sentence we learn, for instance, that her infant nephew has been seen in a bottle at Greenwich Fair, along with the pink-eyed lady, the Prussian dwarf, and the living skeleton. Joe Gargery describes how the robbers broke into the house of Pumblechook, the corn and seed merchant, and they took his till, and they took his cash box, and they drinked his wine, and they partook of his victuals, and they slapped his face, and they pulled his nose, and they tied him up to his bedpost, and they give him a dozen, and they stuffed his mouth full of flowering annuals to purwin his crying out. Once again the unmistakable Dickens touch, the flowering annuals, but any other novelist would only have mentioned about half of these outrages. Everything is piled up and up, detail on detail, embroidery on embroidery. It is futile to object that this kind of thing is rococo. One might as well make the same objection to a wedding cake. Either you like it or you do not like it. Other 19th century writers, Surtees, Barham, Thackeray, even Marryat, have something of Dickens's profuse, overflowing quality, but none of them on anything like the same scale. The appeal of all these writers now depends partly on period flavor, and though Marryat is still officially a boys' writer, and Surtees has a sort of legendary fame among hunting men, it is probable that they are read mostly by bookish people. Significantly, Dickens's most successful books, not his best books, are The Pickwick Papers, which is not a novel, and Hard Times and A Tale of Two Cities, which are not funny. As a novelist, his natural fertility greatly hampers him, because the burlesque which he is never able to resist is constantly breaking into what ought to be serious situations. There is a good example of this in the opening chapter of Great Expectations. The escaped convict, Magwitch, has just captured the 6-year-old Pip in the churchyard. The scene starts terrifyingly enough, from Pip's point of view. The convict, smothered in mud and with his chain trailing from his leg, suddenly starts up among the tombs, grabs the child, turns him upside down, and robs his pockets. Then he begins terrorizing him into bringing food and a file. He held me by the arms in an upright position on the top of the stone, and went on in these fearful terms. You bring me, tomorrow morning early, that file and them victuals. You bring the lot to me at that old battery over yonder. You do it, and you never dare to say a word or dare to make a sign concerning your having seen such a person as me, or any person somever, and you shall be let to live. You fail, or you go from my words in any particular, no matter how small it is, and your heart and liver shall be tore out, roasted, and ate. Now I ain't alone, as you may think I am. There's a young man hid with me, in comparison with which young man I am an angel. That young man hears the words I speak. That young man has a secret way peculiar to himself of getting at a boy, and at his heart, and at his liver. It is in vain for a boy to attempt to hide himself from that young man. A boy may lock his door, may be warm in bed, may tuck himself up, may draw the clothes over his head, may think himself comfortable and safe, but that young man will softly creep his way to him and tear him open. I am keeping that young man from harming you at the present moment, but with great difficulty. I find it worry hard to hold that young man off of your inside. Now, what do you say? Here Dickens has simply yielded to temptation. To begin with, no starving and hunted man would speak in the least like that. Moreover, although the speech shows a remarkable knowledge of the way in which a child's mind works, its actual words are quite out of tune with what is to follow. It turns Magwitch into a sort of pantomime wicked uncle, or, if one sees him through the child's eyes, into an appalling monster. Later in the book he is to be represented as neither, and his exaggerated gratitude, on which the plot turns, is to be incredible because of just this speech. As usual, Dickens's imagination has overwhelmed him. The picturesque details were too good to be left out. Even with characters who are more of a piece than Magwitch, he is liable to be tripped up by some seductive phrase. Mr. Murdstone, for instance, is in the habit of ending David Copperfield's lessons every morning with a dreadful sum in arithmetic. If I go into a cheesemonger's shop and buy 5,000 double Gloucester cheeses at 4 halfpenny each, present payment, it always begins. Once again the typical Dickens detail, the double Gloucester cheeses. but it is far too human a touch for Murdstone. He would have made it 5,000 cash boxes. Every time this note is struck, the unity of the novel suffers. Not that it matters very much, because Dickens is obviously a writer whose parts are greater than his wholes. He is all fragments, all details, rotten architecture, but wonderful gargoyles, and never better than when he is building up some character who will later on be forced to act inconsistently. Of course, it is not usual to urge against Dickens that he makes his characters behave inconsistently. Generally, he is accused of doing just the opposite. His characters are supposed to be mere types, each crudely representing some single trait and fitted with a kind of label by which you recognize him. Dickens is only a caricaturist. That is the usual accusation, and it does him both more and less than justice. To begin with, he did not think of himself as a caricaturist, and was constantly setting into action characters who ought to have been purely static. Squeers, Micawber, Miss Mocher, One Weg, Skimpole, Pecksniff, and many others are finally involved in plots where they are out of place, and where they behave quite incredibly. They start off as magic lantern slides, and they end by getting mixed up in a third-rate movie. Sometimes one can put one's finger on a single sentence in which the original illusion is destroyed. There is such a sentence in David Copperfield. After the famous dinner party, the one where the leg of mutton was underdone, David is showing his guests out. He stops Traddles at the top of the stairs. "Traddles," said I, "Mr. Micawber don't mean any harm, poor fellow, but if I were you I wouldn't lend him anything." "My dear Mr. Copperfield," returned Traddles, smiling, "I haven't got anything to lend." "You have got a name, you know," I said. At the place where one reads it, this remark jars a little, though something of the kind was inevitable sooner or later. The story is a fairly realistic one, and David is growing up. Ultimately, he is bound to see Mr. Micawber for what he is, a cadging scoundrel. Afterwards, of course, Dickens's sentimentality overcomes him, and Micawber is made to turn over a new leaf. But from then on, the original Micawber is never quite recaptured, in spite of desperate efforts. As a rule, the plot in which Dickens's characters get entangled is not particularly credible, but at least it makes some pretense at reality, whereas the world to which they belong is a never-never land, a kind of eternity. But just here one sees that only a caricaturist is not really a condemnation. The fact that Dickens is always thought of as a caricaturist, although he was constantly trying to be something else, is perhaps the surest mark of his genius. The monstrosities that he created are still remembered as monstrosities, in spite of getting mixed up in would-be probable melodramas. Their first impact is so vivid that nothing that comes afterwards effaces it. As with the people one knew in childhood, one seems always to remember them in one particular attitude, doing one particular thing. Mrs. Squeers is always ladling out brimstone and treacle. Mrs. Gummidge is always weeping. Mrs. Gargery is always banging her husband's head against the wall. Mrs. Jellyby is always scribbling tracts while her children fall into the area. And there they all are, fixed forever like little twinkling miniatures painted on snuff-box lids, completely fantastic and incredible, and yet somehow more solid and infinitely more memorable than the efforts of serious novelists. Even by the standards of his time, Dickens was an exceptionally artificial writer. As Ruskin said, he chose to work in a circle of stage fire. His characters are even more distorted and simplified than Smollett's. But there are no rules in novel writing, and for any work of art there is only one test worth bothering about: survival. By this test, Dickens's characters have succeeded, even if the people who remember them hardly think of them as human beings. They are monsters, but at any rate they exist. But all the same, there is a disadvantage in writing about monsters. It amounts to this, that it is only certain moods that Dickens can speak to. There are large areas of the human mind that he never touches. There is no poetic feeling anywhere in his books, and no genuine tragedy, and even sexual love is almost outside his scope. Actually, his books are not so sexless as they are sometimes declared to be, and considering the time in which he was writing, he is reasonably frank. But there is not a trace in him of the feeling that one finds in Man on Lescaut, Salambo, Carmen, Wuthering Heights. According to Aldous Huxley, D.H. Lawrence once said that Balzac was a gigantic dwarf, and in a sense the same is true of Dickens. There are whole worlds which he either knows nothing about or does not wish to mention. Except in a rather roundabout way, one cannot learn very much from Dickens. And to say this is to think almost immediately of the great Russian novelists of the 19th century. Why is it that Tolstoy's grasp seems to be so much larger than Dickens's? Why is it that he seems able to tell you so much more about yourself? It is not that he is more gifted, or even, in the last analysis, more intelligent. It is because he is writing about people who are growing. His characters are struggling to make their souls, whereas Dickens's are already finished and perfect. In my own mind, Dickens's people are present far more often and far more vividly than Tolstoy's, but always in a single, unchangeable attitude, like pictures or pieces of furniture. You cannot hold an imaginary conversation with a Dickens character as you can with, say, Pierre Bezukhov. And this is not merely because of Tolstoy's greater seriousness, for there are also comic characters that you can imagine yourself talking to, Bloom, for instance, or Paycuchet, or even Wells's Mr. Polly. It is because Dickens's characters have no mental life. They say perfectly the thing that they have to say, but they cannot be conceived as talking about anything else. They never learn, never speculate. Perhaps the most meditative of his characters is Paul Dami, and his thoughts are mush. Does this mean that Tolstoy's novels are better than Dickens's? The truth is that it is absurd to make such comparisons in terms of better and worse. If I were forced to compare Tolstoy with Dickens, I should say that Tolstoy's appeal will probably be wider in the long run, because Dickens is scarcely intelligible outside the English-speaking culture. On the other hand, Dickens is able to reach simple people, which Tolstoy is not. Tolstoy's characters can cross a frontier. Dickens' can be portrayed on a cigarette card, but one is no more obliged to choose between them than between a sausage and a rose. Their purposes barely intersect. Roman 6. If Dickens had been merely a comic writer, the chances are that no one would now remember his name. Or at best a few of his books would survive in rather the same way as books like Frank Fairley, Mr. Verdant Green and Mrs. Caudle's Curtain Lectures 2, as a sort of hangover of the Victorian atmosphere, a pleasant little whiff of oysters and brown stout. Who has not felt sometimes that it was a pity that Dickens ever deserted the vein of Pickwick for things like Little Dorrit and Hard Times? What people always demand of a popular novelist is that he shall write the same book over and over again, forgetting that a man who would write the same book twice could not even write it once. Any writer who is not utterly lifeless moves upon a kind of parabola, and the downward curve is implied in the upward one. Joyce has to start with the frigid competence of Dubliners and end with the dream language of Finnegan's Wake, but Ulysses and Portrait of the Artist are part of the trajectory. The thing that drove Dickens forward into a form of art for which he was not really suited, and at the same time caused us to remember him, was simply the fact that he was a moralist, the consciousness of having something to say. He is always preaching a sermon, and that is the final secret of his inventiveness. For you can only create if you can care. Types like Squeers and Micawber could not have been produced by a hack writer looking for something to be funny about. A joke worth laughing at always has an idea behind it, and usually a subversive idea. Dickens is able to go on being funny because he is in revolt against authority, and authority is always there to be laughed at. There is always room for one more custard pie. His radicalism is of the vaguest kind, and yet one always knows that it is there. That is the difference between being a moralist and a politician. He has no constructive suggestions, not even a clear grasp of the nature of the society he is attacking, only an emotional perception that something is wrong. All he can finally say is, behave decently, which, as I suggested earlier, is not necessarily so shallow as it sounds. Most revolutionaries are potential Tories because they imagine that everything can be put right by altering the shape of society. Once that change is effected, as it sometimes is, they see no need for any other. Dickens has not this kind of mental coarseness. The vagueness of his discontent is the mark of its permanence. What he is out against is not this or that institution, but, as Chesterton put it, an expression on the human face. Roughly speaking, his morality is the Christian morality, but in spite of his Anglican upbringing he was essentially a Bible Christian, as he took care to make plain when writing his will. In any case, he cannot properly be described as a religious man. He believed, undoubtedly, but religion in the devotional sense does not seem to have entered much into his thoughts. One where he is Christian is in his quasi-instinctive siding with the oppressed against the oppressors. As a matter of course, he is on the side of the underdog, always and everywhere. To carry this to its logical conclusion, one has got to change sides when the underdog becomes an upper dog, and in fact Dickens does tend to do so. He loathes the Catholic Church, for instance, but as soon as the Catholics are persecuted, Barnaby Rudge, he is on their side. He loathes the aristocratic class even more, but as soon as they are really overthrown, the revolutionary chapters in A Tale of Two Cities, his sympathies swing round. Whenever he departs from this emotional attitude, he goes astray. A well-known example is at the ending of David Copperfield, in which everyone who reads it feels that something has gone wrong. What is wrong is that the closing chapters are pervaded, faintly but noticeably, by the cult of success. It is the gospel according to Smiles, instead of the gospel according to Dickens. The attractive, out-at-elbow characters are got rid of, Micawber makes a fortune, Heap gets into prison. Both of these events are flagrantly impossible, and even Dora is killed off to make way for Agnes. If you like, you can read Dora as Dickens's wife and Agnes as his sister-in-law, but the essential point is that Dickens has turned respectable and done violence to his own nature. Perhaps that is why Agnes is the most disagreeable of his heroines, the real legless angel of Victorian romance, almost as bad as Thackeray's Laura. No grown-up person can read Dickens without feeling his limitations, and yet there does remain his native generosity of mind, which acts as a kind of anchor and nearly always keeps him where he belongs. It is probably the central secret of his popularity. A good-tempered antinomianism, rather of Dickens's type, is one of the marks of Western popular culture. One sees it in folk stories and comic songs, in dream figures like Mickey Mouse and Popeye the Sailor, both of them variants of Jack the Giant Killer, in the history of working-class socialism, in the popular protests, always ineffective but not always a sham, against imperialism, in the impulse that makes a jury award excessive damages when a rich man's car runs over a poor man. It is the feeling that one is always on the side of the underdog, on the side of the weak against the strong. In one sense, it is a feeling that is 50 years out of date. The common man is still living in the mental world of Dickens, but nearly every modern intellectual has gone over to some or other form of totalitarianism. From the Marxist or fascist point of view, nearly all that Dickens stands for can be written off as bourgeois morality. But in moral outlook, no one could be more bourgeois than the English working classes. The ordinary people in the Western countries have never entered mentally into the world of realism and power politics. They may do so before long, in which case Dickens will be as out of date as the cab horse. But in his own age and ours, he has been popular chiefly because he was able to express in a comic, simplified and therefore memorable form the native decency of the common man. And it is important that from this point of view people of very different types can be described as common. In a country like England, in spite of its class structure, there does exist a certain cultural unity. All through the Christian ages, and especially since the French Revolution, the Western world has been haunted by the idea of freedom and equality. It is only an idea, but it has penetrated to all ranks of society. The most atrocious injustices, cruelties, lies, snobberies exist everywhere, but there are not many people who can regard these things with the same indifference as, say, a Roman slave owner. Even the millionaire suffers from a vague sense of guilt, like a dog eating a stolen leg of mutton. Nearly everyone, whatever his actual conduct may be, responds emotionally to the idea of human brotherhood. Dickens voiced a code which was, and on the whole still is, believed in, even by people who violate it. It is difficult otherwise to explain why he could be both read by working people, a thing that has happened to no other novelist of his stature, and buried in Westminster Abbey. When one reads any strongly individual piece of writing, one has the impression of seeing a face somewhere behind the page. It is not necessarily the actual face of the writer. I feel this very strongly with Swift, with Defoe, with Fielding, Stendhal, Thackeray, Flaubert, though in several cases I do not know what these people looked like and do not want to know. What one sees is the face that the writer ought to have. Well, in the case of Dickens, I see a face that is not quite the face of Dickens's photographs, though it resembles it. It is the face of a man of about 40, with a small beard and a high color. He is laughing, with a touch of anger in his laughter, but no triumph, no malignity. It is the face of a man who is always fighting against something, but who fights in the open and is not frightened. The face of a man who is generously angry, in other words, of a 19th-century liberal, a free intelligence, a type hated with equal hatred by all the smelly little orthodoxies which are now contending for our souls. 1939 boys, weeklies. You never walk through any poor quarter in any big town without coming upon a small newsagent's shop. The general appearance of these shops is always very much the same. A few posters for the Daily Mail and the news of the world outside, a poky little window with sweet bottles and packets of players, and a dark interior smelling of licorice all sorts, and festooned from floor to ceiling with vilely printed twopenny papers, most of them with lurid cover illustrations in 3 colors. Except for the daily and evening papers, the stock of these shops hardly overlaps at all with that of the big newsagents. Their main selling line is the twopenny weekly, and the number and variety of these are almost unbelievable. Every hobby and pastime, cage birds, fretwork, carpentering, bees, carrier pigeons, home conjuring, philately, chess, has at least one paper devoted to it, and generally several. Gardening and livestock keeping must have at least a score between them. Then there are the sporting papers, the radio papers, the children's comics, the various snippet papers such as Tit-Bits, the large range of papers devoted to the movies and all more or less exploiting women's legs, the various trade papers, the women's story papers, the Oracle, Secrets, Peg's paper, etc., etc. The needlework papers, these so numerous that a display of them alone will often fill an entire window. And in addition the long series of Yanks mags, fight stories, action stories, Western short stories, etc., which are imported shop-soiled from America and sold at 2 halfpenny or 3pence, and the periodical proper shades off into the 4penny novelette, the Aldine boxing novels, the Boys' Friend Library, the Schoolgirls' Own Library, and many others. Probably the contents of these shops is the best available indication of what the mass of the English people really feels and thinks. Certainly nothing half so revealing exists in documentary form. Bestseller novels, for instance, tell one a great deal, but the novel is aimed almost exclusively at people above the £4 a week level. The movies are probably a very unsafe guide to popular taste, because the film industry is virtually a monopoly, which means that it is not obliged to study its public at all closely. The same applies to some extent to the daily papers, and most of all to the radio. But it does not apply to the weekly paper with a smallish circulation and specialized subject matter. Papers like the Exchange and Mart, for instance, or Cage Birds, or the Oracle, or Prediction, or the Matrimonial Times, only exist because there is a definite demand for them, and they reflect the minds of their readers as a great national daily with a circulation of millions cannot possibly do. Here I am only dealing with a single series of papers, the boys' twopenny weeklies, often inaccurately described as penny dreadfuls. Falling strictly within this class, there are at present 10 papers: the Gem, Magnet, Modern Boy, Triumph, and Champion, all owned by the Amalgamated Press, and the Wizard, Rover, Skipper, Hotspur, and Adventure, all owned by D.C. Thompson, and Co. What the circulations of these papers are, I do not know. The editors and proprietors refuse to name any figures, and in any case, the circulation of a paper carrying serial stories is bound to fluctuate widely. But there is no question that the combined public of the 10 papers is a very large one. They are on sale in every town in England, and nearly every boy who reads at all goes through a phase of reading one or more of them. The Gem and Magnet, which are much the oldest of these papers, are of rather different type from the rest, and they have evidently lost some of their popularity during the past few years. A good many boys now regard them as old-fashioned and slow. Nevertheless, I want to discuss them first, because they are more interesting psychologically than the others, and also because the mere survival of such papers into the 1930s is a rather startling phenomenon. The Gem and Magnet are sister papers. Characters out of one paper frequently appear in the other, and were both started more than 30 years ago. At that time, together with Chums and the old B.O.P., they were the leading players for boys, and they remained dominant till quite recently. Each of them carries every week a 15 or 20,000 word school story, complete in itself, but usually more or less connected with the story of the week before. The Gem, in addition to its school story, carries one or more adventure serials. Otherwise, the two papers are so much alike that they can be treated as one, though the Magnet has always been the better known of the two, probably because it possesses a really first-rate character in the fat boy, Billy Bunter. The stories are stories of what purports to be public school life, and the schools, Greyfriars in the Magnet and St. Jim's in the Gem, are represented as ancient and fashionable foundations of the type of Eton or Winchester. All the leading characters are fourth-form boys aged 14 or 15, older or younger boys only appearing in very minor parts. Like Sexton Blake and Nelson Lee, these boys continue week after week and year after year, never growing any older. Very occasionally a new boy arrives or a minor character drops out, but at any rate the last 25 years the personnel has barely altered. All the principal characters in both papers, Bob Cherry, Tom Mary, Harry Wharton, Johnny Bull, Billy Bunter, and the rest of them, were at Greyfriars or St. Jim's long before the Great War, exactly the same age as at present, having much the same kind of adventures and talking almost exactly the same dialect. And not only the characters but the whole atmosphere of both the Gem and Magnet has been preserved unchanged, partly by means of very elaborate stylization. The stories in the Magnet are signed Frank Richards, and those in the gem Martin Clifford. But a series lasting 30 years could hardly be the work of the same person every week. Consequently, they have to be written in a style that is easily imitated. An extraordinary, artificial, repetitive style, quite different from anything else now existing in English literature. A couple of extracts will do as illustrations. Here is one from the Magnet. Groan. Shut up, Bunter. Groan. Shutting up was not really in Billy Bunter's line. He seldom shut up, though often requested to do so. On the present awful occasion, the fat owl of Greyfriars was less inclined than ever to shut up. And he did not shut up. He groaned and went on groaning. Even groaning did not fully express Bunter's feeling. His feelings, in fact, were inexpressible. There were 6 of them in the soup. Only one of the 6 uttered sounds of woe and lamentation. But that one William George Bunter uttered enough for the whole party and a little over. Harry Wharton and Co. stood in a wrathy and worried group. They were landed and stranded, diddled, dished, and done. Etc., etc., etc. Here is one from the gem. Oh, see wums. Oh, gum. Oog. Erg. Arthur Augustus sat up dizzily. He grabbed his handkerchief and pressed it to his damaged nose. Tom Mary sat up, gasping for breath. They looked at one another. By Jove, this is a go-de boy, gurgled Arthur Augustus. I have been thwown into quite a flutter. Oog, the wattas, the wuffians, the fearful outsitters. Wow. Etc., etc., etc. Both of these extracts are entirely typical. You would find something like them in almost every chapter of every number today or 25 years ago. The first thing that anyone would notice is the extraordinary amount of tautology. The first of these 2 passages contains 125 words and could be compressed into about 30, seemingly designed to spin out the story, but actually playing its part in creating the atmosphere. For the same reason, various facetious expressions are repeated over and over again. Wrathy, for instance, is a great favorite, and so is diddled, dished, and done. Oog, gruel, and yarrow. Stylized cries of pain recur constantly, and so does ha, 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 always given a line to itself, so that sometimes a quarter of a column or thereabouts consists of ha, 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 the slang go and eat coke, what the thump, you frabjous ass, etc., etc., has never been altered, so that the boys are now using slang which is at least 30 years out of date. In addition, the various nicknames are rubbed in on every possible occasion. Every few lines we are reminded that Harry Wharton and Co. are the famous 5. Bunter is always the fat owl, or the owl of the remove. Vernon Smith is always the bounder of Greyfriars. Gussie, the Honorable Arthur Augustus Darcy, is always the swell of St. Jim's, and so on and so forth. There is a constant, untiring effort to keep the atmosphere intact and to make sure that every new reader learns immediately who is who. The result has been to make Greyfriars and St. Jim's into an extraordinary little world of their own, a world which cannot be taken seriously by anyone over 15, but which at any rate is not easily forgotten. By a debasement of the Dickens technique, a series of stereotyped characters has been built up, in several cases very successfully. Billy Bunter, for instance, must be one of the best-known figures in English fiction. For the mere number of people who know him, he ranks with Sexton Blake, Tarzan, Sherlock Holmes, and a handful of characters in Dickens. Needless to say, these stories are fantastically unlike life at a real public school. They run in cycles of rather differing types, but in general they are the clean, fun, knockabout type of story, with interest centering round horseplay, practical jokes, ragging masters, fights, canings, football, cricket, and food. A constantly recurring story is one in which a boy is accused of some misdeed committed by another, and is too much of a sportsman to reveal the truth. The good boys are good in the clean-living Englishman tradition. They keep in hard training, wash behind their ears, never hit below the belt, etc., etc. And by way of contrast, there is a series of bad boys, Racky, Crook, Loader, and others, whose badness consists in betting, smoking cigarettes, and frequenting public houses. All these boys are constantly on the verge of expulsion, but as it would mean a change of personnel if any boy were actually expelled, no one is ever caught out in any really serious offense. Stealing, for instance, barely enters as a motif. Sex is completely taboo, especially in the form in which it actually arises at public schools. Occasionally girls enter into the stories, and very rarely there is something approaching a mild flirtation, but it is always entirely in the spirit of clean fun. A boy and a girl enjoy going for bicycle rides together. That is all it ever amounts to. Kissing, for instance, would be regarded as soppy. Even the bad boys are presumed to be completely sexless. When the Gem and Magnet were started, it is probably that there was a deliberate intention to get away from the guilty, sex-ridden atmosphere that pervaded so much of the earlier literature for boys. In the 90s, the Boys' Own paper, for instance, used to have its correspondence columns full of terrifying warnings against masturbation, and books like St. Winifred's and Tom Brown's School Days were heavy with homosexual feeling, though no doubt the authors were not fully aware of it. In the Gem and Magnet, sex simply does not exist as a problem. Religion is also taboo. In the whole 30 years issue of the two papers, the word God probably does not occur, except in God Save the King. On the other hand, there has always been a very strong temperance strain. Drinking and, by association, smoking are regarded as rather disgraceful even in an adult. Shady is the usual word, but at the same time as something irresistibly fascinating, a sort of substitute for sex. In their moral atmosphere, the Gem and Magnet have a great deal in common with the Boy Scout movement, which started at about the same time. All literature of this kind is partly plagiarism. Sexton Blake, for instance, started off quite frankly as an imitation of Sherlock Holmes, and still resembles him fairly strongly. He has hawk-like features, lives in Baker Street, smokes enormously, and puts on a dressing gown when he wants to think. The Gem and Magnet probably owe something to the school story writers who were flourishing when they began, Gunby Hadeth, Desmond Coke, and the rest, but they owe more to 19th century models. Insofar as Greyfriars and St. Jim's are like real schools at all, they are much more like Tom Brown's Rugby than a modern public school. Neither school has an OT, for instance. Games are not compulsory, and the boys are even allowed to wear what clothes they like. But without doubt, the main origin of these papers is Stalky, and this book has had an immense influence on boys' literature. And it is one of those books which have a sort of traditional reputation among people who have never even seen a copy of it. More than once in boys' weekly papers I have come across a reference to Stalky and Co. in which the word was spelt Storky. Even the name of the chief comic among the Greyfriars masters, Mr. Prout, is taken from Stalky and Co., and so is much of the slang. Jape, merry, giddy, bisney, business, frabjous. Don't for doesn't, all of them out of date even when Gem and Magnet started. There are also traces of earlier origins. The name Greyfriars is probably taken from Thackeray, and Gosling, the school porter in the Magnet, talks in an imitation of Dickens's dialect. With all this, the supposed glamour of public school life is played for all it is worth. There is all the usual paraphernalia: lockup, roll call, house matches, fagging, prefects, cozy teas round the study fire, etc., and constant reference to the old school. The old Grey Stones. Both schools were founded in the early 16th century, the team spirit of the Greyfriars men. As for the snob appeal, it is completely shameless. Each school has a titled boy or two whose titles are constantly thrust in the reader's face. Other boys have the names of well-known aristocratic families: Talbot, Manners, Lowther. We are forever being reminded that Gussie is the Honorable Arthur A. Darcy, son of Lord Eastwood, that Jack Blake is heir to broad acres, that Hurry Jamset Ram Singh, nicknamed Inky, is the nabob of Banipur, that Vernon Smith's father is a millionaire. Till recently, the illustrations in both papers always depicted the boys in clothes imitated from those of Eton. In the last few years, Greyfriars has changed over to blazers and flannel trousers, but St. Jim's still sticks to the Eton jacket, and Gussie sticks to his top hat. In the school magazine, which appears every week as part of the Magnet, Harry Wharton writes an article discussing the pocket money received by the fellows in the Remove, and reveals that some of them get as much as £5 a week. This kind of thing is a perfectly deliberate incitement to wealth fantasy, and here it is worth noticing a rather curious fact, and that is that the school story is a thing peculiar to England. So far as I know, there are extremely few school stories in foreign languages. The reason, obviously, is that in England education is mainly a matter of status. The most definite dividing line between the petite bourgeoisie and the working class is that the former pay for their education, and within the bourgeoisie, there is another unbridgeable gulf between the public school and the private school. It is quite clear that there are tens and scores of thousands of people to whom every detail of life at a posh, public school is wildly thrilling and romantic. They happen to be outside that mystic world of quadrangles and house colors, but they yearn after it, daydream about it, live mentally in it for hours at a stretch. The question is, who are these people? Who reads the Gem and Magnet? Obviously, one can never be quite certain about this kind of thing. All I can say from my own observation is this. Boys who are likely to go to public schools themselves generally read the Gem and Magnet, but they nearly always stop reading them when they are about 12. They may continue for another year from force of habit, but by that time, they have ceased to take them seriously. On the other hand, the boys at very cheap private schools, the schools that are designed for people who can't afford a public school but consider the council schools common, continue reading the Gem and Magnet for several years longer. A few years ago, I was a teacher at two of these schools myself. I found that not only did virtually all the boys read the Gem and Magnet, but that they were still taking them fairly seriously when they were 15 or even 16. These boys were the sons of shopkeepers, office employees, and small business and professional men, and obviously it is this class that the Gem and Magnet are aimed at. But they are certainly read by working-class boys as well. They are generally on sale in the poorest quarters of big towns, and I have known them to be read by boys whom one might expect to be completely immune from public school glamour. I have seen a young coal miner, for instance, a lad who had already worked a year or two underground, eagerly reading the Gem. Recently, I offered a batch of English papers to some British legionaries of the French Foreign Legion in North Africa. They picked out the Gem and Magnet first. Both papers are much read by girls. And the Pen Pals department of the Gem shows that it is read in every corner of the British Empire, by Australians, Canadians, Palestine Jews, Malays, Arabs, Straits Chinese, etc., etc. The editors evidently expect their readers to be aged round about 14, and the advertisements: milk chocolate, postage stamps, water pistols, blushing cured, home conjuring tricks, itching powder, the fiend fun ring which runs a needle into your friend's hand, etc., etc., indicate roughly the same age. There are also the Admiralty advertisements, however, which call for youths between 17 and 22. And there is no question that these papers are also read by adults. It is quite common for people to write to the editor and say that they have read every number of the Gem or Magnet for the past 30 years. Here, for instance, is a letter from a lady in Salisbury. I can say of your splendid yarns of Harry Wharton and Co. of Greyfriars that they never fail to reach a high standard. Without doubt, they are the finest stories of their type on the market today, which is saying a good deal. They seem to bring you face to face with nature. I have taken the Magnet from the start and have followed the adventures of Harry Wharton and Co. with rapt interest. I have no sons, but 2 daughters, and there's always a rush to be the first to read the grand old paper. My husband, too, was a staunch reader of the Magnet until he was suddenly taken away from us. It is well worth getting hold of some copies of the Gem and Magnet, especially the Gem, simply to have a look at the correspondence columns. What is truly startling is the intense interest with which the pettiest details of life at Greyfriars and St. Jim's are followed up. Here, for instance, are a few of the questions sent in by readers. What age is Dick Roylance? How old is St. Jim's? Can you give me a list of the Shell and their studies? How much did Darcy's monocle cost? How is it fellows like Crook are in the Shell and decent fellows like yourself are only in the 4th? What are the form captain's 3 chief duties? Who is the chemistry master at St. Jim's? From a girl, where is St. Jim's situated? Could you tell me how to get there, as I would love to see the building? Are you boys just phonies, as I think you are? It is clear that many of the boys and girls who write these letters are living a complete fantasy life. Sometimes a boy will write, for instance, give his age, height, weight, chest and biceps measurements, and asking which member of the Shell or 4th form he most exactly resembles. The demand for a list of the studies on the Shell passage, with an exact account of who lives in each, is a very common one. The editors, of course, do everything in their power to keep up the illusion. In the Gem, Jack Blake is supposed to write the answers to correspondence, and in the Magnet a couple of pages is always given up to the school magazine, the Greyfriars Herald, edited by Harry Wharton, and there is another page in which one or other character is written up each week. The stories run in cycles, 2 or 3 characters being kept in the foreground for several weeks at a time. First, there will be a series of rollicking adventure stories, featuring the famous 5 and Billy Bunter. Then a run of stories turning on mistaken identity, with Wibbly, the makeup wizard, in the star part. Then a run of more serious stories in which Vernon Smith is trembling on the verge of expulsion. And here one comes upon the real secret of the Gem and Magnet, and the probable reason why they continue to be read in spite of their obvious out-of-dateness. It is that the characters are so carefully graded as to give almost every type of reader a character he can identify himself with. Most boys' papers aim at doing this, hence the boy assistant, Sexton Blake's tinker, Nelson Lee's nipper, etc., who usually accompanies the explorer, detective, or what, not on his adventures. But in these cases there is only one boy, and usually it is much the same type of boy. In the Gem and Magnet there is a model for nearly everybody. There is the normal, athletic, high-spirited boy Tom Mary, Jack Blake, Frank Nugent, a slightly rowdier version of this type Bob Cherry, a more aristocratic version Talbot Manners, a quieter, more serious version Harry Wharton, and a stolid, bulldog version Johnny Bull. Then there is the reckless, daredevil type of boy Vernon Smith, the definitely clever, studious boy Mark Linley, Dick Penfold, and the eccentric boy who is not good at games but possesses some special talent Skinner, Wibbly. And there is the scholarship boy Tom Redwing, an important figure in this class of story because he makes it possible for boys from very poor homes to project themselves into the public school atmosphere. In addition, there are Australian, Irish, Welsh, Manx, Yorkshire and Lancashire boys to play upon local patriotism. But the subtlety of characterization goes deeper than this. If one studies the correspondence columns, one sees that there is probably no character in the Gem and Magnet whom some or other reader does not identify with, except the out-and-out comics, Coker, Billy Bunter, Fisher T. Fish, the money-grubbing American boy, and of course the masters. Bunter, though in his origin he probably owed something to the fat boy in Pickwick, is a real creation. His tight trousers against which boots and canes are constantly thudding, his astuteness in search of food, his postal order which never turns up, have made him famous wherever the Union Jack waves. But he is not a subject for daydreams. On the other hand, another seeming figure of fun, Gussie, the Honorable Arthur A. Darcy, the swell of St. Jim's, is evidently much admired. Like everything else in the Gem and Magnet, Gussie is at least 30 years out of date. He is the nut of the early 20th century, or even the masher of the 90s, by Jove, boy. And Wheelie, I shall be obliged to give you a feeful thwashin. The monocled idiot who made good on the fields of Mons and Lakatau. And his evident popularity goes to show how deep the snob appeal of this type is. English people are extremely fond of the titled ass CF, Lord Peter Wimsey, who always turns up trumps in the moment of emergency. Here is a letter from one of Gussie's girl admirers. I think you're too hard on Gussie. I wonder he's still in existence the way you treat him. He's my hero. Did you know I write lyrics? How's this, to the tune of Goody Goody? Gonna get my gas mask, join the ARP 'cause I'm wise to all those bombs you drop on me. Gonna dig myself a trench inside the garden fence. Gonna seal my windows up with tin so that the tear gas can't get in. Gonna park my cannon right outside the curb with a note to Adolf Hitler. Don't disturb. And if I never fall in Nazi hands, that's soon enough for me. Gonna get my gas mask, join the ARP. P.S. Do you get on well with girls? I quote this in full because, dated April 1939, it is interesting as being probably the earliest mention of Hitler in the Gem. In the Gem there is also a heroic fat boy, Fatty Wynn, as a set-off against Bunter. Vernon Smith, the bounder of the Remove, a Byronic character always on the verge of the sack, is another great favorite, and even some of the cads probably have their following. Loader, for instance, the rotter of the 6th, is a cad, but he is also a highbrow and given to saying sarcastic things about football and the team spirit. The boys of the Remove only think him all the more of a cad for this, but a certain type of boy would probably identify with him. Even Racky, Crook & Co. are probably admired by small boys who think it diabolically wicked to smoke cigarettes. A frequent question in the correspondence column: what brand of cigarettes does Racky smoke? Naturally, the politics of the Gem and Magnet are conservative, but in a completely pre-1914 style, with no fascist tinge. In reality, their basic political assumptions are two: nothing ever changes, and foreigners are funny. In the Gem of 1939, Frenchmen are still froggies and Italians are still dagos. Mossu, the French master at Greyfriars, is the usual comic paper frog, with pointed beard, peg-top trousers, etc. Inky. The Indian boy, though a Raja, and therefore possessing snob appeal, is also the comic Babu of the Punch tradition. The rowfulness is not the proper caper, my esteemed Bob, said Inky. Let dogs delight in the barkfulness and bitefulness, but the soft answer is the cracked pitcher that goes longest to a bird in the bush, as the English proverb remarks. Fisher T. Fish is the old-style stage Yankee, vol, I guess, etc., dating from a period of Anglo-American jealousy. One Lung, the Chinese boy, he has rather faded out of late, no doubt because some of the Magnet's readers are straight Chinese, is the 19th century pantomime Chinaman, with saucer-shaped hat, pigtail, and pidgin English. The assumption all along is not only that foreigners are comics who are put there for us to laugh at, but that they can be classified in much the same way as insects. That is why in all boys' papers, not only the Gem and Magnet, a Chinese is invariably portrayed with a pigtail. It is the thing you recognize him by, like the Frenchman's beard or the Italian's barrel organ. In papers of this kind, it occasionally happens that when the setting of a story is in a foreign country, some attempt is made to describe the natives as individual human beings. But as a rule, it is assumed that foreigners of any one race are all alike and will conform more or less exactly to the following patterns. Frenchman, excitable, wears beard, gesticulates wildly. Spaniard, Mexican, etc., sinister, treacherous. Arab, Afghan, etc., sinister, treacherous. Chinese, sinister, treacherous. Wears pigtails. Italian, excitable, grinds barrel organ or carries stiletto. Swede, Dane, etc., kind-hearted, stupid. Negro, comic, very faithful. The working classes only enter into the gem and magnet as comics or semi-villains, race-course touts, etc. As for class friction, trade unionism, strikes, slumps, unemployment, fascism, and civil war, not a mention. Somewhere or other in the 30 years issue of the two papers you might perhaps find the word socialism, but you would have to look a long time for it. If the Russian Revolution is anywhere referred to, it will be indirectly in the word Bolshi, meaning a person of violent, disagreeable habits. Hitler and the Nazis are just beginning to make their appearance, in the sort of reference I quoted above. The war crisis of September 1938 made just enough impression to produce a story in which Mr. Vernon Smith, the Bounder's millionaire father, cashed in on the general panic by buying up country houses in order to sell them to crisis scuttlers. But that is probably as near to noticing the European situation as the gem and magnet will come. Until the war actually starts, one that does not mean these papers are unpatriotic. Quite the contrary. Throughout the Great War, the gem and magnet were perhaps the most consistently and cheerfully patriotic papers in England. Almost every week the boys caught a spy or pushed a conchai into the army, and during the rationing period, "Eat less bread" was printed in large type on every page. But their patriotism has nothing whatever to do with power politics or ideological warfare. It is more akin to family loyalty, and actually it gives one a valuable clue to the attitude of ordinary people, especially the huge, untouchable block of the middle class and the better-off working class. These people are patriotic to the middle of their bones, but they do not feel that what happens in foreign countries is any of their business. When England is in danger, they rally to its defense as a matter of course, but in between times they are not interested. After all, England is always in the right and England always wins, so why worry? It is an attitude that has been shaken during the past 20 years, but not so deeply as is sometimes supposed. Failure to understand it is one of the reasons why left-wing political parties are seldom able to produce an acceptable foreign policy. The mental world of the gem and magnet, therefore, is something like this. The year is 1910 or 1940, but it is all the same. You are at Greyfriars, a rosy-cheeked boy of 14 in posh, tailor-made clothes, sitting down to tea in your study on the remove passage after an exciting game of football which was won by an odd goal in the last half-minute. There is a cozy fire in the study, and outside the wind is whistling. The ivy clusters thickly round the old gray stones. The king is on his throne and the pound is worth a pound. Over in Europe the comic foreigners are jabbering and gesticulating, but the grim gray battleships of the British fleet are steaming up the channel, and at the outposts of empire the monocled Englishmen are holding the niggers at bay. Lord Mauleverer has just got another fiver, and we are all settling down to a tremendous tea of sausages, sardines, crumpets, potted meat, jam, and doughnuts. After tea, we shall sit round the study fire having a good laugh at Billy Bunter, and discussing the team for next week's match against Rookwood. Everything is safe, solid, and unquestionable. Everything will be the same forever and ever. That approximately is the atmosphere. But now turn from the gem and magnet to the more up-to-date papers which have appeared since the Great War. The truly significant thing is that they have more points of resemblance to the gem and magnet than points of difference. But it is better to consider the differences first. There are 8 of these newer papers: The Modern Boy, Triumph, Champion, Wizard, Rover, Skipper, Hotspur, and Adventure. All of these have appeared since the Great War, but except for the modern boy, none of them is less than 5 years old. Two papers which ought also to be mentioned briefly here, though they are not strictly in the same class as the rest, are the Detective Weekly and the Thriller, both owned by the Amalgamated Press. The Detective Weekly has taken over Sexton Blake. Both of these papers admit a certain amount of sex interest into their stories, and though certainly read by boys, they are not aimed at them exclusively. All the others are boys' papers, pure and simple, and they are sufficiently alike to be considered together. There does not seem to be any notable difference between Thompson's publications and those of the Amalgamated Press. As soon as one looks at these papers, one sees their technical superiority to the Gem and Magnet. To begin with, they have the great advantage of not being written entirely by one person. Instead of one long, complete story, a number of the Wizard or Hotspur consists of half a dozen or more serials, none of which goes on forever. Consequently, there is far more variety and far less padding, and none of the tiresome stylization and facetiousness of the Gem and Magnet. Look at these two extracts, for example. Billy Bunter groaned. A quarter of an hour had elapsed out of the 2 hours that Bunter was booked for extra French. In a quarter of an hour there were only 15 minutes, but every one of those minutes seemed inordinately long to Bunter. They seemed to crawl by like tired snails. Looking at the clock in classroom number 10, the fat owl could hardly believe that only 15 minutes had passed. It seemed more like 15 hours, if not 15 days. Other fellows were in extra French as well as Bunter. They did not matter. Bunter did. Magnet. After a terrible climb, hacking out handholds in the smooth ice every step of the way up, Sergeant Lionheart Logan of the Mounties was now clinging like a human fly to the face of an icy cliff, as smooth and treacherous as a giant pane of glass. An Arctic blizzard, in all its fury, was buffeting his body, driving the blinding snow into his face, seeking to tear his fingers loose from their handholds, and dash him to death on the jagged boulders which lay at the foot of the cliff 100 feet below. Crouching among those boulders were 11 villainous trappers who had done their best to shoot down Lionheart and his companion, Constable Jim Rogers, until the blizzard had blotted the two Mounties out of sight from below. Wizard. The second extract gets you some distance with the story. The first takes 100 words to tell you that Bunter is in the detention class. Moreover, by not concentrating on school stories, in point of numbers the school story slightly predominates in all these papers, except the Thriller and Detective Weekly. The Wizard, Hotspur, etc. have far greater opportunities for sensationalism. Merely looking at the cover illustrations of the papers which I have on the table in front of me, here are some of the things I see. On one, a cowboy is clinging by his toes to the wing of an aeroplane in midair and shooting down another aeroplane with his revolver. On another, a Chinese is swimming for his life down a sewer with a swarm of ravenous-looking rats swimming after him. On another, an engineer is lighting a stick of dynamite while a steel robot feels for him with its claws. On another, a man in airman's costume is fighting bare-handed against a rat somewhat larger than a donkey. On another, a nearly naked man of terrific muscular development has just seized a lion by the tail and flung it 30 yards over the wall of an arena with the words, "Take back your blooming lion." Clearly no school story can compete with this kind of thing. From time to time, the school buildings may catch fire or the French master may turn out to be the head of an international anarchist gang. But in a general way, the interest must center round cricket, school rivalries, practical jokes, etc. There is not much room for bombs, death rays, submachine guns, aeroplanes, mustangs, octopuses, grizzly bears, or gangsters. Examination of a large number of these papers shows that, putting aside school stories, the favorite subjects are Wild West, Frozen North, Foreign Legion, crime always from the detective's angle, The Great War Air Force or Secret Service, not the infantry. The Tarzan motif in varying forms: professional football, tropical exploration, historical romance, Robin Hood, cavaliers and roundheads, etc., and scientific invention. The Wild West still leads, at any rate as a setting, though the Red Indian seems to be fading out. The one theme that is really new is the scientific one. Death rays, Martians, invisible men, robots, helicopters, and interplanetary rockets figure largely. Here and there are even far-off rumors of psychotherapy and ductless glands. Whereas the gem and magnet derive from Dickens and Kipling, the wizard, champion, modern boy, etc. owe a great deal to H.G. Wells, who, rather than Jules Verne, is the father of science-fiction. Naturally, it is the magical Martian aspect of science that is most exploited, but one or two papers include serious articles on scientific subjects, besides quantities of informative snippets. Examples: a kauri tree in Queensland, Australia, is over 12,000 years old. Nearly 50,000 thunderstorms occur every day. Helium gas costs £1 per 1,000 cubic feet. There are over 500 varieties of spiders in Great Britain. London firemen use 14 million gallons of water annually, etc., etc. There is a marked advance in intellectual curiosity and, on the whole, in the demand made on the reader's attention. In practice, the Gem and Magnet and the post-war papers are read by much the same public, but the mental age aimed at seems to have risen by a year or 2 years, an improvement probably corresponding to the improvement in elementary education since 1909. The other thing that has emerged in the post-war boys' papers, though not to anything like the extent one would expect, is bully worship and the cult of violence. If one compares the Gem and Magnet with a genuinely modern paper, the thing that immediately strikes one is the absence of the leader principle. There is no central dominating character. Instead, there are 15 or 20 characters, all more or less on an equality, with whom readers of different types can identify. In the more modern papers, this is not usually the case. Instead of identifying with a schoolboy of more or less his own age, the reader of the Skipper, Hotspur, etc. is led to identify with a G-man, with a foreign legionary, with some variant of Tarzan, with an air ace, a master spy, an explorer, a pugilist, at any rate with some single all-powerful character who dominates everyone about him, and whose usual method of solving any problem is a sock on the jaw. This character is intended as a Superman, and as physical strength is the form of power that boys can best understand, he is usually a sort of human gorilla. In the Tarzan type of story, he is sometimes actually a giant, 8 or 10 feet high. At the same time, the scenes of violence in nearly all these stories are remarkably harmless and unconvincing. There is a great difference in tone between even the most bloodthirsty English paper and the threepenny Yank mags, fight stories, action stories, etc., not strictly boys' papers, but largely read by boys. In the Yank mags you get real bloodlust, really gory descriptions of the all-in, jump-on-his-testicles style of fighting, written in a jargon that has been perfected by people who brood endlessly on violence. A paper like Fight Stories, for instance, would have very little appeal except to sadists and masochists. You can see the comparative gentleness of English civilization by the amateurish way in which prize fighting is always described in the boys' weeklies. There is no specialized vocabulary. Look at these 4 extracts, 2 English, 2 American. When the gong sounded, both men were breathing heavily, and each had great red marks on his chest. Bill's chin was bleeding, and Ben had a cut over his right eye. Into their corners they sank, but when the gong clanged again they were up swiftly, and they went like tigers at each other. Rover. He walked in stolidly and smashed a club like right to my face. Blood spattered, and I went back on my heels, but surged in and ripped my right under his heart. Another right smashed full on Sven's already battered mouth, and spitting out the fragments of a tooth, he crashed a flailing left to my body. Fight stories. It was amazing to watch the Black Panther at work. His muscles rippled and slid under his dark skin. There was all the power and grace of a giant cat in his swift and terrible onslaught. He volleyed blows with a bewildering speed for so huge a fellow. In a moment, Ben was simply blocking with his gloves as well as he could. Ben was really a past master of defense. He had many fine victories behind him, but the Negro's rights and lefts crashed through openings that hardly any other fighter could have found. Wizard. Haymakers which packed the bludgeoning weight of forest monarchs crashing down under the axe hurled into the bodies of the two heavies as they swapped punches. Fight stories. Notice how much more knowledgeable the American extracts sound. They are written for devotees of the prize ring. The others are not. Also, it ought to be emphasized that on its level the moral code of the English boys' papers is a decent one. Crime and dishonesty are never held up to admiration. There is none of the cynicism and corruption of the American gangster story. The huge sale of the Yank mags in England shows that there is a demand for that kind of thing, but very few English writers seem able to produce it. When hatred of Hitler became a major emotion in America, it was interesting to see how promptly anti-fascism was adapted to pornographic purposes by the editors of the Yank mags. One magazine which I have in front of me is given up to a long, complete story, When Hell Came to America, in which the agents of a blood-maddened European dictator are trying to conquer the USA with death rays and invisible aeroplanes. There is the frankest appeal to sadism, scenes in which the Nazis tie bombs to women's backs and fling them off heights to watch them blown to pieces in midair, others in which they tie naked girls together by their hair and prod them with knives to make them dance, etc., etc. The editor comments solemnly on all this, and uses it as a plea for tightening up restrictions against immigrants. On another page of the same paper, Lives of the Hacha Chorus Girls reveals all the intimate secrets and fascinating pastimes of the famous Broadway Hacha girls. Nothing is omitted. Price 10C. How to Love 10C. French photo ring 25C. Naughty nudies transfers. From the outside of the glass you see a beautiful girl innocently dressed. Turn it around and look through the glass and oh, what a difference. Set of 3 transfers 25C. Etc., etc., etc. There is nothing at all like this in any English paper likely to be read by boys. But the process of Americanization is going on all the same. The American ideal, the he-man, the tough guy, the gorilla who puts everything right by socking everybody else on the jaw, now figures in probably a majority of boys' papers. In one serial now running in the Skipper, he is always portrayed, ominously enough, swinging a rubber truncheon. The development of the Wizard, Hotspur, etc., as against the earlier boys' papers, boils down to this: better technique, more scientific interest, more bloodshed, more leader worship. But after all, it is the lack of development that is the really striking thing. To begin with, there is no political development whatever. The world of the Skipper and the Champion is still the pre-1914 world of the Magnet and the Gem. The Wild West story, for instance, with its cattle rustlers, lynch law and other paraphernalia belonging to the 80s, is a curiously archaic thing. It is worth noticing that in papers of this type it is always taken for granted that adventures only happen at the ends of the earth, in tropical forests, in Arctic wastes, in African deserts, on western prairies, in Chinese opium dens. Everywhere, in fact, except the place where things really do happen. That is a belief dating from 30 or 40 years ago, when the new continents were in process of being opened up. Nowadays, of course, if you really want adventure, the place to look for it is in Europe. But apart from the picturesque side of the Great War, contemporary history is carefully excluded. And except that Americans are now admired instead of being laughed at, foreigners are exactly the same figures of fun that they always were. If a Chinese character appears, he is still the sinister pigtailed opium smuggler of Saxe Romer. No indication that things have been happening in China since 1912. No indication that a war is going on there, for instance. If a Spaniard appears, he is still a dago or a greaser who rolls cigarettes and stabs people in the back. No indication that things have been happening in Spain. Hitler and the Nazis have not yet appeared or are barely making their appearance. There will be plenty about them in a little while, but it will be from a strictly patriotic angle, Britain versus Germany, with the real meaning of the struggle kept out of sight as much as possible. As for the Russian Revolution, it is extremely difficult to find any reference to it in any of these papers. When Russia is mentioned at all, it is usually in an information snippet example. There are 29,000 centenarians in the USSR, and any reference to the revolution is indirect and 20 years out of date. In one story in the Rover, for instance, somebody has a tame bear, and as it is a Russian bear, it is nicknamed Trotsky, obviously an echo of the 1900-1723 period and not of recent controversies. The clock has stopped at 1910. Britannia rules the waves, and no one has heard of slumps, booms, unemployment, dictatorships, purges, or concentration camps. And in social outlook there is hardly any advance. The snobbishness is somewhat less open than in the Gem and Magnet. That is the most one can possibly say. To begin with, the school story, always partly dependent on snob appeal, is by no means eliminated. Every number of a boy's paper includes at least one school story, these stories slightly outnumbering the Wild Westerns. The very elaborate fantasy life of the Gem and Magnet is not imitated, and there is more emphasis on extraneous adventure. But the social atmosphere, Old Gray Stones, is much the same. When a new school is introduced at the beginning of a story, we are often told in just about those words that it was a very posh school. From time to time, a story appears which is ostensibly directed against snobbery. The scholarship boy C.F. Tom Redwing in the Magnet makes fairly frequent appearances, and what is essentially the same theme is sometimes presented in this form. There is great rivalry between two schools, one of which considers itself more posh than the other, and there are fights, practical jokes, football matches, etc., always ending in the discomfiture of the snobs. If one glances very superficially at some of these stories, it is possible to imagine that a democratic spirit has crept into the boys' weeklies. But when one looks more closely, one sees that they merely reflected the bitter jealousies that exist within the white-collar class. Their real function is to allow the boy who goes to a cheap private school, not a council school, to feel that his school is just as posh in the sight of God as Winchester or Eton. The sentiment of school loyalty, we're better than the fellows down the road, a thing almost unknown to the real working class, is still kept up. As these stories are written by many different hands, they do, of course, vary a good deal in tone. Some are reasonably free from snobbishness. In others, money and pedigree are exploited even more shamelessly than in the Gem and Magnet. In one that I came across, an actual majority of the boys mentioned were titled. Where working-class characters appear, it is usually either as comics, jokes about tramps, convicts, etc., or as prize fighters, acrobats, cowboys, professional footballers, and foreign legionaries, in other words, as adventurers. There is no facing of the facts about working-class life, or indeed about working life of any description. Very occasionally one may come across a realistic description of, say, work in a coal mine, but in all probability it will only be there as the background of some lurid adventure. In any case, the central character is not likely to be a coal miner. Nearly all the time the boy who reads these papers, in 9 cases out of 10 a boy who is going to spend his life working in a shop, in a factory, or in some subordinate job in an office, is led to identify with people in positions of command, above all with people who are never troubled by shortage of money. The Lord Peter Wimsey figure, the seeming idiot who drawls and wears a monocle but is always to the fore in moments of danger, turns up over and over again. This character is a great favorite in Secret Service stories. And as usual, the heroic characters all have to talk BBC. They may talk Scottish or Irish or American, but no one in a star part is ever permitted to drop an H. Here it is worth comparing the social atmosphere of the boys' weeklies with that of the women's weeklies. The Oracle, the Family Star, Peg's Paper, etc. The women's papers are aimed at an older public and are read for the most part by girls who are working for a living. Consequently, they are on the surface much more realistic. It is taken for granted, for example, that nearly everyone has to live in a big town and work at a more or less dull job. Sex, so far from being taboo, is the subject. The short, complete stories, the special feature of these papers, are generally of the came the dawn type. The heroine narrowly escapes losing her boy to a designing rival, or the boy loses his job and has to postpone marriage, but presently gets a better job. The changeling fantasy, a girl brought up in a poor home is really the child of rich parents, is another favorite. Where sensationalism comes in, usually in the serials, it arises out of the more domestic type of crime, such as bigamy, forgery, or sometimes murder. No Martians, death rays, or international anarchist gangs. These papers are at any rate aiming at credibility, and they have a link with real life in their correspondence columns, where genuine problems are being discussed. Ruby M. Ayres's column of advice in the Oracle, for instance, is extremely sensible and well written, and yet the world of the Oracle and Peg's Paper is a pure fantasy world. It is the same fantasy all the time, pretending to be richer than you are. The chief impression that one carries away from almost every story in these papers is of frightful, overwhelming refinement. Ostensibly, the characters are working-class people, but their habits, the interiors of their houses, their clothes, their outlook, and above all, their speech are entirely middle class. They are all living at several pounds a week above their income. And needless to say, that is just the impression that is intended. The idea is to give the bored factory girl or worn-out mother of 5 a dream life in which she pictures herself, not actually as a duchess, that convention has gone out, but as, say, the wife of a bank manager. Not only is a 5 to 6 pound a week standard of life set up as the ideal, it is tacitly assumed that that is how working-class people really do live. The major facts are simply not faced. It is admitted, for instance, that people sometimes lose their jobs, but then the dark clouds roll away and they get better jobs instead. No mention of unemployment as sometimes permanent and inevitable, no mention of the dole, no mention of trade unionism. No suggestion anywhere that there can be anything wrong with the system as a system. There are only individual misfortunes, which are generally due to somebody's wickedness, and can in any case be put right in the last chapter. Always the dark clouds roll away, the kind employer raises Alfred's wages, and there are jobs for everybody except the drunks. It is still the world of the wizard and the gem, except that there are orange blossoms instead of machine guns. The outlook inculcated by all these papers is that of a rather exceptionally stupid member of the Navy League in the year 1910 /. Yes, it may be said, but what does it matter? And in any case, what else do you expect? Of course, no one in his senses would want to turn the so-called penny dreadful into a realistic novel or a socialist tract. An adventure story must of its nature be more or less remote from real life. But as I have tried to make clear, the unreality of the wizard and the gem is not so artless as it looks. These papers exist because of a specialized demand, because boys at certain ages find it necessary to read about Martians, death rays, grizzly bears, and gangsters. They get what they are looking for, but they get it wrapped up in the illusions which their future employers think suitable for them. To what extent people draw their ideas from fiction is disputable. Personally, I believe that most people are influenced far more than they would care to admit by novels, serial stories, films, and so forth. And that from this point of view, the worst books are often the most important, because they are usually the ones that are read earliest in life. It is probable that many people who could consider themselves extremely sophisticated and advanced are actually carrying through life an imaginative background which they acquired in childhood from, for instance, Sapper and Ian Hay. If that is so, the boys' twopenny weeklies are of the deepest importance. Here is the stuff that is read somewhere between the ages of 12 and 18, by a very large proportion, perhaps an actual majority, of English boys, including many who will never read anything else except newspapers. And along with it they are absorbing a set of beliefs which would be regarded as hopelessly out of date in the central office of the Conservative Party. All the better because it is done indirectly. There is being pumped into them the conviction that the major problems of our time do not exist, that there is nothing wrong with laissez-faire capitalism, that foreigners are unimportant comics, and that the British Empire is a sort of charity concern which will last forever. Considering who owns these papers, it is difficult to believe that this is unintentional. Of the 12 papers I have been discussing, i.e. 12 including the thriller and detective weekly, 7 are the property of the Amalgamated Press, which is one of the biggest press combines in the world and controls more than 100 different papers. The Gem and Magnet, therefore, are closely linked up with the Daily Telegraph and the Financial Times. This in itself would be enough to rouse certain suspicions, even if it were not obvious that the stories in the boys' weeklies are politically vetted. So it appears that if you feel the need of a fantasy life in which you travel to Mars and fight lions barehanded, and what boy doesn't, you can only have it by delivering yourself over, mentally, to people like Lord Camrose. For there is no competition. Throughout the whole of this run of papers the differences are negligible, and on this level no others exist. This raises the question, why is there no such thing as a left-wing boys' paper? At first glance such an idea merely makes one slightly sick. It is so horribly easy to imagine what a left-wing boys' paper would be like if it existed. I remember in 1920 or 1921 some optimistic person handing round communist tracts among a crowd of public school boys. The tract I received was of the question and answer kind. Q. Can a boy communist be a Boy Scout comrade? A. No, comrade. Q. Why, comrade? A. Because, comrade, a Boy Scout must salute the Union Jack, which is the symbol of tyranny and oppression, etc., etc. Now, suppose that at this moment somebody started a left-wing paper deliberately aimed at boys of 12 or 14. I do not suggest that the whole of its contents would be exactly like the tract I have quoted above, but does anyone doubt that they would be something like it? Inevitably, such a paper would either consist of dreary uplift or it would be under communist influence and given over to adulation of Soviet Russia. In either case, no normal boy would ever look at it. Highbrow literature apart, the whole of the existing left-wing press, insofar as it is at all vigorously left, is one long tract. The one socialist paper in England which could live a week on its merits as a paper is the Daily Herald, and how much socialism is there in the Daily Herald? At this moment, therefore, a paper with a left slant, and at the same time likely to have an appeal to ordinary boys in their teens, is something almost beyond hoping for. but it does not follow that it is impossible. There is no clear reason why every adventure story should necessarily be mixed up with snobbishness and gutter patriotism. For after all, the stories in the Hotspur and the Modern Boy are not conservative tracks. They are merely adventure stories with a conservative bias. It is fairly easy to imagine the process being reversed. It is possible, for instance, to imagine a paper as thrilling and lively as the Hotspur, but with subject matter and ideology a little more up to date. It is even possible, though this raises other difficulties, to imagine a women's paper at the same literary level as the Oracle, dealing in approximately the same kind of story, but taking rather more account of the realities of working-class life. Such things have been done before, though not in England. In the last years of the Spanish monarchy, there was a large output in Spain of left-wing novelettes, some of them evidently of anarchist origin. Unfortunately, at the time when they were appearing, I did not see their social significance, and I lost the collection of them that I had, but no doubt copies would still be procurable. In get-up and style of story, they were very similar to the English fourpenny novelette, except that their inspiration was left. If, for instance, a story described police pursuing anarchists through the mountains, it would be from the point of view of the anarchists and not of the police. An example nearer to hand is the Soviet film Chapiev, which has been shown a number of times in London. Technically, by the standards of the time when it was made, Chapiev is a first-rate film, but mentally, in spite of the unfamiliar Russian background, it is not so very remote from Hollywood. The one thing that lifts it out of the ordinary is the remarkable performance by the actor who takes the part of the white officer, the fat one, a performance which looks very like an inspired piece of gagging. Otherwise, the atmosphere is familiar. All the usual paraphernalia is there: heroic fight against odds, escape at the last moment, shots of galloping horses, love interest, comic relief. The film is in fact a fairly ordinary one, except that its tendency is left. In a Hollywood film of the Russian Civil War, the whites would probably be angels and the reds demons. In the Russian version, the reds are angels and the whites demons. That also is a lie, but, taking the long view, it is a less pernicious lie than the other. Here several difficult problems present themselves. Their general nature is obvious enough, and I do not want to discuss them. I am merely pointing to the fact that, in England, popular imaginative literature is a field that left-wing thought has never begun to enter. All fiction from the novels in the mushroom libraries downwards is censored in the interests of the ruling class. And boys' fiction above all, the blood and thunder stuff which nearly every boy devours at some time or other, is sodden in the worst illusions of 1910. The fact is only unimportant if one believes that what is read in childhood leaves no impression behind. Lord Camrose and his colleagues evidently believe nothing of the kind, and after all, Lord Camrose ought to know. 1939, My Country Right or Left contrary to popular belief, the past was not more eventful than the present. If it seems so, it is because, when you look backward, things that happened years apart are telescoped together, and because very few of your memories come to you genuinely virgin. It is largely because of the books, films, and reminiscences that have come between that the war of 1914-18 is now supposed to have had some tremendous, epic quality that the present one lacks. But if you were alive during that war, and if you disentangle your real memories from their later accretions, you find that it was not usually the big events that stirred you at the time. I don't believe that the Battle of the Marne, for instance, had for the general public the melodramatic quality that it was afterwards given. I do not even remember hearing the phrase Battle of the Marne till years later. It was merely that the Germans were 22 miles from Paris, and certainly that was terrifying enough, after the Belgian atrocity stories, and then for some reason they had turned back. I was 11 when the war started. If I honestly sort out my memories and disregard what I have learned since, I must admit that nothing in the whole war moved me so deeply as the loss of the Titanic had done a few years earlier. This comparatively petty disaster shocked the whole world, and the shock has not quite died away even yet. I remember the terrible, detailed accounts read out at the breakfast table. In those days, it was a common habit to read the newspaper aloud. And I remember that in all the long list of horrors, the one that most impressed me was that at the last the Titanic suddenly upended and sank bow foremost, so that the people clinging to the stern were lifted no less than 300 feet into the air before they plunged into the abyss. It gave me a sinking sensation in the belly which I can still all but feel. Nothing in the war ever gave me quite that sensation. Of the outbreak of war I have 3 vivid memories which, being petty and irrelevant, are uninfluenced by anything that has come later. One is of the cartoon of the German emperor. I believe the hated name Kaiser was not popularized till a little later, that appeared in the last days of July. People were mildly shocked by this guying of royalty, but he's such a handsome man, really, although we were on the edge of war. Another is of the time when the army commandeered all the horses in our little country town, and a cabman burst into tears in the marketplace when his horse, which had worked for him for years, was taken away from him. And another is of a mob of young men at the railway station, scrambling for the evening papers that had just arrived on the London train. And I remember the pile of pea-green papers. Some of them were still green in those days. The high collars, the tightish trousers, and the bowler hats, far better than I can remember the names of the terrific battles that were already raging on the French frontier. Of the middle years of the war, I remember chiefly the square shoulders, bulging calves, and jingling spurs of the artillerymen, whose uniform I much preferred to that of the infantry. As for the final period, if you ask me to say truthfully what is my chief memory, I must answer simply margarine. It is an instance of the horrible selfishness of children that by 1917 the war had almost ceased to affect us, except through our stomachs. In the school library, a huge map of the Western Front was pinned on an easel, with a red silk thread running across on a zigzag of drawing pins. Occasionally the thread moved half an inch this way or that, each movement meaning a pyramid of corpses. I paid no attention. I was at school among boys who were above the average level of intelligence, and yet I do not remember that a single major event of the time appeared to us in its true significance. The Russian Revolution, for instance, made no impression, except on the few whose parents happened to have money invested in Russia. Among the very young, the pacifist reaction had set in long before the war ended. To be as slack as you dared on haute parades, and to take no interest in the war, was considered a mark of enlightenment. The young officers who had come back, hardened by their terrible experience and disgusted by the attitude of the younger generation to whom this experience meant just nothing, used to lecture us for our softness. Of course, they could produce no argument that we were capable of understanding. They could only bark at you that war was a good thing. It made you tough, kept you fit, etc., etc. We merely sniggered at them. Ours was the one-eyed pacifism that is peculiar to sheltered countries with strong navies. For years after the war, to have any knowledge of or interest in military matters, even to know which end of a gun the bullet comes out of, was suspect in enlightened circles. 1914-18 was written off as a meaningless slaughter, and even the men who had been slaughtered were held to be in some way to blame. I have often laughed to think of the recruiting poster. What did you do in the Great War, Daddy? A child is asking this question of its shame-stricken father, And of all the men who must have been lured into the army by just that poster and afterwards despised by their children for not being conscientious objectors. But the dead men had their revenge after all. As the war fell back into the past, my particular generation, those who had been just too young, became conscious of the vastness of the experience they had missed. You felt yourself a little less than a man because you had missed it. I spent the years 1922-7 mostly among men a little older than myself who had been through the war. They talked about it unceasingly, with horror of course, but also with a steadily growing nostalgia. You can see this nostalgia perfectly clearly in the English war books. Besides, the pacifist reaction was only a phase, and even the just too young had all been trained for war. Most of the English middle class are trained for war from the cradle onwards, not technically but morally. The earliest political slogan I can remember is, "We want 8 dreadnoughts, and we won't wait." At 7 years old, I was a member of the Navy League and wore a sailor suit with M's Invincible on my cap. Even before my public school I had been in a private school cadet corps. On and off, I have been toting a rifle ever since I was 10, in preparation not only for war but for a particular kind of war, a war in which the guns rise to a frantic orgasm of sound, and at the appointed moment you clamber out of the trench, breaking your nails on the sandbags, and stumble across mud and wire into the machine gun barrage. I am convinced that part of the reason for the fascination that the Spanish Civil War had for people of about my age was that it was so like the Great War. At certain moments, Franco was able to scrape together enough aeroplanes to raise the war to a modern level, and these were the turning points. But for the rest, it was a bad copy of 1914-18, a positional war of trenches, artillery, raids, snipers, mud, barbed wire, lice, and stagnation. In early 1937, the bit of the Aragon front that I was on must have been very like a quiet sector in France in 1915. It was only the artillery that was lacking. Even on the rare occasions when all the guns in Huesca and outside it were firing simultaneously, there were only enough of them to make a fitful, unimpressive noise like the ending of a thunderstorm. The shells from Franco's 6-inch guns crashed loudly enough, but there were never more than a dozen of them at a time. I know that what I felt when I first heard artillery fired in anger, as they say, was at least partly disappointment. It was so different from the tremendous, unbroken roar that my senses had been waiting for 20 years. I don't quite know in what year I first knew for certain that the present war was coming. After 1936, of course, the thing was obvious to anyone except an idiot. For several years, the coming war was a nightmare to me, and at times, I even made speeches and wrote pamphlets against it. But the night before the Russo-German Pact was announced, I dreamed that the war had started. It was one of those dreams which, whatever Freudian inner meaning they may have, do sometimes reveal to you the real state of your feelings. It taught me two things. First, that I should be simply relieved when the long-dreaded war started. Secondly, that I was patriotic at heart, would not sabotage or act against my own side, would support the war, would fight in it if possible. I came downstairs to find the newspaper announcing Ribbentrop's flight to Moscow one, so war was coming, and the government, even the Chamberlain government, was assured of my loyalty. Needless to say, this loyalty was and remains merely a gesture. As with almost everyone I know, the government has flatly refused to employ me in any capacity whatever, even as a clerk or a private soldier. But that does not alter one's feelings. Besides, they will be forced to make use of us sooner or later. If I had to defend my reasons for supporting the war, I believe I could do so. There is no real alternative between resisting Hitler and surrendering to him, and from a socialist point of view, I should say that it is better to resist. In any case, I can see no argument for surrender that does not make nonsense of the Republican resistance in Spain, the Chinese resistance to Japan, etc., etc., but I don't pretend that that is the emotional basis of my actions. What I knew in my dream that night was that the long drilling in patriotism which the middle classes go through had done its work, and that once England was in a serious jam, it would be impossible for me to sabotage. But let no one mistake the meaning of this. Patriotism has nothing to do with conservatism. It is devotion to something that is changing, but is felt to be mystically the same, like the devotion of the ex-white Bolshevik to Russia. To be loyal both to Chamberlain's England and to the England of tomorrow might seem an impossibility, if one did not know it to be an everyday phenomenon. Only revolution can save England. That has been obvious for years, but now the revolution has started, and it may proceed quite quickly if only we can keep Hitler out. Within 2 years, maybe a year, if only we can hang on, we shall see changes that will surprise the idiots who have no foresight. I dare say the London gutters will have to run with blood. All right, let them, if it is necessary. But when the red militias are billeted in the Ritz, I shall still feel that the England I was taught to love so long ago, and for such different reasons is somehow persisting. I grew up in an atmosphere tinged with militarism, and afterwards I spent 5 boring years within the sound of bugles. To this day, it gives me a faint feeling of sacrilege not to stand to attention during God Save the King. That is childish, of course, but I would sooner have had that kind of upbringing than be like the left-wing intellectuals who are so enlightened that they cannot understand the most ordinary emotions. It is exactly the people whose hearts have never leapt at the sight of a Union Jack who will flinch from revolution when the moment comes. Let anyone compare the poem John Cornford wrote not long before he was killed, before the storming of Huesca, with Sir Henry Newbolt's "There's a breathless hush in the close tonight." Put aside the technical differences, which are merely a matter of period, and it will be seen that the emotional content of the two poems is almost exactly the same. The young communist who died heroically in the International Brigade was public schooled to the core. He had changed his allegiance but not his emotions. What does that prove? Merely the possibility of building a socialist on the bones of a blimp, the power of one kind of loyalty to transmute itself into another, the spiritual need for patriotism and the military virtues, for which, however little the boiled rabbits of the left may like them, no substitute has yet been found. 1940, looking back on the Spanish War, I first of all the physical memories, the sound, the smells, and the surfaces of things. It is curious that more vividly than anything that came afterwards in the Spanish War, I remember the week of so-called training that we received before being sent to the front. The huge cavalry, barracks in Barcelona with its drafty stables and cobbled yards, the icy cold of the pump where one washed, the filthy meals made tolerable by pannikins of wine, the trousered militiawomen chopping firewood, and the roll call in the early mornings where my prosaic English name made a sort of comic interlude among the resounding Spanish ones: Manuel Gonzalez, Pedro Aguilar, Ramon Fenolosa, Roque Ballester, Jaime Domnech, Sebastian Viltron, Ramon Nouveau Bosch. I name those particular men because I remember the faces of all of them, except for 2 who were mere riffraff and have doubtless become good phalangists by this time. It is probable that all of them are dead. 2 of them I know to be dead. The eldest would have been about 25, the youngest 16. One of the essential experiences of war is never being able to escape from disgusting smells of human origin. Latrines are an overworked subject in war literature, and I would not mention them if it were not that the latrine in our barracks did its necessary bit towards puncturing my own illusions about the Spanish Civil War. The Latin type of latrine, at which you have to squat, is bad enough at its best, but these were made of some kind of polished stone so slippery that it was all you could do to keep on your feet. In addition, they were always blocked. Now I have plenty of other disgusting things in my memory, but I believe it was these latrines that first brought home to me the thought, so often to recur. Here we are, soldiers of a revolutionary army, defending democracy against fascism, fighting a war which is about something, and the detail of our lives is just as sordid and degrading as it could be in prison, let alone in a bourgeois army. Many other things reinforced this impression later. For instance, the boredom and animal hunger of trench life, the squalid intrigues over scraps of food, the mean, nagging quarrels which people exhausted by lack of sleep indulge in. The essential horror of army life. Whoever has been a soldier will know what I mean by the essential horror of army life, is barely affected by the nature of the war you happen to be fighting in. Discipline, for instance, is ultimately the same in all armies. Orders have to be obeyed and enforced by punishment if necessary. The relationship of officer and man has to be the relationship of superior and inferior. The picture of war set forth in books like All Quiet on the Western Front is substantially true. Bullets hurt, corpses stink, men under fire are often so frightened that they wet their trousers. It is true that the social background from which an army springs will color its training, tactics, and general efficiency, and also that the consciousness of being in the right can bolster up morale, though this affects the civilian population more than the troops. People forget that a soldier anywhere near the front line is usually too hungry, or frightened, or cold, or, above all, too tired to bother about the political origins of the war. But the laws of nature are not suspended for a red army any more than for a white one. A louse is a louse, and a bomb is a bomb, even though the cause you are fighting for happens to be just. Why is it worthwhile to point out anything so obvious? Because the bulk of the British and American intelligentsia were manifestly unaware of it then, and are now. Our memories are short nowadays, but look back a bit, dig out the files of New Masses or the Daily Worker, and just have a look at the romantic warmongering muck that our left-wingers were spilling at that time. All the stale old phrases, and the unimaginative callousness of it, the sang-froid with which London faced the bombing of Madrid. Here I am not bothering about the counter-propagandists of the right, the Lunds, Garvins et hoc genus. They go without saying. But here were the very people who for 20 years had hooted and jeered at the glory of war, at atrocity stories, at patriotism, even at physical courage, coming out with stuff that with the alteration of a few names would have fitted into the Daily Mail of 1918. If there was one thing that the British intelligentsia were committed to, it was the debunking version of war, the theory that war is all corpses and latrines and never leads to any good result. Well, the same people who in 1933 sniggered pityingly if you said that in certain circumstances you would fight for your country, in 1937 were denouncing you as a Trotsky fascist if you suggested that the stories in New Masses about freshly wounded men clamoring to get back into the fighting might be exaggerated. And the left intelligentsia made their swing over from war is hell to war is glorious, not only with no sense of incongruity, but almost without any intervening stage. Later, the bulk of them were to make other transitions equally violent. There must be a quite large number of people, a sort of central core of the intelligentsia, who approved the King and Country Declaration in 1935, shouted for a firm line against Germany in 1937, supported the People's Convention in 1940, and are demanding a second front now. As far as the mass of the people go, the extraordinary swings of opinion which occur nowadays, The emotions, which can be turned on and off like a tap, are the result of newspaper and radio hypnosis. In the intelligentsia, I should say they result rather from money and mere physical safety. At a given moment they may be pro-war or anti-war, but in either case they have no realistic picture of war in their minds. When they enthused over the Spanish War, they knew, of course, that people were being killed, and that to be killed is unpleasant, but they did feel that for a soldier in the Spanish Republican Army, the experience of war was somehow not degrading. Somehow the latrines stank less, discipline was less irksome. You have only to glance at the New Statesman to see that they believed that. Exactly similar blah is being written about the Red Army at this moment. We have become too civilized to grasp the obvious. For the truth is very simple. To survive, you often have to fight, and to fight you have to dirty yourself. War is evil, and it is often the lesser evil. Those who take the sword perish by the sword, and those who don't take the sword perish by smelly diseases. The fact that such a platitude is worth writing down shows what the years of rentier capitalism have done to us. Roman 2, in connection with what I have just said, a footnote on atrocities. I have little direct evidence about the atrocities in the Spanish Civil War. I know that some were committed by the Republicans, and far more they are still continuing by the fascists. But what impressed me then, and has impressed me ever since, is that atrocities are believed in or disbelieved in solely on grounds of political predilection. Everyone believes in the atrocities of the enemy and disbelieves in those of his own side, without ever bothering to examine the evidence. Recently, I drew up a table of atrocities during the period between 1918 and the present. There was never a year when atrocities were not occurring somewhere or other, and there was hardly a single case when the left and right believed in the same stories simultaneously. And stranger yet, at any moment the situation can suddenly reverse itself, and yesterday's proof-to-the-hilt atrocity story can become a ridiculous lie, merely because the political landscape has changed. In the present war, we are in the curious situation that our atrocity campaign was done largely before the war started, and done mostly by the left, the people who normally pride themselves on their incredulity. In the same period, the right, the atrocity mongers of 1914-18, were gazing at Nazi Germany and flatly refusing to see any evil in it. Then, as soon as war broke out, it was the pro-Nazis of yesterday who were repeating horror stories, while the anti-Nazis suddenly found themselves doubting whether the Gestapo really existed. Nor was this solely the result of the Russo-German Pact. It was partly because before the war the left had wrongly believed that Britain and Germany would never fight, and were therefore able to be anti-German and anti-British simultaneously. Partly also because official war propaganda, with its disgusting hypocrisy and self-righteousness, always tends to make thinking people sympathize with the enemy. Part of the price we paid for the systematic lying of 1914-18 was the exaggerated pro-German reaction which followed. During the years 1900-1833, you were hooted at in left-wing circles if you suggested that Germany bore even a fraction of responsibility for the war. In all the denunciations of Versailles I listened to during those years, I don't think I ever once heard the question, what would have happened if Germany had won? Even mentioned, let alone discussed. So also with atrocities. The truth, it is felt, becomes untruth when your enemy utters it. Recently, I noticed that the very people who swallowed any and every horror story about the Japanese in Nanking in 1937 refused to believe exactly the same stories about Hong Kong in 1942. There was even a tendency to feel that the Nanking atrocities had become, as it were, retrospectively untrue because the British government now drew attention to them. But unfortunately, the truth about atrocities is far worse than that they are lied about and made into propaganda. The truth is that they happen. The fact often adduced as a reason for skepticism, that the same horror stories come up in war after war, merely makes it rather more likely that these stories are true. Evidently, they are widespread fantasies, and war provides an opportunity of putting them into practice. Also, although it has ceased to be fashionable to say so, there is little question that what one may roughly call the whites commit far more and worse atrocities than the reds. There is not the slightest doubt, for instance, about the behavior of the Japanese in China, nor is there much doubt about the long tale of fascist outrages during the last 10 years in Europe. The volume of testimony is enormous, and a respectable proportion of it comes from the German press and radio. These things really happened. That is the thing to keep one's eye on. They happened even though Lord Halifax said they happened. The raping and butchering in Chinese cities, the tortures in the cellars of the Gestapo, the elderly Jewish professors flung into cesspools, the machine gunning of refugees along the Spanish roads, they all happened. And they did not happen any the less because the Daily Telegraph has suddenly found out about them when it is 5 years too late. Roman 3:2 Memories, the first not proving anything in particular, the second, I think, giving one a certain insight into the atmosphere of a revolutionary period. Early one morning, another man and I had gone out to snipe at the fascists in the trenches outside Huesca. Their line and ours here lay 300 yards apart, at which range our aged rifles would not shoot accurately, but by sneaking out to a spot about 100 yards from the fascist trench you might, if you were lucky, get a shot at someone through a gap in the parapet. Unfortunately, the ground between was a flat beat field with no cover except a few ditches, and it was necessary to go out while it was still dark and return soon after dawn, before the light became too good. This time no fascists appeared, and we stayed too long and were caught by the dawn. We were in a ditch, but behind us were 200 yards of flat ground with hardly enough cover for a rabbit. We were still trying to nerve ourselves to make a dash for it when there was an uproar and a blowing of whistles in the fascist trench. Some of our aeroplanes were coming over. At this moment, a man, presumably carrying a message to an officer, jumped out of the trench and ran along the top of the parapet in full view. He was half-dressed and was holding up his trousers with both hands as he ran. I refrained from shooting at him. It is true that I am a poor shot and unlikely to hit a running man at 100 yards, and also that I was thinking chiefly about getting back to our trench, while the fascists had their attention fixed on the aeroplanes. Still, I did not shoot partly because of that detail about the trousers. I had come here to shoot at fascists, but a man who is holding up his trousers isn't a fascist. He is visibly a fellow creature, similar to yourself, and you don't feel like shooting at him. What does this incident demonstrate? Nothing very much, because it is the kind of thing that happens all the time in all wars. The other is different. I don't suppose that in telling it I can make it moving to you who read it, but I ask you to believe that it is moving to me, as an incident characteristic of the moral atmosphere of a particular moment in time. One of the recruits who joined us while I was at the barracks was a wild-looking boy from the back streets of Barcelona. He was ragged and barefooted. He was also extremely dark Arab blood, I dare say, and made gestures you do not usually see a European make. One in particular, the arm outstretched, the palm vertical, was a gesture characteristic of Indians. One day a bundle of cigars, which you could still buy dirt cheap at that time, was stolen out of my bunk. Rather foolishly I reported this to the officer, and one of the scallywags I have already mentioned promptly came forward and said quite untruly that 25 pesetas had been stolen from his bunk. For some reason, the officer instantly decided that the brown-faced boy must be the thief. They were very hard on stealing in the militia, and in theory, people could be shot for it. The wretched boy allowed himself to be led off to the guardroom to be searched. What most struck me was that he barely attempted to protest his innocence. In the fatalism of his attitude, you could see the desperate poverty in which he had been bred. The officer ordered him to take his clothes off. With a humility which was horrible to me, he stripped himself naked, and his clothes were searched. Of course, neither the cigars nor the money were there. In fact, he had not stolen them. What was most painful of all was that he seemed no less ashamed after his innocence had been established. That night I took him to the pictures and gave him brandy and chocolate. But that too was horrible. I mean the attempt to wipe out an injury with money. For a few minutes I had half believed him to be a thief, and that could not be wiped out. Well, a few weeks later at the front I had trouble with one of the men in my section. By this time I was a cabo, or corporal, in command of 12 men. It was static warfare, horribly cold, and the chief job was getting sentries to stay awake and at their posts. One day a man suddenly refused to go to a certain post, which he said quite truly was exposed to enemy fire. He was a feeble creature, and I seized hold of him and began to drag him towards his post. This roused the feelings of the others against me, for Spaniards, I think, resent being touched more than we do. Instantly I was surrounded by a ring of shouting men. Fascist! Fascist! Let that man go. This isn't a bourgeois army. Fascist! Etc., etc. As best I could in my bad Spanish I shouted back that orders had got to be obeyed, and the row developed into one of those enormous arguments by means of which discipline is gradually hammered out in revolutionary armies. Some said I was right, others said I was wrong. But the point is that the one who took my side the most warmly of all was the brown-faced boy. As soon as he saw what was happening, he sprang into the ring and began passionately defending me. With his strange, wild Indian gesture, he kept exclaiming, "He's the best corporal we've got. No hay cabo como él." Later on he applied for leave to exchange into my section. Why is this incident touching to me? Because in any normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for good feelings ever to be re-established between this boy and myself. The implied accusation of theft would not have been made any better, probably somewhat worse, by my efforts to make amends. One of the effects of safe and civilized life is an immense oversensitiveness which makes all the primary emotions seem somewhat disgusting. Generosity is as painful as meanness, gratitude as hateful as ingratitude. But in Spain in 1936, we were not living in a normal time. It was a time when generous feelings and gestures were easier than they ordinarily are. I could relate a dozen similar incidents, not really communicable but bound up in my own mind with the special atmosphere of the time. The shabby clothes and the gay-colored revolutionary posters, the universal use of the word comrade, the anti-fascist ballads printed on flimsy paper and sold for a penny, the phrases like international proletarian solidarity, pathetically repeated by ignorant men who believed them to mean something. Could you feel friendly towards somebody and stick up for him in a quarrel after you had been ignominiously searched in his presence for property you were supposed to have stolen from him? No, you couldn't, but you might if you had both been through some emotionally widening experience. That is one of the byproducts of revolution, though in this case it was only the beginnings of a revolution, and obviously foredoomed to failure. Roman IV, the struggle for power between the Spanish Republican parties, is an unhappy, far-off thing which I have no wish to revive at this date. I only mention it in order to say, believe nothing, or next to nothing, of what you read about internal affairs on the government side. It is all from whatever source, party propaganda, that is to say, lies. The broad truth about the war is simple enough. The Spanish bourgeoisie saw their chance of crushing the labor movement and took it, aided by the Nazis and by the forces of reaction all over the world. It is doubtful whether more than that will ever be established. I remember saying once to Arthur Koestler, "History stopped in 1936, at which he nodded in immediate understanding. We were both thinking of totalitarianism in general, but more particularly of the Spanish Civil War. Early in life, I had noticed that no event is ever correctly reported in a newspaper, but in Spain, for the first time, I saw newspaper reports which did not bear any relation to the facts, not even the relationship which is implied in an ordinary lie. I saw great battles reported where there had been no fighting, and complete silence where hundreds of men had been killed. I saw troops who had fought bravely denounced as cowards and traitors, and others who had never seen a shot fired hailed as the heroes of imaginary victories. And I saw newspapers in London retailing these lies and eager intellectuals building emotional superstructures over events that had never happened. I saw, in fact, history being written not in terms of what happened, but of what ought to have happened according to various party lines. Yet in a way, horrible as all this was, it was unimportant. It concerned secondary issues, namely, the struggle for power between the Comintern and the Spanish left-wing parties, and the efforts of the Russian government to prevent revolution in Spain. But the broad picture of the war which the Spanish government presented to the world was not untruthful. The main issues were what it said they were. But as for the fascists and their backers, how could they come even as near to the truth as that? How could they possibly mention their real aims? Their version of the war was pure fantasy, and in the circumstances it could not have been otherwise. The only propaganda line open to the Nazis and fascists was to represent themselves as Christian patriots saving Spain from a Russian dictatorship. This involved pretending that life in government Spain was just one long massacre, vide the Catholic Herald or the Daily Mail. But these were child's play compared with the continental fascist press, and it involved immensely exaggerating the scale of Russian intervention. Out of the huge pyramid of lies which the Catholic and reactionary press all over the world built up, let me take just one point: the presence in Spain of a Russian army. Devout Franco partisans all believed in this. Estimates of its strength went as high as 500,000. Now there was no Russian army in Spain. There may have been a handful of airmen and other technicians, a few hundred at the most, but an army there was not. Some thousands of foreigners who fought in Spain, not to mention millions of Spaniards, were witnesses of this. Well, their testimony made no impression at all upon the Franco propagandists, not one of whom had set foot in government Spain. Simultaneously, these people refused utterly to admit the fact of German or Italian intervention, at the same time as the German and Italian press were openly boasting about the exploits of their legionaries. I have chosen to mention only one point, but in fact, the whole of fascist propaganda about the war was on this level. This kind of thing is frightening to me, because it often gives me the feeling that the very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world. After all, the chances are that those lies, or at any rate similar lies, will pass into history. How will the history of the Spanish War be written? If Franco remains in power, his nominees will write the history books, and to stick to my chosen point, that Russian army which never existed will become historical fact, and schoolchildren will learn about it generations hence. But suppose fascism is finally defeated, and some kind of democratic government restored in Spain in the fairly near future. Even then, how is the history of the war to be written? What kind of records will Franco have left behind him? Suppose even that the records kept on the government side are recoverable. Even so, how is a true history of the war to be written? For, as I have pointed out already, the government also dealt extensively in lies. From the anti-fascist angle, one could write a broadly truthful history of the war, but it would be a partisan history, unreliable on every minor point. Yet, after all, some kind of history will be written, and after those who actually remember the war are dead, it will be universally accepted. So for all practical purposes, the lie will have become truth. I know it is the fashion to say that most of recorded history is lies anyway. I am willing to believe that history is for the most part inaccurate and biased, but what is peculiar to our own age is the abandonment of the idea that history could be truthfully written. In the past, people deliberately lied, or they unconsciously colored what they wrote, or they struggled after the truth, well knowing that they must make many mistakes. But in each case, they believed that the facts existed and were more or less discoverable. And in practice, there was always a considerable body of fact which would have been agreed to by almost everyone. If you look up the history of the last war in, for instance, the Encyclopedia Britannica, you will find that a respectable amount of the material is drawn from German sources. A British and a German historian would disagree deeply on many things, even on fundamentals, but there would still be that body of, as it were, neutral fact on which neither would seriously challenge the other. It is just this common basis of agreement, with its implication that human beings are all one species of animal, that totalitarianism destroys. Nazi theory indeed specifically denies that such a thing as the truth exists. There is, for instance, no such thing as science. There is only German science, Jewish science, etc. The implied objective of this line of thought is a nightmare world in which the leader, or some ruling clique, controls not only the future but the past. If the leader says of such and such an event, "It never happened," well, it never happened. If he says that 2 and 2 are 5, well, 2 and 2 are 5. This prospect frightens me much more than bombs, and after our experiences of the last few years, that is not a frivolous statement. But is it perhaps childish or morbid to terrify oneself with visions of a totalitarian future? Before writing off the totalitarian world as a nightmare that can't come true, just remember that in 1925, the world of today would have seemed a nightmare that couldn't come true. Against that shifting, phantasmagoric world in which black may be white tomorrow, and yesterday's weather can be changed by decree, there are in reality only two safeguards. One is that, however much you deny the truth goes on existing, as it were, behind your back, and you consequently can't violate it in ways that impair military efficiency. The other is that so long as some parts of the earth remain unconquered, the liberal tradition can be kept alive. Let fascism, or possibly even a combination of several fascisms, conquer the whole world, and those two conditions no longer exist. We in England underrate the danger of this kind of thing, because our traditions and our past security have given us a sentimental belief that it all comes right in the end, and the thing you most fear never really happens. Nourished for hundreds of years on a literature in which right invariably triumphs in the last chapter, we believe half instinctively that evil always defeats itself in the long run. Pacifism, for instance, is founded largely on this belief. Don't resist evil, and it will somehow destroy itself. But why should it? What evidence is there that it does? And what instance is there of a modern, industrialized state collapsing unless conquered from the outside by military force? Consider, for instance, the reinstitution of slavery. Who could have imagined 20 years ago that slavery would return to Europe? Well, slavery has been restored under our noses. The forced labor camps all over Europe and North Africa, where Poles, Russians, Jews and political prisoners of every race toil at road making or swamp draining for their bare rations, are simple chattel slavery. The most one can say is that the buying and selling of slaves by individuals is not yet permitted. In other ways, The breaking up of families, for instance, the conditions are probably worse than they were on the American cotton plantations. There is no reason for thinking that this state of affairs will change while any totalitarian domination endures. We don't grasp its full implications, because in our mystical way, we feel that a regime founded on slavery must collapse. But it is worth comparing the duration of the slave empires of antiquity with that of any modern state. Civilizations founded on slavery have lasted for such periods as 4,000 years. When I think of antiquity, the detail that frightens me is that those hundreds of millions of slaves on whose backs civilization rested generation after generation have left behind them no record whatever. We do not even know their names. In the whole of Greek and Roman history, how many slaves' names are known to you? I can think of two, or possibly three. One is Spartacus and the other is Epictetus. Also, in the Roman room at the British Museum, there is a glass jar with the maker's name inscribed on the bottom, Felix Fecit. I have a vivid mental picture of poor Felix, a Gaul with red hair and a metal collar round his neck. But in fact he may not have been a slave. So there are only two slaves whose names I definitely know, and probably few people can remember more. The rest have gone down into utter silence. The backbone of the resistance against Franco was the Spanish working class, especially the urban trade union members. In the long run, it is important to remember that it is only in the long run the working class remains the most reliable enemy of fascism, simply because the working class stands to gain most by a decent reconstruction of society. Unlike other classes or categories, it can't be permanently bribed. To say this is not to idealize the working class. In the long struggle that has followed the Russian Revolution, it is the manual workers who have been defeated, and it is impossible not to feel that it was their own fault. Time after time, in country after country, the organized working class movements have been crushed by open, illegal violence, and their comrades abroad, linked to them in theoretical solidarity, have simply looked on and done nothing. And underneath this secret cause of many betrayals has lain the fact that between white and colored workers there is not even lip service to solidarity. Who can believe in the class-conscious international proletariat after the events of the past 10 years? To the British working class, the massacre of their comrades in Vienna, Berlin, Madrid, or wherever it might be, seemed less interesting and less important than yesterday's football match. Yet this does not alter the fact that the working class will go on struggling against fascism after the others have caved in. One feature of the Nazi conquest of France was the astonishing defections among the intelligentsia, including some of the left-wing political intelligentsia. The intelligentsia are the people who squeal loudest against fascism, and yet a respectable proportion of them collapse into defeatism when the pinch comes. They are far-sighted enough to see the odds against them, and moreover they can be bribed, for it is evident that the Nazis think it worthwhile to bribe intellectuals. With the working class, it is the other way about. Too ignorant to see through the trick that is being played on them, they easily swallow the promises of fascism, yet sooner or later they always take up the struggle again. They must do so, because in their own bodies they always discover that the promises of fascism cannot be fulfilled. To win over the working class permanently, the fascists would have to raise the general standard of living, which they are unable and probably unwilling to do. The struggle of the working class is like the growth of a plant. The plant is blind and stupid, but it knows enough to keep pushing upwards towards the light, and it will do this in the face of endless discouragements. What are the workers struggling for? Simply for the decent life which they are more and more aware is now technically possible. Their consciousness of this aim ebbs and flows. In Spain, for a while, people were acting consciously, moving towards a goal which they wanted to reach and believed they could reach. It accounted for the curiously buoyant feeling that life in government Spain had during the early months of the war. The common people knew in their bones that the Republic was their friend and Franco was their enemy. They knew that they were in the right, because they were fighting for something which the world owed them and was able to give them. One has to remember this to see the Spanish War in its true perspective. When one thinks of the cruelty, squalor, and futility of war, and in this particular case of the intrigues, the persecutions, the lies, and the misunderstandings, there is always the temptation to say, one side is as bad as the other. I am neutral. In practice, however, one cannot be neutral, and there is hardly such a thing as a war in which it makes no difference who wins. Nearly always one side stands more or less for progress, the other side more or less for reaction. The hatred which the Spanish Republic excited in millionaires, dukes, cardinals, playboys, blimps, and what not would in itself be enough to show one how the land lay. In essence, it was a class war. If it had been won, the cause of the common people everywhere would have been strengthened. It was lost, and the dividend drawers all over the world rubbed their hands. That was the real issue. All else was froth on its surface. Romans 6. The outcome of the Spanish War was settled in London, Paris, Rome, Berlin. At any rate not in Spain. After the summer of 1937, those with eyes in their heads realized that the government could not win the war unless there was some profound change in the international setup. And in deciding to fight on Negrin and the others may have been partly influenced by the expectation that the World War, which actually broke out in 1939, was coming in 1938. The much publicized disunity on the government side was not a main cause of defeat. The government militias were hurriedly raised, ill-armed and unimaginative in their military outlook, but they would have been the same if complete political agreement had existed from the start. At the outbreak of war, the average Spanish factory worker did not even know how to fire a rifle. There had never been universal conscription in Spain, and the traditional pacifism of the left was a great handicap. The thousands of foreigners who served in Spain made good infantry, but there were very few experts of any kind among them. The Trotskyist thesis that the war could have been won if the revolution had not been sabotaged was probably false. To nationalize factories, demolish churches, and issue revolutionary manifestos would not have made the armies more efficient. The fascists won because they were the stronger. They had modern arms and the others hadn't. No political strategy could offset that. The most baffling thing in the Spanish War was the behavior of the great powers. The war was actually won for Franco by the Germans and Italians, whose motives were obvious enough. The motives of France and Britain are less easy to understand. In 1936, it was clear to everyone that if Britain would only help the Spanish government, even to the extent of a few £1,000,000 worth of arms, Franco would collapse and German strategy would be severely dislocated. By that time, one did not need to be a clairvoyant to foresee that war between Britain and Germany was coming. One could even foretell within a year or two when it would come. Yet in the most mean, cowardly, hypocritical way, the British ruling class did all they could to hand Spain over to Franco and the Nazis. Why? Because they were pro-fascist was the obvious answer. Undoubtedly they were, and yet when it came to the final showdown they chose to stand up to Germany. It is still very uncertain what plan they acted on in backing Franco, and they may have had no clear plan at all. Whether the British ruling class are wicked or merely stupid is one of the most difficult questions of our time, and at certain moments a very important question. As to the Russians, their motives in the Spanish War are completely inscrutable. Did they, as the Pinks believed, intervene in Spain in order to defend democracy and thwart the Nazis? Then why did they intervene on such a niggardly scale and finally leave Spain in the lurch? Or did they, as the Catholics maintained, intervene in order to foster revolution in Spain? Why did they do all in their power to crush the Spanish revolutionary movements, defend private property and hand power to the middle class as against the working class? Or did they, as the Trotskyists suggested, intervene simply in order to prevent a Spanish revolution? Then why not have backed Franco? Indeed, their actions are most easily explained if one assumes that they were acting on several contradictory motives. I believe that in the future we shall come to feel that Stalin's foreign policy, instead of being so diabolically clever as it is claimed to be, has been merely opportunistic and stupid. But at any rate, the Spanish Civil War demonstrated that the Nazis knew what they were doing and their opponents did not. The war was fought at a low technical level, and its major strategy was very simple. That side which had arms would win. The Nazis and the Italians gave arms to their Spanish fascist friends, and the Western democracies and the Russians didn't give arms to those who should have been their friends. So the Spanish Republic perished, having gained what no republic missed. Whether it was right, as all left-wingers in other countries undoubtedly did, to encourage the Spaniards to go on fighting when they could not win is a question hard to answer. I myself think it was right, because I believe that it is better even from the point of view of survival to fight and be conquered than to surrender without fighting. The effects on the grand strategy of the struggle against fascism cannot be assessed yet. The ragged, weaponless armies of the Republic held out for 2.5 years, which was undoubtedly longer than their enemies expected. But whether that dislocated the fascist timetable, or whether, on the other hand, it merely postponed the major war and gave the Nazis extra time to get their war machine into trim, is still uncertain. Romans 7, I never think of the Spanish War without two memories coming into my mind. One is of the hospital ward at Lerida, and the rather sad voices of the wounded militiamen singing some song with a refrain that ended, Una resolution, luchar hast al fin. Well, they fought to the end all right. For the last 18 months of the war, the Republican armies must have been fighting almost without cigarettes, and with precious little food. Even when I left Spain in the middle of 1937, meat and bread were scarce, tobacco a rarity, coffee and sugar almost unobtainable. The other memory is of the Italian militiaman who shook my hand in the guardroom, the day I joined the militia. I wrote about this man at the beginning of my book on the Spanish War I, and do not want to repeat what I said there. When I remember, oh, how vividly, his shabby uniform and fierce, pathetic, innocent face, the complex side issues of the war seem to fade away, and I see clearly that there was at any rate no doubt as to who was in the right. In spite of power politics and journalistic lying, the central issue of the war was the attempt of people like this to win the decent life which they knew to be their birthright. It is difficult to think of this particular man's probable end without several kinds of bitterness. Since I met him in the Lenin barracks, he was probably a Trotskyist or an anarchist, and in the peculiar conditions of our time, when people of that sort are not killed by the Gestapo, they are usually killed by the GPU. But that does not affect the long-term issues. This man's face, which I saw only for a minute or two, remains with me as a sort of visual reminder of what the war was really about. He symbolizes for me the flower of the European working class, harried by the police of all countries, the people who fill the mass graves of the Spanish battlefields and are now, to the tune of several millions, rotting in forced labor camps. When one thinks of all the people who support or have supported fascism, one stands amazed at their diversity. What a crew! Think of a program which at any rate for a while could bring Hitler, Pétain, Montagu Norman, Pavlich, William Randolph Hearst, Stryker, Butchman, Ezra Pound, Juan March, Cocteau, Thyssen, Father Coughlin, the Mufti of Jerusalem, Arnold Lunn, Antonscu, Spengler, Beverly Nichols, Lady Houston, and Marinty all into the same boat. But the clue is really very simple. They are all people with something to lose, or people who long for a hierarchical society and dread the prospect of a world of free and equal human beings. Behind all the ballyhoo that is talked about godless, Russia, and the materialism of the working class, lies the simple intention of those with money or privileges to cling to them. Ditto, though it contains a partial truth, with all the talk about the worthlessness of social reconstruction not accompanied by a change of heart. The pious ones, from the Pope to the yogis of California, are great on the changes of heart, much more reassuring from their point of view than a change in the economic system. Patin attributes the fall of France to the common people's love of pleasure. One sees this in its right perspective if one stops to wonder how much pleasure the ordinary French peasant's or working man's life would contain compared with Patin's own. The damned impertinence of these politicians, priests, literary men, and what not who lecture the working-class socialist for his materialism. All that the working man demands is what these others would consider the indispensable minimum, without which human life cannot be lived at all. Enough to eat, freedom from the haunting terror of unemployment, the knowledge that your children will get a fair chance, a bath once a day, clean linen reasonably often, a roof that doesn't leak, and short enough working hours to leave you with a little energy when the day is done. Not one of those who preach against materialism would consider life livable without these things, and how easily that minimum could be attained if we chose to set our minds to it for only 20 years. To raise the standard of living of the whole world to that of Britain would not be a greater undertaking than the war we are now fighting. I don't claim, and I don't know who does, that that would solve anything in itself. It is merely that privation and brute labor have to be abolished before the real problems of humanity can be tackled. The major problem of our time is the decay of the belief in personal immortality, and it cannot be dealt with while the average human being is either drudging like an ox or shivering in fear of the secret police. How right the working classes are in their materialism. How right they are to realize that the belly comes before the soul, not in the scale of values but in point of time. Understand that, and the long horror that we are enduring becomes at least intelligible. All the considerations that are likely to make one falter, the siren voices of a Patin or of a Gandhi, the inescapable fact that in order to fight one has to degrade oneself, the equivocal moral position of Britain, with its democratic phrases and its coolie empire, the sinister development of Soviet Russia, the squalid farce of left-wing politics. All this fades away, and one sees only the struggle of the gradually awakening common people against the lords of property and their hired liars and bumsuckers. The question is very simple. Shall people like that Italian soldier be allowed to live the decent, fully human life which is now technically achievable, or shan't they? Shall the common man be pushed back into the mud, or shall he not? I myself believe, perhaps on insufficient grounds, that the common man will win his fight sooner or later, but I want it to be sooner and not later, sometime within the next 100 years, say, and not sometime within the next 10,000 years. That was the real issue of the Spanish War, and of the present war, and perhaps of other wars yet to come. I never saw the Italian militiaman again, nor did I ever learn his name. It can be taken as quite certain that he is dead. Nearly 2 years later, when the war was visibly lost, I wrote these verses in his memory. The Italian soldier shook my hand beside the guardroom table, the strong hand and the subtle hand whose palms are only able to meet within the sounds of guns. But oh, what peace I knew then in gazing on his battered face purer than any woman's. For the fly-blown words that make me spew still in his ears were holy, and he was born knowing that I had learned out of books and slowly. The treacherous guns had told their tale and we both had bought it, but my gold brick was made of gold, oh, Whoever would have thought it? Good luck go with you, Italian soldier. But luck is not for the brave. What would the world give back to you? Always less than you gave. Between the shadow and the ghost, between the white and the red, between the bullet and the lie, where would you hide your head? For where is Manuel Gonzalez, and where is Pedro Aguilar, and where is Ramon Fenollosa? The earthworms know where they are. Your name and your deeds were forgotten before your bones were dry, and the lie that slew you is buried under a deeper lie. But the thing that I saw in your face no power can disinherit. No bomb that ever burst shatters the crystal spirit. 1942, in defense of English cooking, we have heard a good deal of talk in recent years about the desirability of attracting foreign tourists to this country. It is well known that England's two worst faults from a foreign visitor's point of view are the gloom of our Sundays and the difficulty of buying a drink. Both of these are due to fanatical minorities who will need a lot of quelling, including extensive legislation. But there is one point on which public opinion could bring about a rapid change for the better. I mean cooking. It is commonly said, even by the English themselves, that English cooking is the worst in the world. It is supposed to be not merely incompetent, but also imitative, and I even read quite recently, in a book by a French writer, the remark, "The best English cooking is, of course, simply French cooking." Now that is simply not true. As anyone who has lived long abroad will know, there is a whole host of delicacies which it is quite impossible to obtain outside the English-speaking countries. No doubt the list could be added to, but here are some of the things that I myself have sought for in foreign countries and failed to find. First of all, kippers, Yorkshire pudding, Devonshire cream, muffins, and crumpets. Then a list of puddings that would be interminable if I gave it in full. I will pick out for special mention Christmas pudding, treacle tart, and apple dumplings. Then an almost equally long list of cakes. For instance, dark plum cake, such as you used to get at Buzzards before the war, shortbread and saffron buns. Also innumerable kinds of biscuit, which exist, of course, elsewhere, but are generally admitted to be better and crisper in England. Then there are the various ways of cooking potatoes that are peculiar to our own country. Where else do you see potatoes roasted under the joint, which is far and away the best way of cooking them? Or the delicious potato cakes that you get in the north of England. And it is far better to cook new potatoes in the English way, that is, boiled with mint, and then served with a little melted butter or margarine, than to fry them as is done in most countries. Then there are the various sauces peculiar to England. For instance, bread sauce, horseradish sauce, mint sauce, and apple sauce. Not to mention red currant jelly, which is excellent with mutton as well as with hare, and various kinds of sweet pickle, which we seem to have in greater profusion than most countries. What else?